713. Qin Pingon held his knife with both hands and was not in a hurry to attack. Facing a person of the same age as him who was ranked among the top 10 youths, how to fight this battle required some knowledge. One had to know that there was no order in the top 10. And he was only ranked 11th. As for the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes, her true identity, her origin, and everything else was still shrouded in fog as if she was hiding in the moon. Since she dared to come here, she must have the confidence to leave alive. Otherwise, the old dog dragon monarch would not have let her do whatever she wanted. So he could not scare her away. He had to let her feel at ease and free to beat him to death. Moreover, he was ranked among the top 10. If he could not kill someone who was only ranked 11th, it would not be good. Qin Pingon walked slowly towards her. A pair of short knives spun quickly between his fingers and the back of his hand. The knife lights intertwined like fireflies. His movements were too fast and there were too many knife lights. The brilliance constantly lingered and wrapped around each other. In the end, they were like two cute pocket-sized moons in Qin Pingon's hands. Seeing that the young man was not in a hurry to attack, Qiyu patiently waited for him to make his move. She was curious about what method he would use to get straight to the point. Would it be a talisman who used a camouflage technique? Or would it be the sword cultivator's flying sword that made the sword Immortal embryo of Shendang Jia suffer so much? Or would it be the fist of a martial artist at the peak of the mountain? Qiyu had heard of many legendary deeds of this hidden official from the last generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially two sayings. Qiyu, who did not like to remember external matters, remembered them clearly. Inside and outside of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she was a hidden official far away from Alliance. As for Qin Pingon's fancy movements, Qiyu turned a blind eye to it. In front of her, the supernatural power of playing with the moon was all a joke. In the past, one of her neighbors, the great demon of the Sovereign Lotus Nunnery, only took advantage of her because she was older. She merely shifted her gaze and looked left and right. She still felt that this famous young reclusive official in the wilderness was like the one she had caught a glimpse of from afar when she went north in her early years. His appearance was not bad, but that was all. He was not as good-looking as Jiang Shangzhen. Of course, it was not important whether a man was handsome or not. It was the same for women. There was once a neighbor in the sky who said that as long as you meet the right person, you will see the most beautiful scene in your eyes. It is as if you are on opposite sides of the sky, the sun and the moon are far away, but your gaze will never change. It was a pity that Jianyu had no interest in the romance between men and women. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like for him to be truly obsessed with her. Qin Pingon walked slowly and asked slowly. With a puzzled face, he asked tentatively, "There was a strange phenomenon in the sky just now and one of the moons was missing. Even I could feel it. Could it be that Miss Yu has kept it in her sleeve? If that's the case, how are we going to fight? I'm just a small world on the city wall, but Miss Qiyu is in the bright moon great world. Moreover, I'm only ranked 11th. I'm only one step away from the top 10 people. I know this well." The round-faced girl did not mention the whereabouts of the moon but said, "If you don't want to fight, I don't care. I was originally here to enjoy the scenery, but you just had to be so overbearing and wanted to kill me." No wonder he was friends with Jiang Shangzhen from Tongyi's Hao. Both of them were quite shameless. When a man was shameless, it had nothing to do with his age. The two sides were still about 300 feet apart, but for their realms they were very close. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were only a few centimeters apart. Qin Pingon stopped at a distance of 20 feet. He suddenly withdrew his saber and pointed it backward as if he was showing goodwill to the girl. He smiled and asked, "Miss Qiyu, you're a guest. How do you think we should fight? Let's discuss the rules first. It's all up to you. Otherwise it's easy to hurt our friendship." Jianyu did not listen. She only looked at the opponent's twin sabers and said, "Good saber. Its sharpness is unparalleled, but it's hidden deeply. What's its name?" Qin Pingon shook his head and laughed. "I picked it up from the side of the road. It's not worth mentioning. It can't be compared to Miss Qiyu's heavenly skill of refining the great moon great world. It's a pity that Senior Dragon King was worried that I wouldn't be able to concentrate on practicing Tao, so he helped me isolate heaven and earth. It's a pity that I couldn't witness such a marvelous scene with my own eyes." Jianyu said, "Although you've been pretending to be weak, once your killing intent is strong you can't hide it. You shouldn't have accidentally condensed the saber light into a moon shape. Of course, I guess you did it on purpose. You're a hidden official. You left the city wall to fight. The details of the battle, big and small, have long been compiled into a book. I can flip through it. That Firan likes to use it to flip through books and drink wine. Qin Pingon stopped again and said helplessly, could it be that the killing intent was aroused because of the weapon in hand? It's my fault for not cultivating enough. I admire Miss Kuiyu's unique vision even more. As for that brother Firan, if he admires me so much after we spar, please help me pass on a message. Let him simply take on my surname Qin. Goddess Jianyu's expression was slightly strange. Qin Pingon came to a realization and said, Firan, this shameless thing, his alias is already surnamed Qin? You came here as a guest first and didn't even greet me first. Taking it without asking is a thief. What a disgrace. It had been too many years since she spoke to outsiders. She missed it very much. Therefore, Qin Pingon was very willing to make an exception for her. Today's fight, let's talk more first. The more the better. Even if it was just one more sentence, it could help him get rid of a lot of light. Qin Pingon really didn't want to experience the torment of the long river of light that was almost stagnant again. The short saber in his hand was as narrow as a dagger. He had obtained it from the battle in the Valley of the North Continent. At that time, Qin Pingon had been ambushed and killed by a group of assassins from Deer Mountain. After a narrow path encounter and a dangerous battle, Qin Pingon, who didn't believe that his luck was so good, asked Sui Jingqing to help collect the spoils of war. Among them he found this pair of short sabers for her. They were respectively the seal characters Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. In fact, Qin Pingon and Sui Jingqing weren't the only ones who didn't recognize them at first and thought that they were ordinary. Even the previous owner of the short saber, the female assassin from Deer Mountain, didn't recognize the treasures of immortals. After that, Qin Pingon met his close friend Lu Jinglong, who had read countless books and revealed the secret. Not only did Lu Jinglong teach Qin Pingon the refining method according to the records in the book, but he also recognized the true form of one of the short sabers. The inscription, Deer Pursuit, was the Chao Zi dagger recorded in the history book. And that Chao Zi was the new alias that Qin Pingon planned to use in Jianghu in the future, Chao Mo. In the future, no matter if he went to the wasteland or returned to his hometown, Qin Pingon would kill all the cultivators below the upper 5 realms without knowing how they died. As for those dead people, whether they could see his true face and know his true name depended on Qin Pingon's mood. Of course, the premise was that he could leave the Great Wall of Sorchi. Chao Zi Chao Mo was the #1 assassin in that glorious history book. Moreover, the place where he lost 3 times was eventually recovered by Chao Mo. What a good omen. One had to know that on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sorchi, Qin Pingon had indeed lost 3 times in a row. Just take it that he, as a junior, benefited from that senior Chao. In short, Qin Pingon promised that he wouldn't let the deer pursuit in his hands be covered in dust. Qin Pingon immediately had a Chao Zi dagger in his right hand, which was recorded as Deer Pursuit by the official history book. Since there was no record of it in the history book, Qin Pingon followed Deer Mountain and named it Deer Pursuit. First pursue the deer, then cut the deer. Naming was one thing. He was indeed good at it. Jia Yu said, "Are you going to fight or not?" When Jia Yu was in the Tongye continent facing Jiang Shangzhen, who killed an immortal with a willow leaf, she seemed to have no strength to resist. Other than Jia Yu's temporary killing power and realm being inferior to her opponent, there was also a round-faced woman who didn't even think of tangling with Jiang Shangzhen. In Jia Yu's opinion, fighting with others was meaningless in the cultivation of the Great Tao. A fight that she was destined to lose to her opponent made Jia Yu feel even more annoyed. She would hide if she could. As for those fights that she was destined to win easily, the cotton-clothed woman was even less interested. Therefore, in the vast world she traveled alone. From the beginning to the end she rarely made a move. However, today she was facing Hidden Official 11th, who was also one of the 10 young people. Jia Yu was indeed a little selfish. In the Tongye continent, Jiang Shangzhen chased her for thousands of miles but still couldn't kill her. Before leaving, he kindly whispered to her in her heart, which involved the foundation of Jia Yu's great Tao. It was like a prophecy that had its own will of the heavens. It was as if he was waiting for her to come to the Tongye continent to hear Jiang Shangzhen tell her. Jia Yu was not good with words, but she was definitely not stupid. When Jiang Shangzhen said that, she did not take it seriously at first. However, after hearing it, she felt a trace of her Tao heart palpitate. There was no doubt that it was indeed a mysterious great Tao. Jiang Shangzhen's words were like a traveling immortal poem that covered the world, like an incomplete void step poem. If you want to ride a boat and ascend to the blue sky, you have to make up for the lack of money. Moreover, you have to go on credit and sell wine to the four seas and white clouds. Jiang Shangzhen did not say much at that time, but his previous words had mentioned the hidden official Chen Pingon. It seemed like he was joking and wanted to come here to try his luck. Otherwise, according to Jiao Yu's usual temper, how could she be so patient with this hidden official? She would either leave early or leave early. She would leave early if she made a move early. However, if she knew the truth after she went on credit, she might want to smash that person with the surname Jiang to death with a bright moon. Because the opportunity of the great Tao was in the hidden official, it was purely Jiang Shangzhen's nonsense. He just wanted to use the dual identities of Qin Pingon's close friend and brother, and Luapa Mountain's consecrator to act as a matchmaker to find himself a sister-in-law. Therefore he purposely pulled the two peers, who were thousands of miles apart together. However, the most amazing thing about Jiang Shangzhen was that his prophecy was true. This involved a huge secret of the Tongye continent. In history, only the old sect leader of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, and half of the ancestor of the Jade Gui sect's revival, Du Mao, knew about this. Legend had it that there was a parasol tree that reached the sky in the Tongye continent. With such a tall tree, there would naturally be a pine tree with a lack of moon. The tree was close to the sky and the moon came to the human world. The tree and the moon were together, half in the human world and half in the sky. Jia Yu would choose to go ashore in the Tongye continent first, and not go to the Fuyao continent or the Hassa continent. This was originally Zhou Mi's instruction. After the Lotus Nunnery master died, someone else would appear out of nowhere. As for Zhou Mi's request for Jia Yu to help find Lu Kai, it was actually just a side matter. However, the problem was that Jiang Shangzhen hinted that the great Tao of Jia Yu was related to Chen Pingon. This was definitely a lie. Jiang Shangzhen was absolutely speaking nonsense. When Jiang Shangzhen dealt with the women in the world, he always seemed to mix truth with falsehood. In the end, he could make all the women mistakenly believe that it was the truth. Therefore, in reality, after Jiang Shangzhen left Jia Yu, he laughed heartily in his heart. Good brother, I Zhou Fei can only help you to this point. Consider it helping you find a round-faced girl in a foreign land to chat with. As for whether or not Jia Yu would obtain this opportunity, and whether or not it would really make up for the great Tao, Jiang Shangzhen sneered. What does it have to do with me? I, with my small arms and thin legs, have already done this much. Those who are watching the show from afar, roll up your arms and fight for me. What's more, the moon-bearing mountain of the desolate world might not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and become a wedding dress for someone else. It was hard to say whether the round-faced girl would be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and the moon would not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket. When Old Man Sun was still alive, he had once deduced a few things and guessed that this prophecy might have something to do with Bai Yi, who was the proudest in the world. Jia Yu went to look for Bai Yi on credit? Or did Zhou Mi bargain with Bai Yi? Jiang Shangzhen found it interesting just thinking about it. Anyway, even if the little girl can't obtain a perfected great Tao, I, Jiang Shangzhen, am magnanimous. I've already given you a good friend, Brother Qin. Aren't you satisfied? Qin Pingon didn't know the twists and turns here. If Jia Yu mentioned Jiang Shangzhen here, even if it was just a sentence or two, Qin Pingon might be able to guess a little. Unfortunately, the round-faced woman in cotton-padded clothes was unwilling to take the initiative to mention Jiang Shangzhen, who kept calling her sister-in-law. After all, she was disgusted by her words. At that moment, Qin Pingon looked troubled. He stopped 10 steps away and asked again, "Are you really not going to talk about the rules before attacking? It's our first time meeting and there's no enmity between us. If I punch lightly, it's meaningless. If I use too heavy a spell, there will be casualties." Jia Yu asked curiously, "Do you like to talk so much when you fight in the past?" "I don't like it. I didn't like it in the past." Qin Pingon stopped smiling and held his saber with both hands. The tip of the saber was pointed forward. Regarding this matter, Qin Pingon had once taught Ma Kuxuan how to behave when he fought for his life in a foreign land. The two big sleeves of Qin Pingon's bright red robe seemed to have silk threads tying themselves into knots, binding the cuffs. The young man bent his back slightly, his body stooped, and his eyes looked up slightly. "But I don't like you all the time. What can I do? Miss Jia Yu, why don't you teach me how to do as I please?" Jia Yu looked at the young man's face and eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Just come and kill me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Jia Yu raised her wrist and put 2 fingers together. The moon condensed into a lamp. With a light wave, the moonlight dissipated into the great wall of sword qi. It was used to time both sides for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Suddenly, the moon filled the city and slowly dimmed at a speed that both sides could clearly see. It was as if the moon was gradually leaving the mortal world. Qin Pingon smiled and squinted his eyes. However, he had already straightened his back. A guest from afar has a request. The host doesn't dare to refuse. No matter how good Jia Yu's temper was, she was still annoyed by this person. The other party had clearly tried so hard to hide it, but he still had such a strong killing intent in his heart and such a heavy vicious aura around him. Yet he still had to smile and talk like an old friend and reminisce about the old days. She said coldly, "You deliberately want to kill me, but you want to trick me into saving my strength for the fight. You're not particular." Qin Pingon nodded and deeply agreed. With a slightly guilty expression he said, "I'm from the shabby alley of the mortal world. You're from the bright moon in the sky. Miss Jia Yu is a banished immortal in the book. Why are you being so particular with me? Isn't this Miss Jia Yu bullying me?" It turned out that being able to talk to someone was a matter of joy in life. It really made Master Hidden Official so happy that he was about to cry. He remembered that in the book there were people who liked to get drunk and drink but were sober, and there were people who cried when they were at a dead end. At that time he only felt that the sage's realm was too high, and his vision was too small, so he couldn't understand why they cried. Back then he felt that he would understand once he traveled far away and read more. When he found out why the ancients cried, he realized that it was better not to know. The ancients could still return the way they came from when they were at a dead end. Therefore Qin Pingon used his 2 blades and imitated the woman, patting her cheeks lightly. Every time Miss Jia Yu was angry before she attacked, she would habitually raise her hands and heavily pat her cheeks. After chatting with this fellow for so long, in the end she didn't feel that the opportunity of the great Tao was with this person at all. She even said so many strange words to him which really annoyed her. "You dare to imitate me now?" After Miss Jia Yu patted her cheeks with all her strength, a clear radiance scattered from her cheeks, turning into countless rays of light. The moonlight that she collected and refined was like water, flowing like a long river of light. It ignored the heaven and earth restrictions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Jiazi tent. The fine fragments of the moon were everywhere on half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miss Jia Yu, who was standing on the city wall, was stabbed by the 2 blades. One blade broke her neck and the other pierced her heart. Of course, it was just Miss Jia Yu's illusion. It was nothing more than a test of the opponent's blade's speed and the sharpness of the blade. Miss Jia Yu's innate divine ability was able to make Xianxia, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, use his innate flying sword to find the location of his true body. Even if this hidden official was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still in the unpolished jade realm. Miss Jia Yu could dodge and evade. She could also use her flying sword, like an unpolished jade sword immortal, or use thousands of spells like an immortal cultivator. If Miss Jia Yu wanted to learn spells, no matter how exclusive or secretive one was, as long as she saw it once under the illumination of the moon, and as long as there wasn't too much of a disparity between their realms, she would be able to understand at least 70 to 80% of the true meaning within. It wasn't that Miss Jia Yu looked down on the hidden official who was full of tricks. In the wilderness there were many different ways to capture and kill. Among her peers, Miss Jia Yu was undeniably the best. Therefore, in the secret records of the Jiazi tent, this cotton-clothed, round-faced lady had the reputation of being the world's armory. Talisman, flying sword, golden body dharma form, mechanical puppet, great demon true body, immortal treasure armor, offensive heavy weapon, whatever I want I will manifest. The material is none other than my moon. Miss Jia Yu could even have the physique of an ordinary peak realm martial artist if she wanted to. Unfortunately, Miss Jia Yu was limited by her current cultivation. Her martial artist physique stopped at the 9th realm's toughness. Furthermore, Miss Jia Yu didn't like close combat martial arts. It was like the moon was in the mortal world, but the moon would only hang high up in the sky. The first Miss Jia Yu, who suffered 2 slashes from the dagger, was the Miss Jia Yu. Because Miss Jia Yu had intentionally shaped her physique into that of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there were no accidents. The round-faced young woman in cotton clothing and cloth shoes. Once her illusion was shattered, the moon disappeared without a trace and there was no trace of her. Although Qin Pingon followed behind the other Miss Jiayu, and disappeared in a flash, near the top of the city before he attacked with both hands, there was already a strange phenomenon in one of his palms. A lustrous and flawless seal appeared out of thin air. In the center of the creation palm, Imperial Command of the Five Thunder Laws. This Five Thunder Law that arose at will didn't kill Miss Jiayu's illusion. Against an opponent of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there was no need to mobilize so many people. It was just that the lightning flashed. Before the two daggers killed the enemy, it had already illuminated an area of several hundred feet. It was to investigate the traces of the disappearing moonlight. If the two were to engage in close combat, even if there was only a slight collision, then Qin Pingon would be able to gain the upper hand. The upper hand was just in case. Qin Pingon had the hope of turning it into 10,000 people fighting on and off the mountain. If the enemy is 1 in 10,000, I will give you 10,000. Treat people with sincerity and treat guests with generous gifts. Say that your heart is as I wish. It was a pity that Miss Jiayu was too polite and didn't leave behind this flaw. It's good too. Otherwise, wouldn't the so-called 10 young people in the world be a disappointment? It would be too disappointing. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to be ranked on the same level as her? Qin Pingon was in the sky of the small world. His two daggers smashed a large mass of moon. Then he hovered in the air and looked down at the top of the city. Miss Jiayu's figure split into three. They were extremely far away from each other. Qin Pingon had two intrinsic flying swords that truly belonged to sword cultivators, Sparrow in the cage and Moon in the well. There were also two Qi refinement warriors refined flying swords, number 1 and number 15. In addition, there were two imitation swords of Sword Hatred Mountain sword immortals, Kulei and Songzhen. Qin Pingon's mind stirred slightly. Kulei and Songzhen moved as fast as lightning, heading straight for two of the ladies. Qin Pingon himself used earth shrinking mountain and river and instantly appeared several thousand feet away. To deal with one of the ladies who actually faced him and even took on a fighting stance, Miss Jiayu. Previously, that far-wandering realm physique couldn't even withstand a single blow. You changed to a peak mountain physique. Are you trying to measure the weight of your peak mountain physique? Do you really think I'm that Xiao Chua? Just by looking at Miss Jiayu's first punch, even a careful person like Qin Pingon who liked to think highly of his opponents would feel that her fist technique was too crude. Her intent was too fake and her foundation was too weak. Perhaps the only redeeming feature of this martial artist Miss Jiayu was that her speed was not slow. It felt a little like Yu Zhuanfu's ask fist back then. She was dressed in bright red. Her sleeves fluttered and she held two sabers in her hands. She spun around and moved around. Fireflies were incessant as she chased after the enemy and cut through the world. The martial artist Miss Jiayu had a peak mountain physique and learned fist techniques. However, she could only retreat again and again. She could only dodge and dodge. Even though her movement speed was always slightly superior, Qin Pingon had, coincidentally, appeared at the place where she was retreating several times. She was surrounded by danger. Her original intention was to lightly punch her opponent's body to test the toughness of his physique. However, with both of them using ask fist techniques, how could she succeed? They were both at the peak mountain realm. The difference between pure martial artists of the same realm was indeed too great. Just as her blade was about to pierce through the opponent's shoulder, Qin Pingon actually twisted his body and changed to an elbow, casually smashing Miss Jiayu's forehead. Miss Jiayu slid back more than 100 feet. The pair of cloth shoes formed by the moon was smashed into pieces. When she stopped moving back, she wore a new pair of cloth shoes. That young man's body slightly tilted and then leaned back. Just like that, his back was exposed to the peak mountain realm martial artist Miss Jiayu. He looked at her with a smile and asked in a languid manner, "Is it not fun at all?" The martial artist Miss Jiayu was expressionless. The round-faced girl wearing a cotton-padded jacket had an additional beautiful robe on her body. Outside of the robe, there was an additional set of armor from the military school. The light of the treasure circulated, colorful and extremely dazzling. He couldn't recognize the robe, but he could guess some clues about the armor. Qin Pingon opened his eyes wide and recovered some of his original character. He curiously asked, "Miss Jiayu, is the armor on your body the 7-colored sweet dew armor?" That's right, the desolate world isn't small. It has a long history that doesn't lose to other places. You also came from the middle of the moon. You're an immortal that even I can't help but envy. Could it be that other than seven-colored, you've also seen the sea of clouds and sunglow? His good friend Zhong Kui read a lot and was very knowledgeable. Back then he recognized the origin of the armor on Wei Xian's body at a glance. Buddha Kingdom, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Water Fairy, Sunglow, Sai, Sea of Clouds, West Peak. There were a total of 7 earliest, ancestor, sweet dew armors. Other than the West Peak that Qin Pingon lent to Wei Xian, according to Zhong Kui, it was said that only Mountain Ghost and Sai were left. There were also records of them appearing in the world. The rest no longer existed in the world. The martial artist Kuyu didn't say anything. She raised her fist again and hooked her finger at the young man who deserved a beating. No matter how hard your fists are, no matter how elusive you are with your dual blades, can you really kill people? The girl's eyes seemed to be saying that if you have the ability to completely destroy this martial artist's body, then maybe I'll talk to you. Qin Pingon thought about the West Peak dew armor that he luckily obtained. It was hard for him not to think about some people and things. Sometimes he had to admit that the more he saw, the more he knew. It wasn't easy. It wasn't all good. Because it was easy to accept one's fate. Fortunately, Qin Pingon had always accepted his fate. It was so that he could not accept his fate at certain moments. Otherwise, if the joys and sorrows of the world were accidentally intertwined, it would make the most careful person feel especially uncomfortable. Since the girl Kuyu was asking for a beating, he had to show some sincerity. As a pure martial artist, if he was too fussy about the distance between men and women, he wasn't heroic enough. Qin Pingon turned around and used the upper 5 realms heaven and earth sleeve to put away the pair of magical blades that were handy to him. He couldn't ask for more about the Q-seeking fist. Qin Pingon couldn't wait for her to throw out 1,000 punches. With her peak martial artist's physique, she would smash it on his body. However, when Qin Pingon suppressed his peak martial artist's physique to the lowest level, even if the martial artist Kuyu was fast enough, she didn't have the slightest intention of taking the initiative to punch. It was obvious that she would either punch Qin Pingon or use her physique, magical robe and rainbow-colored dew armor to take a punch. If Qin Pingon was perfunctory, Kuyu didn't mind. After all, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. Once the time was up, she would leave on time and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore Qin Pingon had no choice but to no longer hide his strength. Not only did he increase the strength of his fists, he also sped up slightly. With one punch he shattered the dew armor that could not be identified as real or fake. With another punch he shattered the robe that he did not know the name of. With the last punch he shattered the martial artist's head. All of them turned into moonlight. Kuyu knew that it was meaningless to test the young hidden official's 9 realms. Her figure dissipated on the spot. Her figure turned from 1 to 10 and scattered all over the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were 2 at the cliff and 1 at the top of the city. There was no longer the round-faced lady that was easy to talk to. Her figure was different. There was the golden body, the sword Immortal, and the demon's true body. Even though she had merged with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon still couldn't tell where Kuyu's true body was. 9 fakes and 1 real? Could be all real or all fake. These existences that he didn't know if they were real or fake asked in unison, "Why didn't you use the sword Immortals that walked out of the painting? Wouldn't it save more time and effort?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The time for an incense stick to burn is actually very long. It's just that I have nothing to do, so I cherish every little bit of it." As he spoke, Qin Pingon stepped on something and his figure slowly rose into the sky. This was because a huge imitation of the Beko Keikyung building appeared under his feet. It revealed its full appearance bit by bit. Finally, the peak of the Beko Keikyung building rose into the sky. It only stopped when it almost touched the top of the sky. The young hidden official, who was wearing a Daoist's crimson-purple heavenly robe, looked like a real immortal of the Beko Keikyung building. His Daoist skills reached the heavens, which was why he could stroll around leisurely. He stepped on the peak of the Beko Keikyung building step by step. Finally, he walked to a place where the most scheming people were fighting against each other. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and grabbed. He held a sword Immortal banner and gently knocked it on the sky beside him. Rings of ripples appeared in the void, endless layers of rings. Kuyu suddenly asked, "I'm not that Lu Kai. You seem a little angry? Do you have some guesses about that Lu Kai? Just because I'm not Lu Kai, it confirms some of your thoughts?" Qin Pingon was as calm as usual. He smiled casually and said, "How is that possible? Miss Kuyu, don't be so suspicious. How can I guess a guy who can make Miss Kuyu look all over the world and wear out many cotton shoes? Half an incense stick's time had passed. Qin Pingon instantly calmed his mind and focused. It was as if he had sunk into the bottom of an ancient well. His mind was quiet as if he was wandering freely. His mind followed the ripples and scattered. He smiled and said, Miss Kuyu, as a demon cultivator, you have to be more careful with your name in the future. Otherwise it's easy to reveal the foundation of the great Tao. This is a taboo in the pugilistic world. You must remember. Kuyu is too obvious. Why don't you learn from Firen? Her literary talent is outstanding. He sounds like a refined scholar. After acknowledging her ancestors and surnamed Qin, it will be even better. Those 10 Kuyu seem to have the competitive mentality of your virtue is 1 foot high, my devil is 10 feet high. 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000. On the city wall she was everywhere. Among them only one Kuyu, who showed her true appearance, looked up at the towering building and smiled. But I've already chosen my name. The world knows it. How can I say in the future? Besides, I don't want to change my name. Gusts of cool wind blew slowly high in the sky. The young man's clothes and sideburns fluttered together. He smiled and gave the answer, in your next life. Kuyu was not too afraid of Qin Pingon's next move. She just couldn't help but frown. He was only the 11th. And the guy standing at the highest point of the fake Beko Kekyung building seemed to see through Kuyu's thoughts at a glance. He said, if it weren't for the fact that I'm here and have some advantages, I definitely wouldn't even be ranked 11th. Kuyu suddenly wanted to get serious with him. He was no longer just trying. Qin Pingon didn't say anything superfluous. He just slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. A playful look flashed by, but it just happened to be seen by Kuyu. Seemed to be saying, I definitely can't beat you to death. You can't beat me to death either. Then let's both be more serious and try again. 7:14. Qin Pingon held a fully repaired sword fairy banner in his hand and stood at the highest point of the imitation Beko Kekyung building. In his own world, Qin Pingon's eyes could see everything clearly, just like how a layman would engrave a notice on a cliff. Kuyu seemed to have a special liking for the rainbow-colored sweet dew armor. Cultivator Kuyu was the only one who appeared on the city wall with her original appearance. She condensed the moonlight with her natal supernatural power and put on the strange armor that seemed to have refined an ancient rainbow. She looked up at the young hidden official who was wearing what seemed to be a Daoist heavenly robe. The armor on her body was flowing with colorful light, like the elegant ribbon of a Wu family fairy on a mural in a Buddhist temple. Kuyu quietly waited for the ripples of the sword aura to scatter between heaven and earth, confronting her bright moonlight everywhere. It was like two armies facing each other with millions of soldiers and horses on both sides. Kuyu was very familiar with the imitated Beko Kekyung building under Qin Pingon's feet. It came from the adjacent bright moon of the master of the Lotus Nunnery. It was an ancient relic that the old demon gave to the last disciple of the Moon Tuo Mountain as a meeting gift in order to express his goodwill to the grand ancestor of the Moon Tuo Mountain. After Li Zhen was defeated and died, it was picked up by Qin Pingon, who had not become a hidden official at that time. Obviously he had received the guidance of an expert and was able to completely refine it. Was it the Daoist saint who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Aura in the past? However, would it be against the Daoist ritual to guide a Confucian disciple to refine the imitated Beko Kekyung building? Kuyu knew that the other party was still trying hard to find the location of her real body, but she was still distracted by her thoughts. No wonder Mr. Zhou said that she was too lazy. However, Kuyu intended to be more serious today because she was indeed a little angry. On the city wall, Kuyu's moonlight doppelgangers were everywhere. One by one, the sword immortals took out their flying swords. The martial artists punched the Beko Kekyung building. The big demon's real body rose from the ground, or its huge body crashed into the Beko Kekyung building. The ripples of sword aura from the sword immortal streamer suddenly formed knots in various places along the path of all existences. Then they formed a huge net. The threads were the tens of thousands of fine sword auras on half of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It was obvious that in order to shake the White Jade capital, one had to first use their fleshly body, flying swords, fist techniques, or spells and divine abilities to break through the abundant sword auras that were everywhere. Their imposing manner was overbearing, and they weren't using any kind of camouflage. Therefore, when Shiryu took action alone, it was as if there was a great army in formation, joining forces to attack the White Jade capital. As for Kuiyu's original appearance, she flew up with the wind. The colorful clothes on her body broke the sword aura net along the way, and she was going to Qin Pingan's vicinity. Qin Pingan, who was in the pure jade realm, smiled. He raised one hand and took out a bright and magical 5 thunders seal from his palm. It suddenly became as big as a mountain and sank down in an instant. It overlapped with the top of the Beko Keikyung building. Qin Pingan was not only on the top of the Beko Keikyung building, but also on the top of the seal. The high eaves of the building were like a road in the human world. There was a scholar riding a white bull with books hanging from the horns of the bull. Thousands of spells gathered and lightning intertwined. It was as if there was a heaven's tribulation gathering in the sky. If it was not in the Great Wall of Sword Aura but in any other world, the demons, ghosts, and otherworldly beings below the level of Earth immortals would be scared out of their wits, and their Daoist heart would shatter upon seeing the Beko Keikyung building, the thunder tribulation, and the deity in the sky. Qin Pingan, who looked like a deity in the Beko Keikyung building and also like a deity, could only see Kuiyu, who was wearing colorful clothes and armor. His mind had already scanned the world. Qin Pingan held the sword fairy banner and stepped out. He stepped on the seal firmly. Holding the banner in his left hand, he put 2 fingers on his right hand together. He faced the ground and gently wrote words. Although it was called the Thunder Dharma seal, it was regarded as the most supreme thunder spell. It was worthy of the reputation of thousands of creation. When the seal was out, it hung high in the sky. The scene shown by the spell was not only limited to thunder and lightning. From the seal's script, bolts of thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. It was as if there were 16 heavenly thunder generals of the heavenly court holding whips together. Bolts of golden thunder and lightning fell rapidly from all directions. With a slight turn, they finally struck the big demons who were hitting the Beko Keikyung building. The moonlight shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. The 5 thunder seal formed by Qin Pingan's palm. Previously, in the prison, it was the demonic frost who showed it the right way. The tailor-twisting heart helped to move the 5 thunder seal from the temple to the peak of a mountain, where the lines on Qin Pingan's palm were. The seal had a total of 6 sides. It was called the 6 full seals by the frost, also known as the moon full seal. Other than the missing heavenly seal script at the top, one side was blank. The bottom side was written in insect bird seal script with 16 words. 5 thunder clusters, total mastery of 10,000 arts. Cut 5 leaks, cardinal point of heaven and earth. Therefore, the origin of the 16 thunder whips, that looked like the ancient gods, were the manifestation of these 16 ancient seal scripts. Every insect bird seal script at the bottom of the seal seemed to be the center of a department of the thunder sect. On the other 4 sides, there were a total of 36 gods with closed eyes who had yet to open their eyes. The meaning of 4, 9, 36. The 9 words had a great meaning, so the inscribed portraits were all patterns of the Lord of Thunder and Mother of Lightning, the Count of Wind and the Lord of Rain, the Spirit General of Cloud, the Heavenly Lady and the Heavenly Official. The yin and yang of heaven and earth were infinite. They were all in the seal mountain and in the palm that held the seal. The words that Qin Pingan wrote at the moment were the words, heavenly, for the seal. The study at the foot of the mountain contained the heavenly and earth box that contained the ancient inkstone. The 5 thunder seal on the mountain that fell into Qin Pingan's hands by chance should have both the heavenly and earth boxes. Qin Pingan wanted to use this seal to fill in the gaps. He wanted to fill in the gaps for the final blank side of the seal. The second shopkeeper did not read much, but he did know a lot about seal engraving. So what if the moon is full and full? The heart is like the bright moon. When the 2 are connected, the loss will be full. The cycle of the great Tao has always been a cycle of profit and loss. I have been alone on the city wall for many years, but I have not complained about the heavens and others every day. I have not delayed refining the sword, drawing talismans, practicing my fist and cultivating my heart. I have even done the refining of 300,000 words. Even if the landscape travelogue only had this much content, Qin Pingan would still refine it even if it was 3 million words or 10 million words. If there was a chance in the future, he would use the alias of Chao to travel the world. On the path of a talisman, I am also a refiner who has reached a higher level. On the city wall there was a replica of the Beko Keikyung building. The true bodies of great demons shook this towering building, which was also Tao integration with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. They allowed the mighty thunder whips to smash on their bodies. The moonlight shattered and became full again. They did not seem to be tired and did not seem to be damaged at all. It was as if they shook the Beko Kekyung building even a little, they would shake Qin Pingan's soul and Dao heart. There were also martial artists in the Golden Body and Far Travel Realm who were climbing the Beko Kekyung building in the city wall on credit. They quickly ascended to the sky. Each of them walked as if they were flying and climbed the cliff like apes. There were also golden bodies that Qin Pingan did not know the origins of. Each of them was 1,000 feet tall. They held divine weapons and smashed the Beko Kekyung building crazily. Qin Pingan's state of mind was slightly moved. He could not help but frown slightly. Isn't this credit a little too much? She's young but has so many tricks up her sleeves. A girl who looks silly but is actually very cunning. She won't have any friends in the Jianghu. You have your spells and supernatural powers as many as the hairs on a cow. I have my own special skills. Qin Pingan stabbed the sword Immortal Gonfalon in his hand into the ground. He moved as fast as lightning and fell from the Beko Kekyung building to the human world. The Gonfalon and the Dharma seal were both refined items. Naturally, they did not hinder him. The Gonfalon passed through them and disappeared in an instant. It landed in a replica of the Beko Kekyung building. After the sword Immortal Gonfalon was nailed into the ground in the center of the city, the banner stood upright and the troops gathered. The sword immortals hidden in the Gonfalon appeared one by one. They walked out of the Gonfalon and shot out like shooting stars. They were either riding on their swords or holding onto their swords. They were in charge of intercepting and killing the martial artists who were attached to the Beko Kekyung building on credit. This time the sword immortal's sword aura was much more imposing than when Li Zhen had first used it. Qin Pingan's attention was still on the matter of the seal. Qin Pingan had already refined the 4 words of this Dharma seal as the heavenly money seal script. It was just that he did not really concentrate on it and did not use the mountain opening technique from the True Alchemy manuscript. Therefore, the writing now was the first complete appearance of the 5 Thunder Dharma seal. Under the guidance of Qin Pingan's handwritten words and his mind, the surface of the Dharma seal crumbled like sparkling snowflakes. Finally, there were 4 words: the water reveals the stone. When the words appeared, they were not big at first. They were only the size of a palm. Compared to the top of the Dharma seal, which was as big as a hill, it was negligible. Qin Pingan lowered his head and looked at the 4 words. The first strange thing about this talisman was that after Qin Pingan had suffered a great loss in the past, he chose to write the words in reverse this time. In addition, he borrowed the cultivation base of the pure jade state from the heaven and earth. In the end, it was not difficult to complete the talisman. It was completed in one go. Looking at the 4 words, Qin Pingan smiled and squinted his eyes. He was indeed happy. It was as if the great Tao was far away and some high and mighty existences were far away but unreachable. However, since Qin Pingan could write these 4 words today, it proved that if he continued on this path for 10 years, 100 years or 1,000 years, he would only be closer to those existences than the young man who carried a sword on his back and carried a wormwood boat. He was getting closer every day. One day when he traveled the world, he would not need to look up at the real Beko Kekyung building. One day when he traveled on his sword and visited the world, he would be on par with the peak of the Beko Kekyung building. Cai Jiyue, who was originally flying towards Qin Pingan and the 5 Thunder Dharma seal, suddenly changed her mind. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers shrank and was about to attack the sword immortal banner that was the core of the formation. Qin Pingan, who had completed the seal in the sky screen, smiled and learned from Cai Jiyue. Although he had lost his yin spirit and yang spirit and his great Tao had been severely damaged, Qin Pingan was not too disappointed about it. I'm still me. Qin Pingan is still Qin Pingan. I live in my heart for a long time and I am always in my hometown. The sweet dew armor, which was more like the Dharma robe worn by the cultivator Cai Jiyue, made Qin Pingan look at it in a new light. It was an unexpected surprise. Zhong Kue once said that the most mysterious thing about the 7 sweet dew armors, including Shiyu, was that they had some natal supernatural powers similar to the sword cultivator. When Cai Jiyue was just close to the city where the sword immortal banner was located, 7 fairies transformed from 7 colorful ribbons. Finally, a rainbow hung in the sky. It started from where Cai Jiyue was riding the wind and finally landed on the sword immortal banner. When the rainbow collided with the banner, the light was dazzling and splashed in all directions. However, the momentum was endless like a river flowing into the sea. The qi around the banner surged like waves hitting the reef. When the spiritual qi and the sword qi merged, the sword Immortal banner began to tremble. After learning from Cai Jiyue, there was also a Qin Pingon standing on the top of the banner. One hand was behind his back and the other hand was in front of him. With a smile on his face, he looked through the rainbow and looked at the woman who was flying towards him. He smiled and said, "My little Baek Okekyung building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. Only this door is not open. Miss Saiju, please go somewhere else to enjoy the scenery." It was actually a Qin Pingon who was wearing a green Daoist robe. His face was slightly older than the real Qin Pingon. This seemed these words. It was likely that all the Daoist immortals in the world would not be happy to see or hear it. Cai Jiyue was not sure of the real identity of the middle-aged Daoist illusion. However, it did not matter to her if she knew. She herself had often overstepped her authority. For example, when she reached the top of the rainbow arc, she turned into the figure and face of the Lotus Nunnery Master. She reached out her hand and pressed. In the sky above the city, the sea of clouds condensed into a jade-white palm. There were lotus leaves on the palm. The moonlight was bright and the green lotuses nestled together. Then suddenly the lotus pond on the palm bloomed with countless snow-white lotus flowers. The middle-aged Daoist Qin Pingon glanced at the palm and the lotus pond blooming. He smiled and said, "The great Tao is great. It is not the size of the image. Small, it is still small." The Daoist kept one hand behind his back. He formed a seal and flicked his finger. A speck of golden light slowly flew up. The lotus pond fell with the sound of thunder and the pressure of mountains. It was majestic. Every time the lotus pond bloomed, there would be a snow-white pillar of light descending. The middle-aged Daoist speck of golden light swayed like a bird flapping its wings in the wind and rain. It took the lead to welcome the snow-white torrential rain. Daoist Qin Pingon smiled and said, "As the law commands, go." The speck of golden light suddenly disappeared and arrived at the back of the palm that was facing down. There were already dragonflies on it. Regardless of whether it was the clash between the rainbow light and the sword Immortal banner, or the mountain-like pressure of the huge hand. The appearance of the speck of golden light did not have the slightest bit of heaven and earth phenomenon. Logically speaking, it was useless. However, when the golden light stopped at the back of the hand, it made the snow-white torrential rain return. The flower bloomed first, but before it bloomed, the palm fell and retreated. The river of time flowed in reverse. It was like a competition of Daoist techniques between the middle-aged Daoist and the Lotus Nunnery Master. Cai Jiyue shook her wrist and put away the divine ability that she had learned after a few glances. The huge hand in the sky dissipated. She continued to focus on shaking the sword Immortal banner. Not only was she a pure martial artist, but she was also a cultivator who could defeat 10 people with strength. This cultivator, Cai Jiyue, stopped and looked around. The danger was high as the sky. 5 cities, 12 buildings. Waves of lightning, wrapped in the mighty might of the heavenly Tao, smashed into the land under the Baek Okekyung building's jurisdiction, scattering the moonlight of the great demon's true body time and time again. However, the sword Immortal banner was suppressed by the rainbow light. The number of sword immortals that came out of it was too few, causing the martial artists who ascended to Cai Jiyue to be unable to kill the sword light and slay the sword immortals. Cai Jiyue was already more than half of the martial artist's journey to heaven. Then Cai Jiyue sensed something strange. This was the first time she felt this way. Qin Pingon finally began to use his trump card. If Cai Jiyue guessed correctly, he was using one of his natal items. Inside the Baek Okekyung building there were 5 slender martial artists Qin Pingon. They were either wearing straw shoes, carrying a saber, carrying a sword behind their backs, a wine pot hanging from their waists, a jade hairpin on their heads, or a scholar in green robes. At the same time, they appeared in the Baek Okekyung buildings and cities of different heights. Every Qin Pingon was wearing one of the 5 colors of clothes. They casually killed those martial artists whose realms weren't high enough. Too slow. Punching is too slow. Like paper. Martial arts fist. Don't scratch the enemy lightly when you punch them. The 5 martial artists Qin Pingon didn't stop punching. They shattered the bodies of the martial artists one by one, wrung their heads, or slashed down with a straight hand knife, directly splitting the martial artists into 2. What a caring and protective second shopkeeper. Another warm and mellow voice fell from the sky into Tsai Ju's heart lake. Miss Tsai, you and the Lotus Nunnery Master have been neighbors for a long time, but I've never spoken to that Tianmu Taoist saint. Why is the Tao technique in your heart so weak and vulnerable? That's why it's better to find a wise master than a scripture master. Why don't you become my disciple and cultivate the Tao technique? I can take you in as an unofficial disciple first. I've always had a high threshold for accepting disciples. And I'm actually quite good at preaching the Tao. The appearance of your spell is nothing more than a vast moon. As the host, you're treating your guests separately. The foundation of the great Tao should be one. Why don't Miss Tsai be more sincere and take out the real supernatural power as a gift? Tsai was so annoying. He was quite capable, but he had too many strange words. He had never been so annoyed by a guy. Perhaps Tu Jiang Xianxia, who chased after her for thousands of miles with a willow leaf, couldn't be compared to this Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon, who was standing at the highest point, suddenly stepped on the last two words written in the heavenly seal script, which belonged to the talisman. Previously he wrote, "It was that order Qin Lu." Then the complete talisman was Lu Chen's edict. Hence Qin Pingon stepped heavily on the two words Lu Chen, waved his hand and laughed, "Go." The two words Lu and Qin went to the top left and bottom right corners of the seal. The two words order and order went to the other two corners. The 6 full 5 Thunder Dharma seal was finally completed. Tsai's heart trembled. She knew that something was wrong. That 5 Thunder seal, which was like the opening of the Thunder Department's gates, suddenly fell to the ground with an unreasonable speed, merging with the city and the great Tao. It caused close to half of Tsai's illusions to be placed in the 4 words Lu Chen's edict at the same time. Tsai, who was standing at the top of the rainbow light, realized that only now did Qin Pingon use the basic method of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, isolating the heavens and earth. At the same time he brought out the 2 life flying swords, which were unknown but had a rough idea of their abilities. 3 big and small heavens and earth detaining half of Tsai. Tsai sighed faintly. Indeed, annoying people have even more annoying methods. Regarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi's heavens and earth restriction, as well as the young hidden official's life-flying sword, she was already prepared for the worst. However, she did not expect that this 5 Thunder Spell Full Moon Seal, which was used by people to increase the power of their attacks, would be refined into a cage by Qin Pingon with just a few strokes. A martial artist who had just started to climb up the Beko Keikyung building, Tsai, and not the 7-colored clothed cultivator Tsai, was responsible for retracting all the moonlight, turning back into a young woman with a round face. She was already in the small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage. The seal landed, the lightning disappeared, and the heavens and earth turned dim. It was like a chaotic land before the heavens and earth were formed. Even the towering Beko Keikyung building, the sword Immortal banner, the middle-aged Daoist, and the 5 martial artists Qin Pingon all disappeared. The young man in a bright red robe held a narrow saber in his hand and gently tapped his shoulder. He slowly descended from the sky towards the city wall with a bright smile. "Even if I can't completely kill Miss Tsai, I have to leave Miss Tsai on the city wall." The young hidden official spoke politely. However, in this small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage filled with sword qi, other than the path where Qin Pingon landed, the flying swords dissipated on their own to make way for a bright red robe. The rest of the heavens and earth were filled with flying swords, forming a dense array from the sky of the small heavens and earth. Layer by layer, the tips of the swords all pointed at Tsai. Within 100 feet of Tsai, the moonlight was like water, blocking the flying swords. Tsai asked doubtfully, "You arbitrarily changed the purpose of this 5 Thunder Seal. Don't you feel sorry for it? Because of this, the seal that had the potential to become an immortal weapon will not only be separated from its perfect state, its offensive power will also be reduced by half, and it will also lose the opportunity to become a sect seal?" Qin Pingon blinked his eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. He seemed to be saying that Miss Tsai's question was too big and too difficult to answer. Tsai asked curiously, "Isn't it?" Qin Pingon stopped tapping the saber and raised the saber on his shoulder. He complained, "Miss Yu, you and I hit it off. I won't allow you to look down on yourself like this. Half a month's credit or half a month's credit is fine. Don't tell me it's not worth the value of a sect's Dharma seal?" Tsai blamed herself and said, "Your talisman's method is too strange. I didn't expect that a seal restriction could be so strange." Qin Pingon suddenly asked an even stranger question. Can a person's self-blame kill? Sai raised her hands and slapped her cheeks heavily. Without Qin Pingon's half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no matter how strange his unpolished Jade Realm Qin Pingon's method was, could it really stop a bright moon's travel? Qin Pingon hung Sai on his waist, stopped smiling and stopped in the air. He put 2 fingers of his left hand together and gently pressed against the void in front of him. Finally there was a faint light of a lamp. Qin Pingon's 2 fingers slowly moved from right to left. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and stared at the light. It became brighter and finally became more and more like a sword. In the small world of the human body, there was a small golden figure gently holding the sword hilt. It rode the fire dragon all the way to Qin Pingon's heart lake. Looking up at the sky, there was a moon hanging in the sky. Behind Qin Pingon, there was an indomitable golden spirit. It was Qin Pingon's golden body, but it was wearing a Daoist robe and had a middle-aged face. The 4 words of heaven and earth converged into one place. The young man Qin Pingon with a jade hairpin on his head stepped on 2 of the words. His smile was confident, almost arrogant. He had the awe-inspiring spirit of a scholar of our generation. The young man with straw sandals stepped on the 2 words Lu Qin, with a white jade hairpin on his head and a water character seal on his waist. First he was in the pseudo-jade realm of unifying heaven and earth. Here he let his imagination run wild, muttered to himself and came and went alone. He reached the peak of Wufu Mountain by breaking his Jindan. On the city wall he became a Jindan guest for the last time, and finally became a person of his generation in the eyes of the immortals on the mountain. Then he memorized the fist technique Shaking Mountain Manual, the talisman True Elixir Calligraphy, and the straightforwardly titled Swordsmanship Manual by heart. There was still one empty acupoint for opening the mansion but not for refining the natal item. There was still one left to return home. The setting sun went far away and the flowers on the moshang slowly returned. The moonlight around Kuyu became brighter and the moonlight became denser. Layers of flying sword formations formed by Moon in the Well's natal ability collapsed on the spot after being plated with a layer of moonlight. Kuyu's figure was shrouded in the moonlight, like a small pocket-sized moon, and became bigger and bigger. However, Kuyu suddenly frowned. Countless flying swords were destroyed by the sword formations, but somehow the other party's flying swords were destroyed. However, the true one and only flying sword seemed to be quietly refined by this natal moonlight. Kuyu immediately stopped thinking, and dispelled the idea of using the moonlight to forcefully open the formation and break through 3 layers of restrictions before leaving. Even if Qin Pingon was now a sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm, how strong could his sword be? In reality, was the 10 million flying swords really referring to the real Kuyu? She started to gather the moonlight, and the moonlight around her became denser and denser. Try it. Kill it. Qin Pingon suddenly reached out to hold the sword hilt and held it horizontally in front of him. The godly spirit behind him did the same thing and it was exactly the same. Kuyu, do you really think I don't know where you are hiding? I regard you as a wild beast in the wild world. You shouldn't treat me as a human being. Come to me and be my enemy. Please be more careful. Cut the moon in my heart with a sword. Please show yourself. Then cut your real body with a sword. Please die. I have a sword to ask and I ask heaven and earth to answer. Start with the bright moon. Kuyu picked the moon from the sky and returned to the human world. She went straight to the opposite city in a daze, which made Li Zhen a little unhappy. Now he couldn't beat that little girl, but the key was that the other party was not bad in terms of birth and family background. Only when Li Zhen was at the peak could he exchange his life with Kuyu in the human world. Her round face was no longer very likable. Her carefree attitude and the look of "don't bother me" had once made Li Zhen envious to the point of jealousy. Li Zhen immediately rode his sword to the edge of the cliff and complained, "Why didn't you stop Kuyu? What was so great about being blessed by the heavens and being blessed by the heavens? Can you break the rules of the Jazzy tent just because you can pick a moon from the sky? If we let our hidden official catch her and chat with her, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted in an instant?" Now Li Zhen and the Dragon Monarch were standing on half of the city wall. The 100 sword immortals of the moon's supporting mountain had almost all rushed to the vast world, but Li Zhen was still dawdling here. As the direct disciple of the great ancestor of this world, he had lost the face of the moon's supporting mountain. When one of Li Zhen's senior brothers passed by the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he didn't even greet Li Zhen and directly rode the wind to the top of the city wall. The Dragon King condensed a vague silhouette with thousands of tiny streams of sword chi. The old man raised his sleeve, pointed his finger at the only moon left in the sky and said, "There is one left. If you have the ability to take it down, I will let you go to the city wall on the other side. You can do whatever you want." The 100-sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain were of course the gods' favored sons of the desolate world. But above them there was a small group of people with hidden identities. They were young and had a high status. They were not recorded in the Jiazi tent. Other than the round-faced woman who made Li Zhen nag non-stop, the mistress of the moon in the sky, there was actually Firen, Wuxia and Itan Duku and others. Li Zhen sighed, Dragon Monarch, oh senior, you and I have been friends for thousands of years. You should cherish it. Not only did you not protect me but you also said such hurtful words. Can a jar of old wine withstand a few mouthfuls of yours? Always leave a way out. Geniuses never leave a way out. Picking the moon to the human world. In the past, the master of the Lotus Nunnery who refined half of the moon could barely do it. But because of the existence of the moon-supporting mountain, she didn't dare to do it. Of course, it was meaningless to do it. The moon was not in the sky. Using the geographical location to exchange for the timing of the heavens was a loss. It was detrimental to the cultivation of the great Tao. In the vast world there were many paradises and blessed lands. The master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious. She tried to combine the moon in the sky everywhere. When the time came, the old demon would merge with the timing of the heavens and manifest the heavenly Tao, with her true body. She was not a god but she was better than a god. It was said that before the great battle, Zhou Mi once went to the sky and discussed the Tao with the master of the Lotus Nunnery. Zhou Mi laughed in the moon and said, "Why should we lose to the past this year? Why should we lose to the ancients?" It was a pity that the wind and rain always blew away. The pitiful master of the Lotus Nunnery didn't even get to see the bright moon in the vast world. It couldn't be said that the master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious but not talented. It was just that Dong Sanjing's sword was too overbearing. Old man Dong's feat was not only to kill the master of the Lotus Nunnery, but also to completely destroy a part of the luck of the desolate world. It was like smashing a grain of grain rain money into a pile of snow money. Even if the snow money still fell into the pockets of the moon-supporting mountain, the difference in price was a real loss to the desolate world. If the moon-supporting mountain wanted to reconstruct a complete moon and hang the canopy in the sky again, it would cost a lot of money. Although the Dragon Monarch let the cotton-clothed round-faced girl land on the opposite side of the city, he had been paying attention to the situation there. If Kuiyu made any moves that crossed the line, he couldn't blame him for being merciless. As one of the top 10 youths in the world, his Tao was destined to be high and far. Of course, he was extraordinary. However, in the eyes of an ancient sword immortal like the Dragon Monarch, looking at these energetic juniors was nothing more than looking at himself in the past. Compared to Li Zhen, who was always absent-minded and lazy in his sword practice, Kuiyu's realm was high enough. He also had a unique ability, so he was able to break through the layers of restrictions and enter a no-man's land to meet the young secluded official. One had just returned to his hometown from the other party's hometown, while the other liked to be a watchdog for other people. A young man and a young woman of similar age from different hometowns happened to be among the top 11 youths. Li Zhen asked, "Are you chatting or fighting?" The Dragon Monarch said, "A single man and a single woman, dry wood and blazing fire. Do you believe it?" Li Zhen said with a cheeky smile, "Hurry up and open the restriction. Let me see. Seeing is believing. I want to see if the two of them have really stirred up the fire. When the time comes, I'll make a painting of immortals and find someone to help me send it to Ning Yao. At that time, Qin Pingon might be killed by Ning Yao before Lu Cha. Wouldn't that be perfect? If Ning Yao attacked him with her sword, the secluded official wouldn't dare to fart. He could only stretch his neck obediently. That's what I admire the most about the secluded official." The Dragon Monarch glanced at the increasingly unfamiliar clairvoyance and shook his head. "This time when you and I meet again, there's only one thing that I have to admit. That is, you are indeed more pitiful than Qin Pingon. You are indeed no longer the clairvoyance. At the very least, Qin Pingon is staying here as a watchdog. No one thinks that it's funny. Maybe even Firen and Wooden Clog will treat him with respect." The Dragon Monarch looked up at the sky. In the past, the three of them used to cultivate and climb the mountain together. In the end, their paths diverged to that mountain in the wilderness. He, the dragon monarch, didn't die at Moon-Bearing Mountain. His heart died at the moment when Qin Qingdao said he wanted to go to Moon-Bearing Mountain. The reason why he was still willing to go to Moon-Bearing Mountain with his sword was to give an explanation to his fellow felons who became felons. Qin Qingdao had died once in the Battle of the Moon-Supporting Mountain, and now he had died once again. Then what about this clairvoyance? Similarly, he had died once at the Moon-Supporting Mountain and then lost to Qin Pingon outside the city. Li Zhen's Daoist heart and the last bit of clairvoyance spirit that could be vaguely seen had probably died completely. The dragon monarch almost never asked about the same thing twice. But today the old man made an exception for Moon-Bearing Mountain and now for Li Zhen. In the last battle with Qin Pingon, what did you see with that flying sword's natal abijna? Li Zhen smiled. One is not clairvoyance, the other is not like the dragon monarch. You still have the nerve to pity me. The dragon monarch changed the question. That person at Moon-Bearing Mountain, did he see the same result as you? Li Zhen thought for a while. I don't know if my master knows. Because I don't know anything at all. The dragon monarch no longer spoke. This Li Zhen really deserves to die. In the future I'll take it as a final farewell for clairvoyance. Li Zhen didn't know if he didn't know the dragon monarch's intention, or if he knew he wouldn't do anything. He just pestered, Senior Dragon Monarch, please open the restriction. Practicing the sword is so boring. He didn't expect the dragon monarch to really open the mountain restriction of the Jiazi tent. Li Zhen exclaimed and said, Bekokekyung building Sai. Master Hidden Official's resentment towards Qin Ming Tian is a bit big. This pure Jade Realm technique is really amazing. I can't afford to provoke it. Look, Master Hidden Official is starting to bewitch people again. Luckily it's Sister Moon-Bearing Mountain who doesn't think much. If it's Sister Moon-Bearing Mountain she will definitely be killed. Dragon Monarch, you are senior and knowledgeable. Do you know where Moon-Bearing Mountain's real body is? Can Master Hidden Official's dog nose smell it? The Dragon Monarch listened to Li Zhen's chatter and thought of some old things that he didn't want to think about. Qin Qingdao's natal flying sword, duckweed, had long been broken in Moon-Bearing Mountain. Therefore there was a saying that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and there was a saying that a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea. Dragon Monarch, natal flying sword, Great Ruins, Immortal Tomb. Clairvoyance, natal flying sword, River of Time. Therefore, in an old almanac that was thousands of years old, on the front page of the old almanac, there was a record of sword cultivator clairvoyance. The path of cultivation was the most bumpy, and he was targeted the most by those ancient gods. His good friends Qin Qingdao and the Dragon Monarch had been the Dao protectors of clairvoyance for the longest time. This was because the sword cultivators who had the most Dao protectors were the deceased sword cultivators who had been annihilated in the dust of history. There were once a few sword cultivators who had extremely high attainments in the sword Dao. Their sword skills were high, their sword intents flourished, and the majestic sight of their swords were enough to make the Dragon Monarch, who had long given up, feel ripples in his heart when he occasionally thought of them 10,000 years later. It was hard for the later generations to imagine that Qin Qingdao's aptitude was actually not the best among the large group of sword cultivators who rose and fell like a comet when he first started practicing the sword. It could even be said that he was ordinary. It was just that Qin Qingdao's fortuitous encounter was not bad. In the end, Qin Qingdao grasped it and held it firmly. He held that fortuitous encounter tightly in his hand like a sword. However, with Qin Qingdao's stubborn personality, he probably wasn't willing to be honest with anyone for the past 10,000 years. The sea turned into mulberry fields and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Humans tend to forget things when they get old. Li Zhen tiptoed and looked at the battlefield, sighing, these two can really fight. They have all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. My eyes are dazzled. Endless spells, messy methods and tit-for-tat confrontations on various battlefields. Li Zhen suddenly asked. Qin Pingon seems to have used his pure jade cultivation from the beginning. It doesn't seem like the style of our hidden official. The result of this battle won't be all talk and no action, right? Indeed, it was all talk and no action. The Five Thunders seal that hung high above the Bekokekyung building had 16 words in it. Each word contained the true meaning of Taoism. The deities held thunder and lightning in their hands and whipped the earth fiercely. It made Li Zhen a little absent-minded, as if a sword cultivator in the past had returned to the ancient battlefield through observation. Li Jin shook his head and dispelled this meaningless thought. Li Jin said with a look of regret, "It's a pity it's not Lu Kai. As long as it's Lu Kai with those two life-bound flying swords, coupled with a treasure temporarily borrowed from Moon-supporting mountain, even if our hidden official is extremely careful, he will still suffer a crushing defeat." The Dragon Monarch sneered, "You like to place your hopes on others. It's no longer observation. You don't even want to be a sword cultivator now?" Li Jin complained, "Dragon Monarch, what's wrong with you? Every time you talk to me you're always so sarcastic. Why don't you arm wrestle with the hidden official?" The Dragon Monarch was still paying attention to the battle over there. He casually gave an answer, "I can't win against him in words. Why should I embarrass myself?" Li Jin was speechless. On the opposite city wall the two figures suddenly disappeared. Li Jin laughed and said, "Good hidden official. You finally can't wait to use your trump card. Sister Jiwei is too careless. It'll be difficult to get out of the pit after entering." The Dragon Monarch said, "That 5 Thunder Seal was sent out by you." Li Jin smiled and said, "Sister Jiwei wants to denounce me. He has to walk out of here alive." The Dragon Monarch said, "You're already out of the well, but you want to be a frog at the bottom of the well again. Observation is indeed the same as your good friend Qin Qingdu. Both are equally stupid." Li Jin's expression suddenly changed. He no longer had the mood to bicker with the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch had already sensed that something was wrong before Li Jin. In an instant, Li Jin was hit by the sword aura and fell off the city wall. Li Jin was stunned at first. Then he held the back of his head with both hands and let his body fall to the ground. He laughed and said, "The Dragon Monarch used his sword to help someone. What a rare thing." The Dragon Monarch stretched out his hand and held the sword. He revealed his Dharma form. The sword aura swept across the sky and shattered the sea of clouds. The Dragon Monarch's sword aura and the many ancient sword wills seemed to be fighting for the great Tao. Not only did Li Jin not dare to land casually, but he also hurriedly used a protective treasure to resist the sword wills and sword aura that did not belong to the moon-bearing mountain. The moon-bearing mountain sword immortal embryos on the city wall, who were inferior in terms of talent and opportunity, were even more unbearable. They all used their life source flying swords to protect themselves. The Dragon Monarch's sword slashed towards the opposite city wall. He no longer held back. Otherwise, the credit would harm the foundation of the Great Tao. The Dragon Monarch did not mind this. She asked for it. However, the Dragon Monarch would definitely not let Qin Pingon obtain the benefits of the Great Tao. Previously he went to the city wall on credit. Whether it was chatting or fighting, it was the Dragon Monarch's alms to a homeless dog. After Qin Pingon stabbed in his heart, the bright moon in his heart shattered. The figure of the moon-bearing mountain floated in the cage of heaven and earth. Although it was not all of the moon-bearing mountain, she was still a sparrow in a cage. Another sword. Qin Pingon's true body and the god behind him slashed down together. Heaven and earth as one sword. The figure quickly condensed into a tiny speck of moonlight. The true body of the moon-bearing mountain was first slashed apart, then shattered and shattered again. The moon of heaven and earth was round and round. The moonlight that was everywhere was turned to dust time and time again. The sword slashed down on the true body of the moon-bearing mountain. It was also the moon-bearing mountain's Tao technique. Qin Pingon looked up and sneered. The Dragon Monarch's sword did not seem too fast. Above half of the great wall of sword chi, heaven and earth returned to normal. The Dragon Monarch reached out and messed up the chaotic sword chi and fragmented moonlight. He grabbed again. A pale-faced girl with a round face stood beside the Dragon Monarch. She said hoarsely, "Thank you, Senior Dragon Monarch." The Dragon Monarch looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said, "Fortunately, the Great Tao was not damaged much. I can take this opportunity to change my temperament and cultivate diligently. I should be able to make up for it if I cultivate diligently in the vast world for a period of time." The moon-bearing mountain nodded silently. A bright red figure with both hands in his sleeves stood opposite. He looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said with a smile, "I was careless and did not control my strength well. Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, please forgive me." The moon-bearing mountain had a doubt in her heart that she hid deeply. However, she did not say anything. Her great Tao was damaged and it was not easy. If it was not for the fact that her true body was unique and blessed by the heavens, as Li Jin said, then ordinary martial artists would be rolling on the ground in pain. Those who cultivated Tao would be even more anxious. The future of their great Dao would be bleak. Li Jin hung on the city wall a little further away from the dragon monarch and the moon-bearing mountain. He looked at the other side and saw the hidden official raise his hand. In the palm of his hand, there was the purest pocket-sized moon in the world. It might even be able to compete with Qin Chuanan's moon in terms of purity. Qin Pingan's palm moved slightly. The moon rose slightly as if it was on the peak of a mountain in the palm of his hand. It was more than enough to make up for the loss he suffered when he shattered the moon with a single sword strike. The moon-bearing mountain said, "There will be a reward for today's battle." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Come again when you are free." "You're most welcome." Qin Pingan's gaze moved to look at Li Jin, who was sneaking around in the distance, and then he said with a smile, "Look at Miss Shiyu's gift when she came to visit, and then look at how petty you are. If it was me, I would have fucking killed myself long ago." Li Jin's hands were on the city wall. His body was hanging on the wall. Only his head was exposed. He looked pitiful and did not speak. The dragon monarch opened the restriction again. Qin Pingan still had his hands in his sleeves. He nodded slightly and looked up at the moon-bearing mountain. He smiled and said, "Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, forgive me for not seeing you off." Qin Pingan also had a strange matter that was neither too big nor too small. Why was this round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes so lazy in the vast world? Did she not kill people? Li Jin leaped onto the city wall. Unfortunately, the moon-bearing mountain had already turned into moonlight and disappeared. He passed through the gate of the inverted hanging mountain and traveled thousands of miles. Finally, she merged with half of Tong Yi continent's true body. Nowadays, the vast world and the desolate world were constantly clashing. Especially with Tong Yi continent and Fuyao continent's Daoist merging, the time was gradually converging. It was no longer a door away from the other day and night. The moon-bearing mountain had a mystery in her heart. Why did Qin Pingan's second sword not seem to have used all his strength? Otherwise, even if the dragon monarch helped, the moon-bearing mountain would have to leave behind more moonlight. However, the round-faced lady could not help but feel sad. Half of her moonlight was gone just like that. On a mountain peak, the round-faced lady frowned. She then squatted on the ground and patted her cheeks. She comforted herself and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Don't cry, don't cry." Qin Pingan turned and left. He did not expect the dragon monarch to attack again. It seemed like the dragon monarch was really angry this time. His body dissipated and reformed in front of him. Qin Pingan laughed out loud. On the opposite city wall, Li Jin sneakily walked to the side of a gray-robed man. This moon-bearing mountain-bearing 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 mountain did not come here with his real body. The hidden official is really ruthless. He made a huge profit from the gamble. I'm convinced. The dragon monarch did not bother with Li Jin. He only laughed coldly. "You dare to step on that name openly. Are you not afraid that the third sect master in the Baek Kyung building will sense it?" In the real Baek Kyung building, a young Daoist with a lotus crown on his head was walking on the railing. He raised his hand and looked into the distance. He laughed, "Good words, good words. Good name, good name." Qin Pingan sat on a city wall. His legs were dangling in the air. He held up a small round moon with one hand and flipped the dagger of Chao Zi that had been carelessly added with inscriptions in the later generations. The dagger came from Deer Mountain. It was engraved with the words "Morning Dew." It eventually fell into the hands of a young man named Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan looked at the pocket-sized moon, smiled and kept it in his sleeve. In the future he would give it to his first disciple as a gift for breaking through the sixth state. If he had already reached the sixth state and broke through the seventh state, it would be difficult for his master. The dagger flipped between Qin Pingan's fingertips and the back of his hand. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped. He put away the dagger and placed his hands on the city wall. He looked up and muttered to himself. Fortunately, he was safe and saw the light of day again. As for the other sins, he was the only exception. When Alliance returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the Green Underworld, they met again in a foreign land. The two of them drank together. Alliance once said that Qin Pingan was really a pity. You haven't seen the old scholar who seemed to have won before he spoke in the debate between the three sections. You haven't seen the high-spirited and high-spirited scholar with your own eyes. You haven't seen the teacher whose hair was slightly white and whose appearance wasn't too old. You haven't seen the young Cui Dong whose white clothes were whiter than snow and who held the black chess pieces. You haven't seen the young man who always held his head high after he made a mistake. You haven't seen the young Xiaoqi who liked to frown slightly when he was studying. Have you ever seen Lu Shilu who stretched out his hands and pressed down on the two heads to prevent them from fighting in anger? He grinned foolishly. Then, under the teacher's gaze, he slightly let go of one head so that the younger junior brother, Xiaoqi, could gently kick the unreasonable senior brother's wa. In the end, the teacher acted as a peacemaker and said that it was okay. Xiaoqi crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. He looked a lot like the teacher when he was teaching. The tall and slender senior brother Cui Dong would put his hands on his junior brother's shoulders and gently rest his chin on the angry young man's head. He said, "Forget it, you're the senior brother. You should give in to your junior brother." Xiaoqi would take advantage of the situation and smile at senior brother Zhou, shaking his head and saying, "Do I need him to give in to me?" When the left and right glared fiercely, the junior brother would immediately run behind the tall senior brother. However, when the senior brother let go of senior brother's shoulders, Xiaoqi felt that something was wrong and immediately hid behind the teacher. The teacher opened his arms and protected the junior brother behind him. He took a step to the left and a step to the right to stop the second disciple who was unwilling to give in. That's right. Qin Pingon had never seen it before. At that time, Qin Pingon smiled and drank a bowl of wine. He said, "I've only heard about it from you. I can only imagine what I've heard about it. However, I'm very happy just from hearing about it and imagining it." Alliance saw the sadness that seemed to escape from a young man's smile and an empty bowl of white wine. Sadness was always so mischievous. He could not hide his eyes well and could not hold back the wine. In the end, Alliance drank the last bowl of wine. He was both emotional and comforting. He said, "When I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I seemed to have aged. Then one day, a tanned and skinny young man in straw sandals and a young lady in a red cotton jacket walked towards me." At that moment, on the city wall, Qin Pingon also wanted to go back to his hometown. He wanted to walk with many people. The journey back home was long. No matter how many strangers he saw along the way, he wanted to take a good look at them. Qin Pingon held the back of his head with both hands. He straightened his back and kept looking into the distance. 7:15. Qin Pingon suddenly stood up and his vision cleared up. He cupped his fists respectfully towards a guest in the distance. Since his boss was no longer here, he was equivalent to half a guest and half a master of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course, he had to help treat the guest. Qin Pingon looked over, and as far as his vision could reach, an unexpected old senior appeared on the vast land in the south. Qin Pingon had no idea what kind of supernatural power the other party used to be able to directly destroy the mountain and river restriction that was meticulously set up in the Jiazi tent. Once the difference in realms was too great, it was useless to think too much. He was really envious of the old senior who cut off his own eyes and threw them into two different worlds. The world was so big, where could he not go if he wanted to? Who could stop him if he wanted to return to his hometown? Who would dare to come if he closed the door and refused guests? Indeed, this was the way of cultivation. When the dragon monarch saw this person suddenly appear, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. A gray robe floated to the top of the southern city wall and condensed a blurry figure with sword qi. The dragon monarch did not speak and only stared at the only exception in the wilderness. This eccentric old blind man had been abiding by the rules for 10,000 years. He only guarded his own land and liked to order taboo big demons and golden-armored deities to move 100,000 mountains. He said that he wanted to create a clean and unobtrusive painting of mountains and rivers. The dragon monarch was afraid of this person but did not respect him at all. In fact, the dragon monarch and the old blind man had known each other for a long time. They knew each other very well and used to be good friends. It was just that they were old and could not become old friends. Li Jun was more tactful. He saw that the situation was not good and was worried that the mortals would suffer if the immortals fought. He immediately flew away on his sword and went north. He even hid at the gate and joked with the man holding the sword. In the end, he asked Zhang Lu if he had wine to drink. Great Sword Celestial Zhang Lu, who was sitting cross-legged on the hitching post, threw a pot of rain dragon sex immortal wine to Li Zhen. He said that Xiao Chua sent someone to send it. Drink it sparingly. I have accumulated more than 200 pots now. Li Jin feels that the customs of the later generations of the Great Wall of Sword Qi have really been ruined by A Liang and Yingguan, these foreign scholars. Although their swordsmanship wasn't that high, each of them was better at talking than the other. Li Zhen drank wine leisurely, bent his fingers and gently tapped the horse-tied column. There are a total of 4 columns in the front and back of the gate. Historically, they were used to tie the dragon, the ox, the horse and the ape respectively. It's a pity that we have to win this door for now. Otherwise, that old man Xianxia who has been eyeing this place for 10,000 years would definitely break one of the pillars and take the other 3 for himself. Zhang Lu laughed and said, in the end it's because Yang Ji's lover can't beat your Shifu. Xianxia was one of the greater demons and he wielded a long staff on the battlefield. His arms were long like those of monkeys, and he carried a string of rough stones in his hand. They were all majestic mountains that had vanished in the history of the wildlands. A greater demon named Xianxia had first used his innate divine ability to move them away, then refine them into a string of stone beads. Xianxia had gone to the wildlands this time. He had already been to the southeast Tongyi continent and the southwest Fuyao continent. Wherever he went, as long as there was a mountain with the ancestral hall, no matter how big or small it was, he would smash it with his staff. Li Zhen jumped onto another ox-tied column at the gate and sat cross-legged like the great sword deity Zhang. He sipped his wine, thinking about how he could swindle a second pot. Zhang Lu asked, your family's due has one less round. She went back and forth twice on credit and her aura is weak. Why? Did she fight with Qin Pingon? She seems to be injured quite badly. Li Zhen nodded and said regretfully, she only suffered a small loss. Sister Yu is so powerful and it's easy for her to beat up the 11th place. She was really angry and in just a few moves she beat the hidden official until he kneeled and kowtowed, calling her grandaunt. Her reputation was destroyed in a day. Luckily not many people saw this, only me and the Dragon Monarch. And I'm the kind of person who keeps my mouth shut and I like to keep my words to myself. Unless someone invites me to drink, then I'll talk a little more. Zhang Lu smiled and said, I shouldn't have invited you to drink. Li Zhen said, I heard that you and Qin Pingon are old acquaintances? And you've met each other many times? Zhang Lu patted the dragon-tied column under his butt and said, I'm just a gatekeeper. When foreigners come and go they all have to meet me. When Zhang Lu was defeated in the battle of the 13th place, he was demoted to be a gatekeeper here. Li Zhen raised his head and looked at the sky, gently put the wine pot in his hand on the top of the column beside his feet, and suddenly laughed in his mind, Gatekeeper, brother Zhang Lu is right, but not all of it. There is a reason why a Zhangkan was lost in your hometown. And that little Daoist boy seems to throw a futon at random and sit near this ox-tied column every day to pass the time, but there is also a way to follow. Li Zhen turned his head and said with a face full of pity, you always seem to be so restless, so you always end up like this. Zhang Lu actually threw a pot of Luhua Island's wine to Li Zhen. Li Zhen smiled in surprise and said, I thought I wouldn't be able to drink Great Sword Immortal Zhang's wine in the future. Zhang Lu said, Li Zhen, it's rare for you to speak the truth, so you should have wine to drink. Li Zhen put the wine pot and the empty pot beside his feet, and for the first time he looked a little sad and murmured, it's better not to remember than to remember, and it's better not to know than not to know. Only the truly knowledgeable and enlightened people would really be afraid of the impermanence of the great Tao. Zhang Lu smiled and said, it seems that Qin Pingon won the monthly credit game and it made you feel bad. Li Zhen reached out his hand and smiled at the great sword immortal who was drinking wine. In the past I was spiritually wandering around the osmanthus tree, hanging down the hook of a poem in the human world. Now I look up at the bright moon, and the land's sword immortal drinks the heavens. How fitting. I'll buy you a pot of wine with a limerick. Don't let an old friend have no broom. Zhang Lu waved his hand and said, get out of here. Li Zhen sighed and had to open the pot of wine and talk with Uncle Huan silently. He didn't know why the old blind man came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If the old blind man and the Dragon Monarch fought, it would cause the river to change its course and it would be even more chaotic. Li Zhen smiled again. What does it have to do with me? Li Zhen cried again. Why am I involved? Zhang Lu glanced at the young sword cultivator. It seemed that he didn't get any advantage over Qin Pingon. The young hidden official who had been trapped in one place for a long time didn't lose his mind, but the disciple of the moon-bearing mountain who was free was about to go crazy. Qin Pingon didn't keep standing on the high city wall. He took a step and his body fell rapidly. He wanted to land straight on the ground, but before his feet touched the ground he was hit by the Dragon Monarch's sword without warning. The Dragon Monarch was too vengeful. Qin Pingon had to use his mind to appear on a stroke of the city wall that was closest to the ground. He tried to get closer to the old senior. It was too disrespectful to talk to an old senior at the highest point. Whether the senior was calculative or not, it was the senior's magnanimity. Whether the junior was bothered or not, it was the junior's etiquette. It wasn't just for the old sword immortal and the old blind man. Qin Pingon traveled the world and it was the same everywhere. There was a listless old dog lying at the old blind man's feet. It was bored and raised its paw to scratch the ground. Qin Pingon couldn't break the restrictions of the 60-year tent, or else he would have asked the dragon monarch to come and see his relative, the one on the ground. The old blind man said to the dragon monarch, "I won't fight. I just want to chat with the hidden official." The dragon monarch nodded. Although the old blind man had a bad temper, he always said what he said and was trustworthy. Then the old blind man tilted his head. The dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi or the dialect of the desolate world? Which one is more suitable? Qin Pingon said, "It's up to you, senior." The old blind man smiled. Qin Qingdo really liked juniors who were outwardly but inwardly. Qin Qingdo didn't like to speak his mind to others. It had been like this since ancient times. Just like Alliance's early years, he crawled all the way up the mountain and blindly showed off in front of his house, saying that he was a man who only liked to drink alone. He must have a lot of stories. Of course, Alliance, in addition to bragging and flattering, saying that the host and guest were all men with stories, also wanted to cheat some old stories from him. Old stories of the past. The old blind man didn't let him do as he wished. As for the wine that Alliance brought, it would be a waste if he didn't drink it. The old blind man suddenly kicked the old dog at his feet and scolded, "An ascendant realm, if you don't have money, how can you not see money? Or is there shit on the ground to eat?" The old dog was almost able to dig out a piece of magical equipment of acceptable quality from the underground of the battlefield ruins. After a few rolls, it whimpered and simply lay on the ground without moving. Qin Pingon smiled as usual. Indeed, a great demon of the Ascendant Realm and a junior of the Nascent Soul Realm snatched some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Have some shame. The sickly old dog opened his eyelids and glanced at the young hidden official in a bright red robe. According to the sword immortals who were guests of the mountain, this young man was the master of picking up money. "Old blind man, you are really blind. Instead of scolding outsiders, you scolded your own dog." The old blind man asked the young man with the most elegant words in the world, "How did you know where Kuyu was hiding? Kuyu has only been in the world for a few years and Kuyu Mountain is hiding. There shouldn't be any records of her in the Summer Palace." "I'm betting on what if." Qin Pingon didn't even bother to use his inner voice. He directly said, "I almost activated 3 big and small worlds at the same time, but Kuyu was still calm and composed. She didn't even choose to use her natal moon to break the formation and exchange the great Tao with me. So she almost gave me the answer for free. She was also betting that I couldn't find her. I had to maintain 3 great formations at the same time, which required spiritual qi. She could be a spectator on the heart moon wall, so why not?" Qin Pingon lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. He smiled and said, "The distant horizon is right in front of you. What's closer than what's in front of you is the mental state of us cultivators. We have all seen the moon before, so we all have the moon in our hearts. It's either bright or dim. Even if it's just an afterimage of the heart lake, it can be the best hiding place for Kuyu. Of course, the prerequisite is that the difference between Kuyu and the opponent's realm isn't too great. Otherwise, she would be walking right into a trap. Kuyu can be so careless against a junior, but against a senior she definitely wouldn't dare to be so rash." The old blind man nodded. He was much more meticulous than Qin Qingdu when he was younger. Back then, among the many sword cultivators in the world, Guanzhao was the one who thought the most. He planned before taking action. The dragon sovereign only knew how to fight and kill, showing off his edge. Qin Qingdu liked to open his eyes and look at the world and the sky. He wanted to learn everything. As for his brain and heart, it seemed that he didn't have as many brains as Kuyu at the same age. That was why it was said that there weren't any good scholars. The old blind man asked again, "If Kuyu is willing to risk 1 or 2 tales of her life to break that strange flying sword of yours, what would you do?" Qin Pingon shook his head and finally said telepathically, "If she can't do it, I'll let her go. I'll remove that sparrow in the cage and only maintain that moon at the bottom of the well." At most I'll use the shattering of a 5 thunderdermic seal to exchange for that 1 or 2 tales of her life to help me refine the moon at the bottom of the well. Even so, the deal won't be a loss. Using the essence of the bright moon in the sky to refine the moon at the bottom of the well and sharpen the blade. Even if Qin Pingon only thought about it now, he felt that if he had the chance to meet Kuyu again in the future, they could still give it a try. Actually, Qin Pingon didn't have much of an obsession with keeping Kuyu back then. Especially through the Great Tao manifestation when he used the flying sword to shatter the moon, Qin Pingon roughly knew that Kuyu didn't kill many people in the vast world. Qin Pingon also didn't have any strong killing intent. Previously, when Kuyu ascended the city wall, he treated her as a demon of the wilderness. Of course, Qin Pingon would kill her as he pleased. This was because he was still on the battlefield. Qin Pingon seemed to be facing the entire demon army of the wilderness. However, when it became a true battle, Qin Pingon immediately changed his mindset. Furthermore, Qin Pingon was also worried that Kuyu would fly into a rage out of humiliation. She would return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with her full true body and fight to the death with him. Therefore he stopped in the end and only took half of her life. When Qin Pingon thought of this, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun, moon, and stars revolved regularly. That was originally the void where Kuyu cultivated. He plucked the moon and brought it to the mortal world. A bright moon with 20 parts. I obtained one of them. I am very satisfied. If it were in the medium-grade lotus root blessed land of his hometown, it would be an extremely bright moon hanging in the sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a full moon, and the flowers were beautiful and the moon was round. Every year on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the full moon would be like a large mirror. Everyone in the blessed lands would admire the moon as if they were looking into a mirror. Aside from themselves, they could see everyone they wanted to see. Of course, they had already agreed to give it to the first disciple as a gift for breaking through. Qin Pingon did not feel any reluctance. On the ground outside the city, the blind old man nodded gently. Although this hidden official's identity as a scholar was unavoidably a bit of an eyesore, he was a young man who was smart enough. If he could hope for a better world, that would be even better. In history, there was a scholar who came from the vast world family. He first traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi and then came to the 100,000 mountains. His seniority was not low and his cultivation was passable. After he found the blind old man, he said with certainty that scholars only needed to write about how the world was real. They only needed to write about how pitiful the people in the world were. They would not be responsible for how the people who read the books felt. They would not care if the people who read the books were in despair. They were so desperate that they became numb and did not care. They just wanted everyone to know how unbearable and unbearable this world was. In the end, the blind old man who was annoyed by his words did not care about anything else and slapped him half to death. It was not that the blind old man was angry. Those words were like, "You can go wherever you want." The blind old man could not be bothered with those who were not his son or disciple. It was just that he broke the rules by coming to the door of the mountain. He even dared to come empty-handed. He had to leave something behind. As for why he was only half to death, it was not that the blind old man was merciful. It was that the old ancestor of the family had rushed over and saved the remnant of his soul, bringing it back to the vast world. There was also a gloating Alliance on the side with an expression that said, "I didn't do anything." Later Alliance returned. It was rare that he did not drink and said a few words. He said that such a legendary work, no matter how well it was written, was still not good enough. He also said that he was a coward and wanted to drag the readers to share the unbearable pain in his heart. At that time, the blind old man asked him why he did not write it himself. That son of a bitch just leaned against the wooden door and ran his hands through his hair. He said that he had seen too many writers who did not write with a pen. In the mortal world, they only wrote with life, shining brightly. The long story was thousands of years and the short story was dozens of years. Qin Pingon saw that the old man was silent for a long time and could not help but ask, "Senior, is there something you want me to do this time?" The blind old man put away his thoughts and shook his head. "I'm just here to take a look." The old dog only dared to curse in his heart. The blind old man has lost both of his eyes. Look at your grandpa. Somewhat missed that son of a bitch Alliance. The blind old man was only at his wits' end when he met that bastard. Qin Pingon suddenly bowed with his hands clasped. The blind old man smiled and said, "What, are you trying to encourage me to work harder?" Qin Pingon straightened his back. Junior is grateful to Senior for your great disappointment, but I can be disappointed alone for 10,000 years. There was an ancient saying that the towering mountains were the result of the unfairness of the heavens. This old man who had been imprisoned for 10,000 years, felt that it was unfair. The blind old man nodded, raised his skinny hand and scratched his cheek. For the first time he smiled. Very good, I almost couldn't help but beat you half to death. You are indeed smart and know how to cherish your fortune. Otherwise, the dragon god and Lu Cha would not have come to find trouble with you. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. This old man who could make the sword immortal boss pay a visit twice, did not seem like a joker. The blind old man turned and left. Indeed, he just came here to take a look and chat for a while. As for the dragon god, the blind old man had nothing to say. Presumably the other party was the same. Old friends from the past were like strangers. The old dog of the Ascendant Realm followed behind the blind old man. The dragon god also dissipated and returned to an empty robe. Grey robe. Qin Pingon suddenly shouted, Senior, how is Alliance? The blind old man did not turn his head and said, being a tortoise holding a mountain, the dog is very happy. Qin Pingon was both worried and relieved. It seemed that he did not need to think about Alliance coming often. Qin Pingon took a last look. The mountain and river restriction had been reactivated, but what he saw in his heart was the moon-supporting mountain, opposite the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The mountains and rivers were different, but the old man was fine. He wanted to drink again. Qin Pingon first sneakily took out a pot of wine from Flying Sword 15, and then sneakily moved into the Heaven and Earth small world in his sleeve. Just as he took out the wine pot from his sleeve and was about to take a sip, the Dragon King smashed the wine pot and the wine together. Qin Pingon was used to it. His figure flashed and he returned to the top of the city wall. He walked like the disciple, his shoulders and sleeves swaying. He said loudly that the stinky tofu was delicious and that the stewed old dog meat would be even better. Qin Pingon did not know that he could not see the world outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The blind old man, on the other hand, could clearly see the scenery on the city wall. The old dog took advantage of the blind old man's good mood and muttered, I didn't provoke him. We just met once and he's already thinking about my meat. Hateful, hateful. The blind old man sneered and said, Are you worthy of provoking the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Who gave you the courage? The old dog did not dare to retort, only obediently wagging its tail. On a piece of land 1,000 miles away from Moon-Bearing Mountain, the spot where the blind old man had stopped had been temporarily marked as a forbidden area. There was a pot of fine wine there. The blind old man had purposely left it there. The great demon guarding moon-supporting mountain didn't move the wine jug. They turned a blind eye and let it sit on the ground all by itself. Even though they had already confirmed that there was nothing strange about the pot of wine and that it was just an ordinary pot of wine. None of the great demons touched it. For 10,000 years, the strong reigned supreme in the wilderness. The blind old man who ruled a region was one of the few 14 realms in the world. Now, after Xiaochu's trip to the ancient well abyss, there was another one in the wilderness. However, she had fused with the wilderness through fate and not purely with her intrinsic flying sword. The 14 realms were too mysterious and unfathomable. No one could ask what the difference between the two was. In fact, one could ask Alliance at the foot of Moon-Bearing Mountain. However, who would dare to provoke him and add fuel to the fire? Did they really think he could not leave Moon-Bearing Mountain? Tuiyue Mountain and a Liang were both suppressing each other and minding their own business in a delicate situation. After all, it was Alliance himself who was unwilling to give up that path and came to Moon-Bearing Mountain. A great demon female cultivator who was considered senior apprentice Sister Lizhen according to seniority, with the appearance and figure of a great beauty, came to the chaotic void at the foot of Moon-Bearing Mountain. She looked at the Dharma image of a Confucian sitting cross-legged in the distance. He used a large number of golden characters as a praying mat. He looked like an outsider who had come to borrow the mountain to cultivate. She could not understand why this man would make such a choice. Mr. Zhou of the world of literature had once explained to her the true meaning of every man for himself. Therefore she could not understand why this Alliance would destroy his own cultivation. When the sloppy man saw the female cultivator, he immediately sat up straight. Sister newly made up, why are you still wearing the same makeup as when we first met? The female great demon who had changed her name to newly made up relied on her memory and then frowned. Bullshit. Did she hit an iron plate with her own nonsense? Alliance was the least afraid of this situation. With a face full of affection, he said, "It seems that Sister Newly Made Up still remembers the first time we met. Comforts my heart. How many good men are worthy of Sister Newly Made Up to remember for 100 years? Newly Made Up sneered, "If you were to make a different choice, how many swords would you use to kill me?" Alliance was a little embarrassed. This old woman really knows how to talk dirty. Even I can't stand it. Newly Made Up did not understand. She only thought that this man was daydreaming again. She diverted her attention to control the sword intent to suppress the void anomaly under their feet. Alliance felt that this was a rare opportunity. It was time to use his trump card. It was rare to meet again. My handsome appearance is still the same and my swordsmanship is even better. I think that sister must be used to it. Then let's have a bit of a scholar and a beauty. Alliance coughed to moisten his throat. Unexpectedly, Newly Made Up sneered, "Shut up. This man once traveled the wilderness alone on his sword. Due to the constant trouble he caused, many great demons witnessed his sword-riding posture. He supported his waist with his hands while loudly reciting a poem. He glorified it as a sword immortal and a poet immortal. One had to know that behind him, there were still great demons who were constantly chasing after him." Alliance sighed. A beauty who did not understand romance was the most disappointing. Newly Made Up asked, "Since you have such a realm, why don't you cherish it?" Alliance said, "I can answer sincerely, but Sister Newly Made Up has to listen to me first." Newly Made Up nodded. As expected, there was no surprise. The man slapped his knee and recited a poem with a smile. He did not smile much, but his voice was loud. "This is the 3 farewell songs that I, Alliance, created. The path of Shu is difficult. About to drink, sleepwalking Tianlao's farewell. Playing the pipa, song of everlasting regret. Bestowed with ancient grass to bid farewell. Grandson of the emperor without a home, painting is presented to General Chao. If it weren't for the topic, it would have been MT Mugong, paid salary 150 days and nights to the moon. It's also not bad. Washing the troops and horses, presenting flowers to the minister, unrivaled by the riverside. It would have been better if it were Sanchuan Monastery, rising 10 rhymes. Good fellow, such thoughts are gushing out like a spring, like the wheels of a cart that can't be stopped. Impressive, impressive." Newly Made Up said, "Are you done talking nonsense?" Finally, Alliance nodded. His expression was like a smile. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He muttered to himself, "What a good," after Jiaxing cries, "There is no one left. What a good," drunk as a horse falls, do not laugh. Gentlemen, please take a look. Newly Made Up quietly waited for the answer. "Why did you, Alliance, not cherish the 14th realm of a swordsman?" "Because I cherish this 14th realm very much." Alliance did not act shamelessly. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, Sister Newly Made Up is not young and has not traveled far enough, so you don't understand. After all, it is difficult for a non-swordsman to understand." Newly Made Up was silent. Whether it was a swordsman or a swordsman, the world recognized them. Only this man who tried too hard to pretend to be a cultured person was truly annoying. She always felt that there was no need to be like this, just be a swordsman. Newly Made Up had once asked Mr. Zhou, if there were many people like Alliance in the vast world, what would he choose? Mr. Zhou laughed and said, "Then I won't come to your hometown." And the reason why Alliance was because there was only one Alliance. It was said that the reason why Alliance wielded a sword and ran rampant in the wild world many times was because he wanted to find Zhou. In the past, the vast world was not successful and could only cry with ghosts and gods that Jiaxing. But Zhou was still unwilling to see him. Alliance suddenly stood up. With a solemn expression, he recited in a low voice the words of a book that he had read when he was young and had obtained the will of a great deity early on. "See 10,000 li wander the great wilderness, have the courage to break the earth, raise the heavens. Clouds and dragons change, spring flowers blossom. Good fortune is in my hands, is it in my heart?" All of Alliance's words turned into golden characters that were as big as mountains and smashed into the abyss below the golden futon. The characters revealed the golden dragon. Spring flowers appeared in the white clouds and suppressed the evil aura that soared into the sky. The scholarly sage, the vast righteousness. His mouth contained the heavenly law and his words were law. Deep underground there was a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering movement. It seemed that the path was blocked and could only temporarily retreat. But the remaining momentum still slowly spread to the golden futon. Newly made up only felt that it was shocking. The man wiped his head with both hands and asked the great demon of the moon supporting mountain with a smile, "Is a scholar fierce?" 716. Before Lu Shilu left Luopa Mountain and went to the battlefield in Old Dragon City, the burly man who called himself Zhou Xian went to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall to offer incense and went to the first floor of Luopa Mountain's bamboo building. Except for a wooden bed in the corner, it looked more like a study room. The little butler Nguan Shu opened the door with a key. Zhou Mili held a green bamboo cane and a golden pole. He was the door god. She stood straight with her chest out. Lu Shilu flipped open some books that were neatly placed on the table. Most of the pages were densely packed with annotations written in small regular script. If it was true, then little junior brother should be a very serious scholar. After all, senior brother Cui Dong's collection of books were also like this. Every time he saw a different view from Cui Dong's, he would ask Shao Qi to write for him. Usually there would be dozens of fights in a book. Lu Shilu put the book back and looked up slightly. He looked at a couplet hanging on the wall. It was blue with golden words and cloud and bat patterns. According to Xiaomi, little junior brother had picked her up from the North Continent. Outside the mountain, wind and rain is a 3-foot sword. Go down the mountain with the sword when you have something to do. Flowers and birds in the clouds, a house of books. Read without worry. Lu Shilu looked boorish, but he was actually very careful. He noticed the words, Qin 11, printed in the corner of the couplet. He was good at both civil and martial arts. He cultivated his strength and heart. Before Lu Shilu returned to the mountain, he went to the Yang family's shop to guard the array for Dong Wang Gong. Then he went to the sky screen with Yuan Xiu to entertain guests. He got what he wanted. He crushed 2 enemies with his fists. 2 golden rain fell on the north peak of the first continent. Half of the golden body fragments were collected by the longevity fellow and the other half was given to Mount Biyun. Yuan Xiu, the little girl, was even more exaggerated. He went straight to the sky screen. Did she meet the Sage of Rites? After returning to the mountain, Lu Shilu was secretly awarded the position of Mountain Patrol Envoy by the Right Guardian of Luopa Mountain. Xiaomi said that the position was not high and he should not despise it. When the man patrolled the mountain, he spread his arms horizontally. A little girl was hanging on each arm. One was in a pink dress and the other was in black. They walked together in the morning. Once, when he was patrolling the mountains, there was a little lotus figure sitting on his head, admiring the moonlight together. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong's reopening of the Ascension platform in the mortal world could be said to be an extremely profound blessing that fell from the sky to the numerous earth immortal cultivators of the continent. It was an ascension platform. It was a veritable ascension to an ancient ruin. In the end, there would be a dilapidated heavenly gate standing above the sea of clouds. During the process of Tiantai's ascension, it was a kind of tempering. So long as every earthly immortal cultivator stabilized their Tao heart and soul, they would be able to ascend to the top. Although they were destined to be unable to pass through the heavily guarded ancient door, being able to stand outside the cloud heaven door was already considered a success. Cultivators continued to fall from the ascension platform and return to the mortal world. The size of the harvest depended on the height of the ascension platform. 70 to 80% of them had great gains. Su Hun, the city lord of Qingfeng City, wore the Swan Z armor and stood on the ascension platform. His state of mind was as calm as a mountain. He finally broke through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and entered the upper 5 realms. Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, was more unfortunate. Due to the flaw in his sword heart, he stopped at the nascent soul realm. In fact, he originally had a glimmer of opportunity to enter the Great Tao, but it was probably because of the inner demon that caused him to suffer serious injuries. After taking a big step forward, not only did he fail to take the second step, but he also retreated slightly. However, even if he only advanced from the Golden Core realm to the nascent soul realm, Lu Baqiao would still have a good explanation for his senior brother Huang He, who was about to give up his position as the Garden Lord. Otherwise, Lu Baqiao felt that given his senior brother's temper, he would be able to transfer the Garden Lord to someone else. Then he would be grounded in the mountain for 100 years. If he did not cultivate to the nascent soul realm, he would not be able to leave the mountain. Lu Baqiao and Su Hun ascended to the top of the Sea of Clouds. Soon they could not help but return to the mortal world. Lu Baqiao revisited the small town and went to the supervisor's office. He met Supervisor Chao for the first time and hit it off. They drank together. The golden core female deity of the Mount Yunxia, Xianxia, was a rather surprising one. With her potential, the few grandmasters on the mountain did not think that she would be able to ascend to the nascent soul realm. However, this time she clenched her teeth and persevered until the end. Although she only caught a glimpse of the divine gate, it was a great success. This time Xianxia could be considered to have reached the heavens in a single bound. If there were no accidents when she returned to the sect this time, other than her previous position in the Hall of Grandmasters, she would also be the youngest female grandmaster in the history of the Mount Yunxia. There were many immortal mansions in the Aquarius continent. Usually when a cultivator became a golden core cultivator, other than being able to establish a mountain and announce it to the entire continent, they could also be promoted by one generation in the mountain and river register. If they were lucky enough to ascend to the nascent soul realm, they would be one generation higher. As for the upper 5 realms, they could establish a sect there. After Xianxia left the ascension platform, she came to an old school by herself. She looked at the empty school and no one knew what she was thinking. The black-clothed man Jiang Yun, as a disciple of the Jiang clan of the Cloud Forest, did not immediately head towards the East Sea battlefront where the Jiang clan of the Cloud Forest was overseeing to meet up with his master and Governor Wei Liang. Instead he stopped for a while and made the same choice as Lu Baqiao and Xianxia. He decided to visit the Pearl Grotto heaven town of the past. However, when he went to the Iron Lockwell he was a little disappointed. After he pulled out the iron chain that was hanging at the bottom of the well, he had already refined it into his natal item. It allowed him to successfully refine a small world in the human body into the long-lost Iron Mountain Forest and Crystal Clear Dojo. He also obtained an immortal treasure that could both attack and defend. This time Jiang Yun had also ascended to the nascent soul realm. The other earth deities all had their own levels. Those who were lucky enough to see the ancient appearance of the Gate of Heaven were the minority. Among the earth deities that secretly rushed over, only 20 to 30% of them returned in disappointment. They did not obtain anything and quickly fell out of the ascension platform. However, they did not dare to reveal any weird expressions. The only compensation was that they did not break through here. The earth deities did not need to accumulate too many battle merits when they went to the battlefield at Old Dragon City. Sui Yu had just broken through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm in the Book Lake True Realm sect. He was the Jindan earth deity with the least experience in this group. However, Sui Yu changed from a pure martial artist to a sword cultivator. It was already a strange thing for him to become a Jindan sword cultivator in just a dozen years. It was even more shocking. However, Jade Gui sect and True Realm sect, the two upper and lower sects, helped Sui Yu hide a lot. Therefore, if it wasn't for the camouflage of the Jade Medallion sect's direct disciple, all the Earth Immortals of the Aquarius continent gathered at the Ascension platform this time, which one of them wasn't a person who cultivated the human heart into a spirit, they would definitely be suspicious of Sui Yu. However, Sui Yu did not break through this time and only reached the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. She only saw more of the scenery in the sky than ordinary earth deities. She was willing to follow her teacher to the Ascension platform and sweep the falling flowers with the immortals. Unfortunately, there was no teacher or immortals by her side. Actually, Sui Yu had a chance to enter the nascent soul stage. However, Sui Yu did not know why, but at the crucial moment when the long sword on her back was willing to protect her, Sui Yu deliberately suppressed the infatuation sword. As she did not use her sword and was unwilling to use her sword intent to resist the astral wind, she only used the body of a cultivator to stabilize her mind and lost a greater opportunity. After Sui Yu left the Ascension platform, her sword heart was clear. Not only did she not look dejected, her Dao heart was even more determined. She bought some pastries at the Dragon Rider Alley's New Year's shop and then rode the wind to the prefecture city. The direct disciples of True Realm sect who left the Calligraphy Lake with Sui Yu were brought to the Aquarius continent by sect leader Wei Ying from the high sect Jui Peak. The two people who traveled north with Sui Yu were Wei Ying's direct disciples. They were sword cultivators like their master. The young woman was called Sui Yu. She always liked to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to sharpen her Dao. She wanted to see with her own eyes if the sword Immortal Miyu was as handsome as her master. The other man was called Nian Jiao. He seemed to know nothing about worldly affairs other than sword cultivation. The only thing he could do was to stop his beloved senior sister from going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the names recorded on the True Realm Sect's Mountain and Water Register were Wei Gusu and Wei Xianyu. Their intrinsic flying swords were Fish Dragon and Wine Flask respectively. They were given to them by their master Wei Ying. Sui Yu liked hers and Yanjiu liked his because there was a completely different world inside the wine flask. They left the Immortal Ascension stage earlier than Sui Yu. They were staying in an Immortal inn in the continent city. The innkeeper's surname was Dong. He was young and had the reputation of Dong Banqing in Beiyu's territory. Even Sui Yu and Yanjiu, who were picky, felt that the inn's environment was not ordinary. If they came again in the future they would choose this place. Sui Yu said telepathically, Sui Yu is so good-looking. Even Master likes him. Why don't you like him? Yanjiu answered honestly, I only like those who like me. Sui Yu was furious. She scolded her stubborn junior brother. Go die. Sui Yu's figure landed outside the inn. Dong Shuijing's Immortal Inn was not big but its rules were not small. Even the guests could not fly in the wind. They could only enter through the door. Sui Yu found Wei Gusu and Wei Xianyu. He said, Go to Oxhorn Ferry. Wei Xianyu glanced at Sui Yu. After looking at her for so long he was still stunned every single time. The young man glanced at his senior sister again and thought, if you keep being so unreasonable, senior sister, I'm going to fall in love with someone else. Sui Yu and the two direct disciples of the Truth Realm sect both possessed sword talismans, which allowed them to fly in the wind in the Dragon Province. As a direct disciple of the Luapa Mountain, Sui Yu obviously possessed a Pass Edict sword talisman forged by the Dragon Spring Sword sect a long time ago. However, he had spent the money of the Truth Realm sect, so there was no harm in obtaining an extra one. Sui Yu flew in the wind with his sword on his back, making his way to the Oxhorn Ferry. The sword that he had lost and then recovered was both infatuation and heart-eating. However, who knew who had eaten whose infatuation and who was the master and who was the heartless one? A man and a woman left the territory of Clear Wind City that very night. They carefully concealed themselves along the way and concealed their tracks. However, when they entered the territory of the Northern Mountains, they seemed like they were going on a sightseeing tour. There was a huge difference in their ages. The old man was stooped while the young woman was beautiful. She did not stand out too much. The old man would take out a pear blossom from time to time and twirl it gently. The young woman was not embarrassed by this. If this shopkeeper Yen really was bold enough to do that, it would be hard to say who was taking advantage of who. The old man went a little overboard. He even made fun of her for looking like a country bumpkin. They were Zhou Xian and the ruler of the Fox Kingdom of Clear Wind City. One had returned home. The other had traveled far away. The current Clear Wind City must have been in a state of chaos. The ruler of the Fox Kingdom was called Pei Xiang. Nascent Soul Realm 7 Foxtails. Zhou Xian mainly depended on Pei Xiang's decision as to whether to place the Fox Kingdom in a blessed land of lotus roots, isolated from the rest of the world, or whether to place the Fox Kingdom in a vassal mountain. However, in reality Pei Xiang still refused to believe that a Luapa mountain could possess a medium-blessed land even now. At the end of the day she only believed in Zhou Xian and did not believe in Luapa mountain. Zhou Xian smiled and said, I forgot to remind you. When you come to my young master's mountain, you must remember one thing, and that is to treat people with sincerity. Pei Xiang was a little uneasy and her expression became more delicate. She bit her lip and said, You should be more specific. I have a good memory and am used to being submissive. She had interacted with the Su family of Clear Wind City for a long time and was most afraid of the word mountain. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, If I say more you will slack off. And I don't need to say more. My Luapa mountain is very sunny and the wind is gentle. The wind and rain outside the mountain is just for viewing the scenery. Other mountains like Clear Wind City have people scolding them for dividing the silver. Luapa mountain is different. She asked another question. Are there any narrow-minded women on Luapa mountain? I am also very afraid of that. That Su woman had indeed made Pei Xiang very wary. But when she thought of the woman's awkward situation, Pei Xiang could not help but laugh. Women like to make things difficult for other women. That woman probably felt that she was not as beautiful as her and liked to put soft nails in her embroidered shoes every day. Now she was suffering from retribution. In the words of shopkeeper Yen, Zhou Xian had just entered the upper 5 realms anyway and was just in time to drive away bad luck for Clear Wind City. Clear Wind City was indeed good at creating momentum. First, the daughter of the first wife married the son of the Yuan family of the Pillar State. Then the Su family seemed to have used the scheming son of the first wife to form a marriage alliance with the Tao family of Xinjiang Mountain. Now that Zhou Xian had crossed the huge threshold and entered the upper 5 realms, with the temper of Clear Wind City, if not for the disappearance of the Fox Kingdom, the news would have spread to the Snow Mountain continent, let alone the North continent. Zhou Lian laughed and said that a person who was conceited would be easily slapped. This made Pei Xiang deeply agree and feel very happy. In the end, Zhou Lian had given her a light slap on the face. In the evening, the two of them passed by the bustling Red Candle town. As long as they passed Chiduan Mountain, Luopa Mountain would be right in front of them. Pei Xiang felt relieved. When she looked up, she could clearly see the Pailuan Mountain surrounded by clouds, which made her feel reassured. Zhou Lian bought a lot of melon seeds from a market shop and then took Pei Xiang to a street. Pei Xiang asked softly in her mind, "Who are you meeting?" Zhou Lian led the ruler of the Fox Kingdom to walk on the crowded street and answered with a smile, "The water god of the Chongdan River, Li Jin." Zhou Lian added, "He sells books and I buy books. We have always had a good relationship. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative." Because of the water god of the Jade Liquid River, it was inevitable that the Li Jin brothers would hold a grudge. After all, it was normal for a fox to mourn the death of a rabbit. This time he had to resolve the knot in the shopkeeper's heart. After all, Zhou Lian was best at dealing with women. Did women need to be dealt with? In any case, Zhou Lian never needed them. Pei Xiang understood. Red Candle Town was located at the confluence of the 3 rivers, and there were 3 river gods. Among them, Li Jin had just been promoted by Dali a few years ago, so the incense in his ancestral temple was not bad. The Fox Kingdom was a place where crooks and dragons mixed together. News circulated very quickly on the mountain, so Pei Xiang knew a lot about the secrets of the continent. As for Zhou Lian being familiar with Li Jin, Pei Xiang was not that surprised. After all, although Li Jin's rank was not low, he was still Dali's newcomer to the mountains and rivers officialdom. Perhaps he needed to build a good relationship with Luopa Mountain. Being familiar with Luopa Mountain was almost equivalent to having a relationship with Lord Wei of the Pailuan Mountain. Although Pei Xiang, a nascent soul fox demon, was only 1 stage away from Wei Bian, the difference in status and true cultivation was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Now, there was a rumor that Wei Shanjun's golden body had been nourished and refined by the 3 golden raindrops. Soon, his golden body would reach a higher level, which was equivalent to a cultivator ascending to the immortal realm. He would once again become the mountain lord with the purest golden body and the highest dharma form among the 5 great mountains in the continent. The shopkeeper was a handsome young man in black. Lying on a rattan chair, he held a pot of tea and read a book. However, Pei Xiang did not look at Li Jin. When it came to looks, the worst thing was to be compared. After Li Jin saw Zhou Lian, who was wearing a mask, he quickly recognized the other party's identity. It could not be helped, the other party was too familiar with the place. The few erotic books on the bookshelf were in the hands of the guy in a few blinks of an eye. In the past, he often loved them so much that he could not put them down. In the end, he was reluctant to buy them. Today he was generous and did not hesitate. He had a posture of, "I am a scholar. If I buy books, even if I only take a look at the price, I am ashamed of the sage books." It seemed that Zhou Lian had earned a lot of money from this trip. Li Jin glanced at the young girl. Since she was the righteous deity of the river, he could see some clues. However, he still couldn't determine her level. It doesn't matter. This was the answer anyway. So she was at the level of nascent soul? Right, the Su family of Qingfeng City had a famous fox kingdom. The fox skin beauties were sold to the dynasties and immortal mansions. What a fox beauty! Why did she board Zhou Lian's pirate ship? Was Luopa Mountain planning to completely fall out with Qingfeng City? This Zhou Lian was indeed the backbone of Luopa Mountain. Even if the young mountain master was not at home, he could still be so decisive. Li Jin had many guesses in his heart, but he only pretended that he did not recognize Zhou Lian. He did not look at Pei Xiang and continued to drink tea and read books. He was the shopkeeper of his bookstore. Buy it or not, bargain and scram. Perhaps the real smart person was like Li Jin. He saw through it but did not say it out loud, pretending to be a fool. Whether it was a lucky person who was born as a human or a mountain and lake spirit who had cultivated with great difficulty, it was not easy to learn how to speak, but had to learn not to speak to be considered smart. Inside this world. Zhou Xian snapped his fingers and Pei Xiang immediately took out an inkstone. There were 2 words inscribed on it, Mountain Lord. Later Zhou Xian used Xiaozhuan to inscribe a string of words and a mark. The stone life was 10,000 years, the paper life was 1,000 years, the life was 100 years, the real life was a few years. Zhou Lian's personal mark was Silent Marquee. Zhou Lian took the inkstone. Pei Xiang had already told him how to open the mountain and river restriction of this item. She actually had an extremely precious item close to her. It could be considered the treasury of the Fox Kingdom and also her private stash. She was not afraid of Zhou Lian getting his hands on it, but Zhou Lian was not interested. When a woman's body and mind were honest with a man, if that man had a little conscience he should be burdened. Zhou Lian happened to be most afraid of this. Therefore Zhou Lian did not have any thoughts about this ruler of the Fox Kingdom. Zhou Lian took out 2 sketches with fine brushes and placed one of them on the counter. He turned to the water god and smiled. "Shopkeeper, would you like to take a look?" Li Jin stood up after hearing this. He smiled and placed the teapot and books on the side table. On the side table, there was already a bronze flower engraved with cloud dragon patterns. It was extremely exquisite and the dragon whiskers could be seen clearly. There were several peach blossoms in the bronze flower engraved. Li Jin came to the side of the counter and smiled knowingly. "Sir, it's vulgar of me to buy with money. Why don't we exchange books for paintings?" It was also the first time Pei Xiang saw this painting. It was probably done by shopkeeper Yan, when he was free in the spice shop in Clear Breeze City. She glanced at Zhou Lian. Her bright eyes were bright and full of amorous feelings. Zhou Lian did not comment on Li Jin's suggestion and opened the second painting. The first painting was of the carp Gao Shi. The scholar had an elegant appearance and was riding a large carp. The carp only revealed its head and tail and its huge body was shrouded in the vast white clouds. Zhou Lian printed the 8 characters in Xiaozhuan. "My heart is deep and serene, the realm of great enlightenment." The other painting was of the Dragon Gate overlooking the rapids. It was the scholar holding the Dragon Gate's pillar with one hand and the 8 characters in Xiaozhuan were printed in Xiaozhuan. It was a superb painting. Li Jin's smile deepened and he clicked his tongue. "Brother Zhou Lian, you're so generous." Zhou Lian nodded and smiled. "Brother Li Jin, you have a good eye." Li Jin's gaze did not stay on the painting for long. He leaned against the counter. "Say it, what's the price?" "It's hard to buy a good heart with money. Take it as a good omen. Even if it's Guyu money, it's negotiable." Elias Li Jin, real carp. Zhou Lian patted the back of Pei Xiang's hand and she understood. Her movements were gentle as she carefully rolled up the painting and tied the string. Zhou Lian chuckled. "We've dealt with money for a long time. Let's not talk about money today. How about exchanging books for paintings?" Li Jin looked at the 2 paintings and looked away. He shook his head and smiled. "It's still the same old rules. Brothers settle accounts clearly." Zhou Lian did not mind and laughed. "Then I'll give it to brother Li Jin." Li Jin nodded and reached out to cover the painting. "Thank you. The shop will make an exception for brother Zhu in the future. All books will be 20% off." Pei Xiang was so smart that she immediately understood the meaning of both sides. Zhou Lian, as the head housekeeper, hoped that Luopa Mountain and Chongdan River would interact more, each taking what they needed and accumulating more incense. However, Li Jin, as the water god of Chongdan River, also declined Zhou Lian's alliance. Zhou Lian took a step back. The 2 sides called each other brothers, but it was only a personal friendship. They parted on good terms. Zhou Lian took Pei Xiang to Chiduan Mountain, which was adjacent to Red Candle Town. While walking, Zhou Lian picked up a branch to use as a walking stick, looking more and more like an old man. Pei Xiang asked casually, "If it's not a white sketch but a bright red carp, wouldn't it be more to his liking?" Zhou Lian shook his head. "For example, I know that Pei Xiang is the root of a fox spirit, but if in front of Pei Xiang, is it appropriate to call her a fox spirit every time they meet? It's not appropriate. If nothing goes wrong, Li Jin will add color to the painting himself. There's no need for an outsider to do it for him." Zhou Lian smiled and asked, "You don't believe me, right? Let's make a bet?" "A small bet is fun, a piece of snow costs money." Pei Xiang was not willing to bet with him as it did not matter who won or lost. Along the way, not only Pei Xiang, the nascent soul stage fox spirit, all the earth immortal cultivators in Aquarius continent, when they raised their heads slightly, they could see the golden lotus covering the entire continent. With Aquarius continent as a treasure bottle, a lotus flower bloomed. In the spring breeze swaying with the wind. Such a phenomenon, even Pei Xiang felt that it was inconceivable. But after a long time she became accustomed to it and treated it as a rare beauty to appreciate. On the way back to his hometown, Zhou Xian rarely appreciated this pleasing scenery. Zhou Xian only asked her about the flower deity temple division officer recorded in the book, whether or not he was really in charge of the flower deity lake. Pei Xiang only treated it as a pure martial grandmaster and did not care about it. Zhou Xian was also unwilling to tell her the inside story. After all, it was a good reunion. Whether or not they could part, it was not just him. The human heart was as fragile as glass. Unless the young master was at the top of the mountain. Zhou Xian chose a secluded path on Qidun Mountain in the past. When Pei Qian and Zhou Mili came to wait for the young master, they liked to take this path. He believed that Pei Qian at that time did not lack that crazy demonic sword technique. After leaving home for many years, there were many changes. For example, previously in Red Candle Town, he found out that Qidun Mountain had one more mountain deity temple, and Luopa Mountain had one less mountain deity. The mountain deity temple on Luopa Mountain had been moved to Qidun Mountain. Its rank did not change. It seemed like the official circle was leveled, but in reality, it was demoted. Without the plaque and the statue, the building was still preserved. This move was a tacit understanding between Shanjun Wei Pai and the Dali dynasty. Mountain deity Song Yuzhang did not have any complaints, as if he had already expected this day to come. Instead, before moving, he walked out of the temple without any incense for the first time, and strolled around Luopa Mountain. He had the meaning of not having an official position. Zhou Xian could actually understand Song Yuzhang very well. But since they worked for different masters, they did not need to be friends. However, Zhou Xian had never stopped Pei Qian and the others from visiting the temple on the top of the mountain. Apart from the matter of the mountain deity temple, Zhou Xian also received a congratulatory message from Li Jin, the water god of the Chongdan River. That was because the great python of Yellow Lake Mountain had actually been bold enough to leave the mountain and walk on the river. Since Li Jin had congratulated him, the woman in yellow must have succeeded. Li Jin was cautious. Earlier in the bookstore he had only spoken about this with Zhou Xian mentally. As a proper nascent soul cultivator, Pei Xiang could still sense it even when she was on the border of the Dragon Province. She immediately rode the wind to a high altitude and gazed at the rapid changes in the water of the Dragon Province in the distance. She was certain that something huge was going on in the water. Zhou Xian found the journey to be dull, so he just told Pei Xiang about it. He gave her a rough explanation, but it was definitely closer to the truth than Pei Xiang's wild guesses about the origins of the water serpent. Earlier, Pei Xiang rode the wind in the sky and used the ability to observe mountains and rivers. Although the fate of the mountains and rivers surged at the confluence of the three rivers, and there were also gods casting illusions, blurring her vision, Pei Xiang was certain that the great python with the startling presence as it walked on the water must have been a prominent existence, like a protector of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it walk on the water so smoothly? Let alone the torrential flood. It also seemed like there were water gods from various places protecting it along the way, just in case the flood washed onto the shore and affected the people, incurring the wrath of the heavens. If regular people of water died, they would already be extremely fortunate if the various shrines of the mountains and rivers did not make things difficult for them. In the eyes of the regular masters at the foot of the mountain, the territory of the Dragon Province that was particularly vast in Dali's old territory was nothing more than torrential rain. Day was like night, the sky darkened and the rivers surged. However, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, it was a magnificent transformation into a serpent. Since Pei Xiang had mentioned it a long time ago and they were close to home, Zhou Xian no longer hid anything. She's called Xianxia. She's been cultivating on a vassal mountain of Luopa Mountain for a very long time now. You can basically be considered half a family now. You're both women, so if your personalities are compatible, you can just keep in contact with each other in the future. There's no such thing as a small mountain or not in Luopa Mountain. It's all on the table. There's a difference between those who are close and those who are distant. There were only a few rules of the mountain anyway. Even Xiaomi could recite them like the back of her hand. Pei Xiang was slightly surprised. She grumbled, Why didn't you tell me about this assistance that can't be underestimated? A nascent soul realm water serpent. She could completely treat it as half a chi practitioner of the unpolished jade realm. Aside from sword cultivators, who would be bold enough to provoke a water serpent that possessed a powerful body and innate ability so easily? Especially those immortal sects that were close to the rivers and rivers. Once they became enemies with it, it was simply an invitation from the King of Hell. If they accepted it, they would die. If they didn't accept it, they would also die. If Zhou Xian of Clear Wind City had not already ascended to the upper 5 realms, and as a military cultivator he was famous for his killing power. Otherwise, Luopa Mountain would be able to go head-to-head with Clear Wind City with just this water serpent and Zhou Lian. Miss Xianxia, it's good that you're able to make Pei Xiang feel more at ease. Zhou Lian smiled. In the face of Pei Xiang's shock, he only mentioned it briefly and did not say much. Unfortunately, in her hometown, Xianxia did not dare to go to Luopa Mountain to say a word. If Zhou Lian did not remember wrongly, Xianxia had not even seen Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. What Zhou Lian was more worried about now was that Qin Lingjun had blasphemed the river in the North Continent. Since there was no definite news that had reached the Aquarius continent, it meant that Qin Lingjun had not caught fire. He did not care too much about Qin Lingjun's far more exaggerated result of catching fire than Xianxia. Zhou Lian was only worried that Qin Lingjun's temper was too jumpy. When he was outside without anyone to take care of him, he would easily be at a disadvantage. With Qin Lingjun's temper, it was fine in his hometown. Anyway, he had already obediently accepted his fate. He would not care about his face even if he was beaten to death. He glorified it as, the world's grievances are a matter of one punch. But outside he probably liked to puff himself up at his own cost. Pei Xiang was in a good mood. She plucked a tree flower and handed it to Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian waved his hand and smiled. The uglier a person is, the more they love to wear flowers. You should wear it. In the past, in the lotus flower-blessed land, there was the custom of men wearing flowers. Otherwise, in the future it would be the flower hairpin man Zhou Shi. Pei Xiang glared at him but still wore the flower hairpin. Zhou Lian could travel with the wind. Pei Xiang was also an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. When she felt like it, it did not matter whether there was a path under her feet or not. Zhou Lian came to a deserted ridge of Qiduan Mountain, but it was already a little far from the temple where Song Yuzhang was. Zhou Lian stood on the branch of an ancient pine with his hands behind his back. He smiled knowingly. It was obvious that this was Luopa Mountain. Pei Xiang sat on the branch. Her 2 fingers gently pressed against the tree flower beside her ear. Zhou Lian sighed. Which family dares to hang a sign saying that there is no trouble? There is peace in tofu and vegetables. One can eat and wear warm clothes. One can sleep today and wake up tomorrow. This is the peaceful world for us ordinary teachers. Pei Xiang joked. I'm not boasting, but how can you and I be considered ordinary teachers? Zhou Lian looked up at the sky and said softly, even if we are only below one person, we are all ordinary. In Zhou Lian's old hometown, even if the junior Ding Ying's martial arts realm was higher. But in terms of state of mind, it was not necessarily so. Ding Ying was born with the times and took advantage of the situation. Whether his fist technique was high or not, it was actually just an external matter in Zhou Lian's eyes. According to Pei Qian's later narration, Ding Ying was at least unable to achieve what Zhou Lian did back then. It could even be said that the path that the demon Ding Ying took was the one that the martial arts maniac Zhou Lian stepped on. That immortal laurel was something that Zhou Lian casually threw to the young Ding Ying. Zhou Lian killed 9 people by himself, killing all the experts in the world. In his eyes there was no one around him. But Zhou Lian did not feel that it was a magnificent feat, it was still far from what he imagined. For example, the senior on Luopa Mountain was already far away in Zhou Lian's heart. Zhou Lian had to walk over step by step to see him clearly. One of the 3 portraits on Luopa Mountain was of the martial artist Cui Qing. And the reason why the old man who had been crazy for more than 100 years was led to Luopa Mountain was because of that middle-aged monk who traveled with alms bowls and eventually created lotuses with each step. Pei Xiang stretched out her finger and said, "That is Luopa Mountain?" Zhou Lian nodded. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Among them the most profound is my hometown. Pei Xiang joked, "So sour, you know how to make pickled fish." Because Zhou Lian had once joked that he claimed to be number 1 in cooking. His fist technique was passable and he was also good at zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Zhou Xian laughed aloud. Pei Xiang, you just happened to mention that, so let me give you a reminder. On Luopa Mountain, no one apart from the young master should talk about pickled fish, or it'll be easily recorded in the account book. Under the resplendent night sky of the river, the two of them walked along the path of Chess-Dun Mountain again. Zhou Xian walked slowly while Pei Xiang had nothing to do, so she raised her head and admired the scenery. In the end they arrived at the final slope of Chess-Dun Mountain. Zhou Xian pulled back his fist and gazed into the distance. He sighed emotionally for no reason. Waking up from a dream is like jumping off a cliff. Pei Xiang asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xian shook his head. "There's no solution." Pei Xiang did not think too much about that. Zhou Lian's occasional words were often strange, leaving her at a loss. She could not help but think of the water serpent that had already reached the same realm as her. That great python sure was lucky when it hit the water. Is it because of your Dali Dragon Province? The Dragon Province is a good name? Zhou Lian said, no matter how good the name of the Dragon Province is, it's still not as good as my young master's name. Pei Xiang extended a finger and rubbed her forehead gently. Her head hurt. Julian, if you keep acting like this I'm going to suspect something. Zhou Lian muttered to himself. The dog glanced at him, he glanced at me and I glanced at the world. Is it really true? I'm becoming more and more uncertain. Zhou Lian added very soon, it's just the ravings of a fool. Pei Xiang, you don't have to worry about it. Pei Xiang asked, if I ask you and you answer me won't that prove that it's you instead? Zhou Lian shook his head and sighed emotionally. How would I know whether you're real or not? It's pointless to ask and pointless to answer. Pei Xiang was rather irritated. However, she also felt rather relieved. For Zhou Lian to be so honest, he already treated her as no longer an outsider. Pei Xiang asked, then just who can give you an answer? Zhou Lian raised a hand and pointed at the sky, before extending his hand and pointing into the distance. In the end he clapped his hand gently. The sun and moon are in the sky. My heart is bright. I'm a good person. If this person tells me the answer I'll believe it. Zhou Lian shook his sleeves and said in a self-deprecating manner, don't worry, I rarely do that. It's because I'm close to home. Pei Xiang's mind was rather unsettled. A person who thought like that would probably find it very strange and very lonely. Zhou Lian had already sorted out his emotions and continued on his way. In the past he traveled alone in his hometown, traveling through the stars and wearing the moon. In the night Xiao stood by the banks of the Jade Nectar River. Xianxia, who was temporarily recuperating and stabilizing her cultivation, immediately circulated her divine ability and hurriedly came out of the water to see Xiao. Before transforming into a flood dragon, Xianxia had been trembling with fear when facing Xiao. She had never thought that after transforming into a flood dragon, she would be even more distracted and unable to control herself. Therefore, after successfully transforming into a flood dragon, Xia's uncontrollable joy from before had been reduced by at least half. That Jade Nectar River's water goddess was hesitant and timid. A moment after Xia appeared, she also came to see Xiao. Xiao looked at the two of them. One had transformed into a flood dragon and the other had been conferred the title of a water goddess. Xiao did not speak. She only took small bites of a peach blossom cake. The water goddess had already banished all the officials and river demons of the underwater estate in this part of the Jade Nectar River, just in case she accidentally angered this woman in green with a ponytail before her. Earlier, after receiving Xiao's decree, the woman in yellow was uneasy in the pouring rain at night. She chose a source of water and revealed herself, beginning to catch fire. Currently there were actually only 3 immortal mountains in the Dragon Province. The Dragon Spring Sword Sect, the Cloud Shroud Mountain and the Luopa Mountain. As a result, the incident this time went so smoothly that the woman in yellow who had changed her name to Xia only felt like she was dreaming. First, she made her way out of a mountain through a source of water. The river Granny Ma Lanhua of the Dragon Whisker River had a divine position but no ancestral temple. The river Granny only dared to send her off flatteringly while helping to detain Xia at the same time. Afterwards, she made her way through the Tiefu River that had the greatest amount of water. She did not show herself but she did suppress the water. Afterwards, she made her way through a small section of the Embroidery River before finally making her way upstream to the Chongdan River that was the most precipitous and had the greatest amount of water. The two river gods both protected her like they were her protectors. Xia's journey was just so smooth and unhindered. In the end, she could even go to a natural cave in the Jade Nectar River that was abundant with spiritual qi to heal. It was fellow Xia that the water goddess had personally come to invite. The water goddess of the Jade Nectar River was truly envious of the great python's fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, let alone fortuitous encounters of the Great Path, it seemed like all she had was disasters. The woman in green said nothing. Xia and the water goddess became even more silent out of fear. Xiao ate the cake and glanced at Xia. How unsightly. No wonder she lost to a little loach. Xia carefully glanced at Xiao's wrist. A fire dragon was coiled like a bracelet. The fire dragon that was originally lifeless immediately turned its eyes nimbly and stared at Xia. Xia's heart immediately trembled. He hurriedly shifted his gaze and stabilized his Dao heart with difficulty. Only then did he not follow his heart and retreat. The fire dragon was already in the upper 5 realms. It was definitely in the upper 5 realms. Xiao probably did not know that her slow eating of the pastries was a great torture for the two people in front of her. It was like a fish being cooked in a pot of oil. Even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. Xiao had just returned to the world. It was the middle-aged Confucian scholar who helped to open the door. She was afraid that her father would scold her for causing trouble, so she came here to hide. Because she was in a bad mood, she naturally did not have a good expression when she looked at Xia. Xiao gently shook her wrist. The fire dragon that had obtained a strange water disaster in the outer space was extremely docile to its master and continued to sleep. For the most ordinary descendants of the mountains and lakes, being able to successfully cross a river was already considered a success. If they were lucky and had a righteous bloodline, they might be able to obtain some auspicious characteristics of the flood dragon, such as dragon claws, dragon scales, or dragon whiskers. Just like the eel demon of the Tongyi continent, he had tried to cross the river in the past. If not for the water goddess stopping him, he would have turned into a flood dragon long ago. As for the water descendants of the Great Swamp who were originally flood dragons, they needed to cross at least a huge river before they could be considered righteous by the heavenly Tao. Apart from having a flood dragon's body that was righteous, the key was that they could nurture a natal flood dragon pearl. But 3,000 years ago, the calamity that affected all the water descendants of the world was seen as there were no more true dragons in the world. Only the many dragon descendants with impure bloodlines were left. In addition to the great blasphemy of the world, there were only a few. Along the way there were many sects, and the flood dragons did not dare to be rash. Not to mention crossing tens of thousands of miles, they would hide at the bottom of the water and find a nest with relatively dense water fate, and casually hang a signboard of some dragon palace, some underwater residence, and burn incense. Thus, a flood dragon that succeeded in crossing the river and turning into a dragon did not appear for 3,000 years. Of the thousands of flood dragons in the world, who did not want to turn into a dragon? But who dared? Because no one dared to determine whether the unknown sword Immortal that killed the true dragon would attack again. Until the Aquarius continent, there was a flood dragon covered in snow-white scales that crossed the river, and the true dragon returned to its position. In one fell swoop, it seized an immeasurable portion of the world's water fate. This small python under Xia, compared to the GQ of the clay bottle alley, was worlds apart. Even the little thing that followed behind the GQ was not as good as it. Xiao raised her chin towards the surface of the jade liquid river. Go back. A water flood dragon and a water god, as if they were pardoned. They immediately dived into the water and looked at each other from afar. They did not dare to communicate telepathically and only felt that they were in the same boat. Xiao frowned, still looking at the river in front of her, and asked, "Is it beautiful?" An old boatman slowly floated down the water with the help of wormwood. Even though they were dozens of miles apart, Xiao's voice was clearly heard by the old boat. He did not answer and only clicked his tongue in wonder. A young female Daoist priest stood at the bow of the boat, looked at Xiao and smiled. "Miss Wan, we meet again." In the past, Xiao had a good impression of He Xiaoyang, who used the identity of the female Taoist priest of Shin Ao sect to travel around the Pearl Grotto heaven. But now it was not good. North Continent's Cool Breeze Sect, Sect Master Xiaoyang. Beside him stood a deer-riding goddess who walked out of the skeleton beach city of murals. She was instructed to stand behind her master Xiaoyang, because she only took a glance at the green-clothed lady, and felt that she was dazzling and started to feel uneasy. Xiaoyang and old Boatzi, who was half a senior brother, had received a mysterious decree from their master not long ago. There were only two things, one was related to Qin Lingjun, and the other was for Xiaoyang to return to the Aquarius continent to find GQ from Clay Bottle Alley and Ma Kushuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. Xiaoyang could also meet a senior brother. As for old Boatzi, compared to that junior brother, he wanted to go to Old Dragon City to meet Madame Guimore. Li Shixing crossed the central divine continent in one step, and came to the gate of Fulu Street in his hometown. After paying his respects to his parents, Li Shixing came to the small pond where his sister lived. Looking at a small golden crab inside, he smiled. Mo Dao is fearless of thunder and lightning, and the Sea Dragon King is also rampant. Zhou Xian and Pei Xiang walked out of Qidun Mountain and continued to return slowly. Near the foot of Luopa Mountain, Pei Xiang saw a little girl in black with her arms crossed, hugging a green bamboo cane and a golden carrying pole, standing straight with her eyes wide open as if she was a little water monster in charge of guarding the mountain gate. Pei Xiang could not help but laugh. Your Luopa Mountain is really... She did not know how to describe the mountain wind of Luopa Mountain. Zhou Xian introduced. She is our Luopa Mountain's right protector. Pei Xiang laughed out loud. Zhou Xian said, I am not lying to you. Xiaomi Li is the right protector on Luopa Mountain's register, and her seat in the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall is very close to the front. Pei Xiang was skeptical. Really? Zhou Xian laughed. That's right, when you see Xiaomi Li later, just go straight to the point and say, you are the legendary mute lake water monster. She will be very happy. He wiped off the skin on his face and restored the face of Luopa Mountain's old chef. Pei Xiang also took off the skin on her face and then removed the camouflage. Xiaomi Li rubbed her eyes and then ran all the way to Zhou Xian sobbing, old chef, I thought you were lost and did not know how to go home. I did not dare to go to Red Candle Town to pick you up. The little girl was so sad that she could not speak. She did not care about her face and even accidentally admitted that she did not dare to go to Red Candle Town and Jade Liquid River. Zhou Xian reached out and rubbed Xiaomi Li's head, shook the big bag on his back and said with a smile, guess what's inside? Xiaomi Li wiped her tears, looked timidly at the woman beside old chef, pursed her lips tightly and bowed to Pei Xiang. Pei Xiang smiled and nodded. Just now, she was so focused on whether old chef had gained weight or lost weight that she did not see this beautiful sister. Pei Xiang remembered Zhou Lian's reminder and said with a smile, you are the mute lake water monster? Xiaomi Li was stunned on the spot. She did not know whether to scratch her face or her head. Oh ho! Why did this sister suddenly look better? Maybe this is what Pei Qian always said about a girl changing 18 times between childhood and womanhood? I change my head, what's so good about growing up? However, Xiaomi Li did not dare to say that to Pei Qian. Xiaomi Li remembered old chef's question and said softly, the kind of immortal book that Pei Qian mentioned? The little people in the picture, the ones that can fight. Unfortunately, Pei Qian is not willing to say more. Can you let me take a look? I like to read now and I am very knowledgeable. When Pei Qian comes home she will be shocked. Zhou Lian's face turned red and he said helplessly, it's melon seeds. Xiaomi Li sighed and said like an old man, you are already an adult and you are still eating melon seeds. However, the little girl quickly smiled and said, since I have already bought it, let's just leave it at that. Zhou Lian smiled and nodded. The long-awaited mountain breeze was no longer just a distant memory. I have already returned home and I am in this mountain. A little water monster seemed to have turned into a little yellow sparrow in the mountains. It hopped around Zhou Lian and chattered about its family affairs. Xiaomi Li did not say some things that could not be said. Pei Qian was first, she was second, and Sister Wanshu could only be third. Pei Xiang felt that it was ridiculous and could only ask in her heart, is this little girl really the right protector of Luopa Mountain? The protector position of the sect and immortal cave abode on the mountain had a lot of weight, and was said to be half of the mountain and river formation by the immortal master. Pei Xiang was sure that this little water monster's realm was not only not high, it was simply ridiculously low. Since this little girl was the right protector, could it be that Hongxia was the left protector? Or the head of Luopa Mountain? However, that Zhou Xian actually turned a deaf ear and only cared about talking to the little girl about trivial matters. Pei Xiang laughed in anger. Serves you right to be called old chef. Just as Pei Xiang was feeling a little depressed, it quickly turned into horror. A handsome man in white appeared out of thin air and smiled at Zhou Xian. You are learning from others. Are you satisfied being a shopkeeper? How many years has it been? Pei Xiang only felt that this person was as handsome as a jade mountain. In her eyes, this person's looks were only slightly inferior to Zhou Lian's. Shanjun Wei Pai. The first deity position in the northern mountains of the continent. Zhou Lian sighed. After being away from home for a long time, I miss Brother Wei. Wei Pai twitched the corner of his mouth. Forget it. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. Zhou Lian immediately rubbed his hands and said, Shanjun's cultivation has soared, and the heavens and earth should congratulate you. When the chaotic world is over, we will have a proper night banquet. Wei Pai ignored Zhou Lian and nodded to the king of the Fox country. He roughly guessed Zhou Lian's plan. How despicable. Zhou Lian's hoe directly dug out half of the wealth of the Su family of Clear Wind City. Pei Xiang hurriedly bowed to Lord Shanjun. She was graceful and charming, but she did not do it on purpose. Xiaomi smiled and called out Wei Shanjun, Wei Shanjun, Wei Shanjun. Usually she would only call him twice, but today she was so happy that she called him again. Wei Pai understood, bent slightly and opened his palm. Xiaomi put down a large handful of melon seeds. Wei Pai thanked her and naturally ate the melon seeds, and telepathically told Zhou Lian to put away the business. Pei Xiang's eyelids twitched. When Zhou Lian heard what Wei Pai said, he sneered, that little brat saved his life. The surviving member of the Zhou Ying dynasty who came to Luopa Mountain to take refuge and escape disaster had also received a secret order from Dali, but did not go to the ascension platform. The young sword cultivator had given up the great fortune of being in a favorable position. This was of course a clear indication from the emperor of the Song dynasty in Luopa Mountain. Dali already knew of this person's background, but was still willing to let bygones be bygones. The pursuit of the Ministry of Justice would stop. Zhou Lian was more satisfied with the choice of that homeless dog. It was very wise. He did not push his luck. Luopa Mountain gave him a place to stay, so he should be content. If he still dared to rely on Luopa Mountain and did not know the severity of the matter, mistakenly thinking that a life-saving talisman could be used as a long-term protective talisman, then Zhou Lian would stick a life-hastening talisman on his corpse. Otherwise, when he returned to Luopa Mountain, the second thing Zhou Lian would do would definitely be the will-seeking fist. And Zhou Lian's will-seeking fist was to determine life and death. As for the first thing, of course, it was to send melon seeds to Nuanshu, Xiaomi and the others, and then make a table of delicious mountain seasonal dishes. When the time came, he would take off his apron and go to the will-seeking fist. Zhou Lian raised his head. Then Pei Xiang saw a man in a green robe slowly walking down the mountain with a gentle smile. Zhou Lian was stunned. He glanced at Wei Pai. Wei Pai deliberately did not mention this matter. Anyway, Brother Zhu had already returned home, so he could see for himself. In those years of secret planning in Qingfeng City, Zhou Lian did not have any secret communication with Luopa Mountain, just in case, to prevent all his efforts from falling short. After all, that Madame Su was really not easy to deal with. For example, regarding the matter of using the Fox country to secretly gather literary luck. Even now, Zhou Lian had already discovered the clues, but Pei Xiang still did not tell him frankly. Therefore, Zhou Lian really did not know this person's identity. He only saw that the other party was a sword cultivator with a high realm. Miyu smiled and said to Zhou Lian telepathically, "Greetings, head butler. I come from the Great Wall of Sword Qi Miyu, me as in white rice, you as in rich, a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator. In Luopa Mountain, Brother Zhu can call me Yumi." Zhou Lian cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Brother Yu is so handsome, you have added a lot of color to my Luopa Mountain." Miyu hurriedly cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "I don't dare, I don't dare." Wei Pai smiled playfully. Zhou Xiaomi blinked at Yumi, then quietly leaned back a little and threw a look at the bag on Old Chef's back, indicating to Yumi Old Chef went home today and bought a lot of melon seeds. Pei Xiang felt that she was a little unsociable, and was even more shocked by that Brother Yu. The sword chi was too heavy. Of course, Miyu was not deliberately showing off his realm. It was too boring. In truth, Miyu had just returned from Old Dragon City to Luopa Mountain not long ago, and the sword qi that was mixed with the killing intent had not faded and was naturally revealed. And this was the result of Mi Yu deliberately suppressing the sword intent. Other than Mi Yu and Zhou Xian who returned to Luopa Mountain, there were still people rushing over. Zhongqiu Chao Qinglang. They had finally returned to Aquarius continent. They came from the north, riding on the Hemp Sex ferry. To directly return to Aquarius continent from the Central Plains, firstly there was no ferry and secondly it was too dangerous. Thus Teacher Zhong brought Chao Qinglang to the Pure Jade continent, to the North continent, and then took the ferry to return to the south. The other group of people was Sui Jingqing and his senior brother Rong Chong of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. They were returning from the south of Aquarius continent, and would once again pass by Luopa Mountain. During this time they specially went to Old Dragon City to find their master, Li Kai. Li Kai did not allow her eldest disciple Rong Chong to remain on the battlefield, as she said that if she died, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake would be bullied half to death, so Rong Chong should not join in the fun. Anyway, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake had her as the sect leader, and while they did not win much they would not lose face. At this time on the mountain outside the bamboo building, the sword cultivator Cui Wei who was cultivating at the Sword Reverence Arena was about to leave the mountain. It was to bid farewell to senior sword Immortal Mi Yu, and also to take a look at the talisman Jiang Chu. Cui Wei also went to the Ascension Arena. He was already a nascent soul sword cultivator. Currently Wei Pai the Northern Mountain Lord was one of the more leisurely ones. It was not that Wei Pai was lazy, but in truth in the few battles after the opening of the sky screen from start to finish, he did not need to do anything and only took advantage of the situation. He reckoned that when he met his colleague Middle Mountain Lord Jin Qing, the other party would say many strange things. Zhou Lian pulled Wei Pai Mi Yu, and the accountant Wei Wenlong together to discuss serious matters. There were too many things to discuss and none of them were small. Even the matter of settling down in the Fox Kingdom was not the most important. Pei Xiang followed the little girl in the pink dress named Qin Wanshu, and the strange little Xiaomi, to an elegant courtyard to stay. Pei Xiang's mood was complicated and she could not sleep at night, so she left her residence and walked alone, sitting on the steps of the mountain top. She felt that her current mood was too unreasonable. Before she arrived at Luopa Mountain, she was afraid that Luopa Mountain's resources were too weak. She did not expect that Luopa Mountain would be filled with one strange thing after another, and she could not help but feel anxious. Then Pei Xiang realized that Zhou Lian should have finished his discussion, and was now accompanying Tsin Yuanji down the mountain. Zhou Lian realized that Tsin Yuanji's fist technique had improved greatly, and knew that she had received guidance from Lu Shirlu. Zhou Lian let Tsin Yuanji continue up the mountain, and he took the lead in quickly ascending to sit beside Pei Xiang. Zhou Lian said softly, "Did you just realize that you are already in a foreign land? Don't worry, it won't take long for you to get used to it." Pei Xiang asked softly, "Yan Feng, have you always been secretly laughing at me for being a frog at the bottom of a well?" Zhou Lian laughed. "When did you become so melancholy? In my impression, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom in Clear Breeze City was a heroine. Calculating, decisive and good-looking." Pei Xiang said faintly, "If only I hadn't met you." Some women's moods were really unreasonable. When they were in a good mood everything was good. When they were in a bad mood everything was bad. The latter always comes out of the blue, often catching men off guard. Then don't listen to what she says in detail. Whether it's some inexplicable complaint or some irritating words that you don't know where the reason is, don't be anxious and throw yourself into confusion. Just treat it as an irrefutable reason and listen to it. Once you become impatient, or once she tries to reason with you, what can you do? You are finished. Even if you do not speak, you must listen and look at her seriously. Whether a man was willing to do so, was often the real knot in a woman's heart. But who was Zhou Lian? Very quickly Pei Xiang smiled. Tsin Yuanji stopped halfway up the mountain wanting to see the heartwarming scene at the top of the mountain. She admired old Mr. Zhu even more. He had just returned to his hometown and had to take care of a guest for Luopa Mountain. If it was the young mountain lord sitting next to that woman, Tsin Yuanji would probably be worried about Sister Pei Xiang's situation. So what if it was the mountain lord? Her eyes were not good and she liked to walk drunk at night. She liked to ignore everything and only cared about traveling alone, making old Mr. Zhu unusually busy. And she, Tsin Yuanji, practiced diligently every day. No one could find any fault with her. Moreover, the next time they passed each other, the gap between their fist techniques would be narrowed by her. In the small town at night, Yang family's medicine shop. Changming left Dragon Riding Alley and came here at night, knocking lightly on the door. Su Tiantian and Shi Lingshan, who had gone to an ancient battlefield to train their martial arts, had returned from their travels and continued to work as inconspicuous shop assistants. However, Shi Lingshan lived in Peach Leaf Alley, and only senior sister Su Tiantian lived there. Su Biao was instructed by her master to open the door for the woman. Changming went to the back courtyard. Su Biao simply moved a stool and sat at the door. In the back courtyard, Changming bowed to the old man. She bowed as a junior and did not even take a seat. She asked if the shop needed gold essence copper coins. After all, the war was in full swing. Other than Old Dragon City's main battlefield, the other two coastal battlefields were not as desperate as Old Dragon City's, but they were also filled with smoke. Old Yang shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions. It wasn't easy for you to accumulate such a small amount of wealth. Use it well. The reason he was willing to speak with her, besides her sincerity, was because of her relationship with the divine path. Changming was about to leave, but the old man suddenly asked, "That sure row in the shop has a hidden line on her body, did you see it?" Changming shook her head. "I didn't see it." Old Yang changed to an old tobacco pipe. Before putting it in, he lightly knocked on the stairs. In Gushu's territory there are many mystical people. That Sure Rose inheritance is only one of them. At first it was not obvious, but after a while it became clear. Changming was extremely interested in the Aquarius continent. Luopa Mountain had a large collection of books. She frequently flipped through the books and saw a book on Gushu's 800 Immortals. The old man continued, "She has some relationship with the Baek Okekyung building's third sect master, and they are still connected. As for when the lotus will move, it depends on the other party's mood. In the future, whether or not he will return to his true home and meet his senior brother." Changming only listened and silently memorized it in her heart. Old Yang suddenly said, "Wild cats, the night is full of stench." Ma Ku Xian's childhood playmate had a much bigger background than Sure Rose Dao Seed's spirit aura. Old man Yang pointed at the bench under the eaves. "Have a seat. Let's have a chat." Changming accepted the order and sat down. Old Yang was silent for a long time and slowly said, "It's just a palm-sized place. There is no place in the world that can scare outsiders." 60 years ago. Cui Dong Qi Jingchun, this pair of senior and junior brothers who became enemies in front of the world. Cui Dong's betrayal was true, but deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors was fine. The sage of literature Lu Shilu Zhou Xian. Adding Qin Pin Gon, then the sage of literature's direct disciple, was only missing a few who had not appeared. The world's proudest by Yi. Baek Okekyung building's third sect master Lu Qin set up a fortune-telling stall. There was the Yin Yang school's Zhou Zi, who set up a stall to sell Tonghulu. Heavenly Lord Xiesher. Wan Qi, Wan Xiu, Li Er and Li Lu, two pairs of father and daughter. Chao Shi, Chao Jun, a pair of grandfather and grandson from Mud Bottle Alley. Blind Daoist Jia Qing, White Emperor City's Xingju Zhong, another pair of master and disciple. One of Daoist master's clones Li Shixing. Song Zhengqiang of the White Dragon Fish Robe. Mahist Su Ro. Alliance, who was just a few steps away from entering the small town. Just like the Mud Bottle Alley's servant girl GQ. The first Upper Five Realms mountain monarch in the history of the Aquarius continent Wei Pai. Sword cultivator Jiang Shangzhen Miyu Li Kai. Of course, there was also the ancient sword under the bridge. To the cultivators on the mountain, a short 60 years was nothing. So as long as one's luck was not good, no matter who came here, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, if one had the guts, one's life would be hanging by a thread. Even if one was pleased for a moment and made enemies here and temporarily did not have to worry about one's life, one still had to look further ahead and take it easy. After all, the young people of Pearl Grotto Heaven, especially Qin Pingon Ma Ku Xian's generation, went out many times and their future was not small. For the first time old Yang laughed. This kind of opening is really heroic. Chang Ming held her breath and concentrated, only listening without speaking. Then she turned her head to look. A travel-worn young Confucian scholar with a bamboo chest on his back and a green bamboo cane in his hand suddenly opened the curtain. He happened to see old man Yang's rare smile. He laughed aloud and said, "Old man, look at how happy you are, you look silly. What's wrong?" "Found a wife." Old but vigorous, not bad at all. Chongming was stunned. The young man did not know Chongming's identity and could only cup his fists and smile, and then ran to old Yang's back and squatted and grabbed his neck. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? He didn't think that old man Yang would have the ability to find such a beautiful sister. Chongming was stunned for a long time and then suddenly laughed. I know, it's that famous Li Huai who I have heard of for a long time. He had a good relationship with master since young. Old Yang also allowed Li Huai to be rash and only said, "You are still willing to come back." Li Huai let go of his hand and sat down next to him, gently beating his legs, and complained, "This trip was so tiring. My luck is not good." Old man Yang chuckled. Chongming said goodbye and left. Old Yang turned a blind eye to it. Li Huai took off the book box and put it aside and then lay back looking tired. Old Yang, why do you think the world suddenly became so chaotic? Old Yang said, "It's okay." Li Huai asked, "It has nothing to do with you, right?" Old Yang did not say anything and began to smoke. Li Huai sat up. "Give me a definite answer. Do you really think you are a master beyond this world? Old arms and legs, don't try to be brave." Old Yang said, "It has nothing to do with me." Li Huai was slightly relieved and said with a cheeky smile, "I saw you laughing like a thief before, not like a decent person. What good news? Did you really find a wife?" "It can't be." Old Yang did not say anything. Li Huai lay back down. If he could lie down, he really did not want to sit, and if he sat, he did not want to stand. Anyway, he was like this since he was young. He was used to not being high or low, and he could not compare to anyone, not to his friends. Li Huai actually did not care, but when he went on a long journey he always encountered some things and it was not so comfortable. But his mother always said that he was a person who enjoyed life, and the reason was his sister, who was born a bit beautiful. In the future, if he found a brother-in-law who was willing to help him, he could just lie down and enjoy life. But when Li Huai thought of his sister Li Lu, he was worried. She was not young anymore and there was still no one to settle down. Look, after missing out on my good brother Qin Pingon, who could cut a chicken head and burn yellow paper, she can't get married, right? What did father and mother mean, especially mother or sister? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? With our mother's temper, would she be willing to let an outsider live in the house that she prepared for her son? Old Yang seemed to know Li Huai's thoughts and said, "Your sister doesn't like Qin Pingon and you can't force a melon to be sweet. If you don't understand this, what kind of books have you been reading all these years?" Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Find a wife first, then talk to me about romantic relationships." Li Huai sat up and opened the bamboo box, nagging about how much he spent. He did not spend any money on this trip to the North Continent, and now he had broken his cultivation. The old man listened and laughed. The lazy Zhou Xian rarely visited Luopa Mountain. He did not come often. His blacksmith shop by the river was not close to the mountain. Zhou Xian was so lazy that he did not even go to the ascension platform. Anyway, it was not like he had not gone there in his dreams many times. Ordinary people would not talk to me, Zhou Xian, about how thrilling it was. Looking at Zhou Mili, who was sitting on a small stool and dozing off like a chick pecking at rice, Zhou Xian coughed softly. Zhou Mili shuddered and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She immediately got up and laughed. "Sleepy Lou, you're here." Zhou Xian, who had long been given the nickname of Sleepy Lou by little Mili, nodded first, then sat at the side and said with a smile, "Little Mili, as the right guardian, it's so degrading to be a small door god." Zhou Mili said helplessly, "What can I do? Uncle Defeng has gone for a long trip, and Yuan Lai has also gone down the mountain with his sister. Sister Nuanshu is so busy every day and I'm so free." Then the little girl said quietly, "When Pei Qian comes back, he'll see me guarding the door here. I won't be able to run away from him." The little girl suddenly stretched out a hand and clenched it into a fist. "Even if he runs away, I'm not afraid. I can catch him in an instant." Like Pei Qian pressing down on the head of the left guardian of Dragon Riding Alley. Zhou Xian crossed his arms. Zhou Mili said, "What's wrong? Have you thought of a mountain chieftain? Think about it, think about it. The two of us happen to be together." Unexpectedly, Zhou Xian smiled and shook his head. "Think about him, my ass. Just thinking about him makes me annoyed." The little girl, who had just taken out a handful of melon seeds to entertain Sleepy Lou, silently put them back into her sleeves. "What did he say? Think about him, my ass? Then eat his ass." Little Mili shook her head lightly. Zhou Xian held back his laughter and asked, In the past, that good mountain chieftain of yours would often follow me to the stream and find a narrow spot. I'd jump first and he'd jump later. With a whoosh, he'd jump to the opposite bank, and with a splash, he'd fall into the water. I'd laugh at him from the opposite bank. The little girl widened her eyes and shook her head vigorously. Sleepy Lou, you're bragging without thinking. The good mountain chieftain is very, very powerful. Except that he didn't know how to recite poetry. Moreover, if the good mountain chieftain was Sleepy Lou's follower, then what about her and Pei Qian? Wouldn't their seniority be lower? Lu Xianyang shrunk his shoulders and smiled. Little mealy, little mealy. The little girl laughed mischievously. Sleepy Lou, Sleepy Lou. Lu Xianyang looked into the distance at the bright moon and joked, I have to quickly find a wife and give birth to a daughter as cute as little Mealy. Zhou Mealy thought for a while and drew a circle with her little head. Generally speaking, it's very, very difficult. After eating melon seeds, it's not difficult at all. Lu Xianyang muttered, short pavilion and long pavilion and short pavilion. Short pavilion and short stop, the road back is endless. Zhou Mealy's eyes lit up. Sleepy Lou, you can recite poems too. Can you lend it to me for a few days? I can show it off to Pei Qian in the future. After I'm done showing off, I'll definitely return it to you. Lu Xianyang smiled. Of course. Then the two of them looked at the full moon together, each thinking of someone far away. The center of the Xianxia continent. On a tragic battlefield, Pei Qian picked up a child whose face was covered in mud. This was the last remaining elite border army of a great dynasty. A total of 160,000 people were wiped out just like that. When they first met, the child was lying on the ground. The first thing he saw was a pair of broken boots soaked in blood. He stopped not far from the child. Pei Qian reached out to pull the child out of the pile of corpses. The child sat on the ground motionlessly, only staring at the young woman bathed in blood. His face was cracked and his cheekbones were exposed. His eyes were lifeless. Yu Zhuanfu came to Pei Qian's side and looked at the skinny and pitiful child. He said to Pei Qian, "Thank you for that punch." Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and shook his head lightly. The punch she used to save Yu Zhuanfu from afar on the battlefield was learned from Lei Gong Temple's senior Pei, so Pei Qian didn't think there was anything to thank. If Master knew, would it cause him to eat a chestnut for nothing? The eye-catching young man in white stood alone on the top of a hill. On the path of cultivation, there was a Daoist number 2 in the Qingming world, who was known as the true invincible of several worlds. On the path of martial arts, this person also had a bit of an invincible spirit. After all, before him there was still a female martial god master waiting for him. Chao Xi not only can punch to kill enemies but also to save people. At most, Pei Qian could pay attention to Shi Jiejia's safety. This was also because Yu Zhuanfu was fighting side by side with her, not far away. But that Chao Xi Do Duxi's fists can take care of the battlefield far away. Worthy of being Master's only rival on the path of martial arts. The opponent Master finds is the same as whatever Master does, always strong. But looking for the first disciple, it doesn't seem to be very good. Pei Qian said to the child, "Get up, play dead when you should, get up when you should, get up and lower your head again. This way you can live longer. If you stay here, death is death." Pei Qian actually already noticed this strange child, but couldn't take care of him before. This child is a Yao. But on the battlefield, the child from the Xianxia continent unexpectedly protected a person. Unfortunately, the person the child protected with his life has already died without a complete corpse. And the child who just took human form not long ago was only affected by a spell and paid the price of having his longevity bridge broken. So he didn't actively play dead before but instead fainted. When he woke up, he began to play dead. The child finally got up, silently following behind Pei Qian, limping forward. If Pei Qian walked fast, he would walk fast. If Pei Qian walked slow, he would walk slow. Yu Zhuanfu didn't hide anything, straightforwardly said, "Pei Qian, I'll say one more thing. In the future you have to fight by yourself and take care of a child. It won't be easy." Yu Zhuanfu didn't hold a grudge against the child because of his Yao origin. Pei Qian nodded. "It will be very difficult." She turned to look at the child, who stopped in an instant. It seems that after that person died, the beastly aura on the child began to gather again, becoming more like a mountain spirit who hasn't cultivated for long and isn't very good at hiding his Yao origin. There's nothing sadder than a dead heart. Pei Qian stopped, turned to face the child and asked in the language of the Xianxia continent, "Do you want to learn fist techniques from me?" The child was indifferent, just standing there. Yu Zhuanfu frowned because she saw a deep-rooted hatred in the child's eyes, towards herself and Pei Qian. It seems to be the same for the entire world and the world. It doesn't make sense, but it is the truth. The child looked at Pei Qian, finally willing to speak. He stretched out a hand, his voice was hoarse and unclear, as if it hurt the foundation of his Tao, making it difficult to speak. Yu Zhuanfu finally heard clearly. The child said, "Lend me money and I'll leave. I'll pay you back later." Pei Qian said, "You can earn money by learning fist techniques." The child's face was expressionless and he lowered his head. Yu Zhuanfu was a bit helpless. Pei Qian and this child, what's going on? Tongyi Continent's Heavenly Fault Peak Azure Tiger Palace. The old nascent soul Lu Yong was determined to die, and found the leader of the cultivators following the army, saying that he wanted to make a deal with the Dali dynasty according to the rules set by the imperial tutor. The stout general nodded, saying that it was negotiable. Then he immediately summoned 2 secretaries from the Great Li dynasty to discuss the details with the foreign nascent soul stage cultivator. They also brought a secret record with them, which recorded detailed information about the Green Tiger Palace and Lu Yong in the Tongye continent. One of the secretaries suggested to the general that Lu Yong didn't need to go to the battlefield to kill demons in exchange for battle merits. He could just refine pills and his battle merits would only be greater. The general frowned and directly asked the young civil official how the so-called conversion of alchemy into battle merits was calculated. "This Lu Yong is putting his life on the line to discuss this with us. Could you please explain it to us in detail?" The secretaries first discussed with their colleagues and then frankly and honestly, according to Dali's established rules, they gave the general and Lu Yong a detailed explanation. The young civil official spoke quickly and his words were precise without any ambiguity. For example, Lu Yong and the Azure Tiger Palace didn't need to provide any of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for alchemy, and they just didn't want to haggle over wages with Dali. For example, if the Azure Tiger Palace's alchemy methods could really have an immediate effect on cultivators and pure martial artists, then as long as Lu Yong was willing to go public with Dali, they could calculate a considerable amount of battle merits. The general only interrupted and said that Lu Yong didn't need to worry. If he wasn't willing to give out the secret alchemy formulas, Dali wouldn't make things difficult for the Azure Tiger Palace, and he wouldn't settle accounts later. Lu Yong was overjoyed. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and agreed to everything. From the beginning to the end it took less than an hour. The 2 secretaries gave Lu Yong an extremely detailed account of where Lu Yong and all the alchemists of the Green Tiger Palace were going, how they were going, the prices of the various elixirs, how they were going to calculate their battle merits, and the people who were going to meet them at the temporary station. After finishing their discussion, the 2 young civil officials quickly left. The general only cupped his fists and didn't exchange any pleasantries with them. Lu Yong sighed in his heart. Dali's border army's thunderous momentum didn't only lie on the battlefield. Dali's general, who was in charge of keeping an eye on the foreign cultivators, patrolled the mountains and rivers restrictions every time he put on his armor and sword. Occasionally he would look at those immortals who seemed to be kept in captivity. The man's eyes were very cold. As a Dali's border army officer, discussing business with this old nascent soul Tong Yezhou, who was an expert in alchemy. In Dali's border army the law was the most important and no one could ignore it. Those rules, big and small, were all engraved in the bones of the martial artists. Dali's cavalry and the accompanying cultivators didn't differentiate between the top and bottom of the mountain. They were all martial artists. But since they had finished discussing business, there weren't too many taboos. Before the man left, he suddenly smiled and cupped his fists towards the old cultivator. He said in a deep voice, "Just because you're willing to die in a foreign land, my comrades and I will remember Heavenly Fault Peak Azure Tiger Palace. Of course, it doesn't matter whether or not we remember a few brutes on the battlefield. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart." The man walked away in large strides, his armor clanking as he left the old man with his back view. Lu Yong couldn't help but cup his fists towards the general's back view. He then put it down and left quickly. Time to do something. In the distance on the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the senior monk of the large temple was fighting side by side with the unknown Daoist. The old Daoist opened a famous semi-cursive scroll. The content was only 28 words, but there were 172 seals in the future. Each word was talisman. Many golden armored puppets smashed into the demon army. He was a true pure Jade Realm cultivator, but he was unknown in the Aquarius continent. The martial fate of the Aquarius continent didn't lose to the other 7 continents outside of the Central Plains Divine continent. It was even more prosperous than the pure Jade continent. But in terms of the number of native cultivators in the 5 upper realms, it was too little. As for the old monk, he threw out his staff, which turned into a green flood dragon. He also took off his Xianxia, which suddenly became as big as the clouds, covering tens of miles of the battlefield. On the Xianxia, there seemed to be a clear and round water surface like a lotus in the wind. The emperor of the Song clan had once ordered to build temples in the entire continent. The Buddhist sect had to return the favor. Today, when the old monk and the Daoist were resting, they sat on the clouds a few thousand feet apart and spoke telepathically. The old monk smiled and asked, "Why did you come here?" "I have nothing to do in the mountains, so I came down to take a look." His place of cultivation was the White Frost dynasty, which was as majestic as the Zhou dynasty of yesteryear. Only that when the Dali cavalry passed through the country, the old Immortal didn't make a move. Cultivating in the mountains, one's Dao heart was emotionless. But he wasn't a native cultivator of the Aquarius continent. He traveled to the Aquarius continent and stayed there for many years. The old Daoist smiled and said, "Outside the mountains the grass grows every year. Whether I look at it or not is my problem. Whether I open it or not, it is my problem." Old Dragon City's Fu family's head helper, sword cultivator Chu Yang. Su Ruo had once asked for his help, and then they met in a foreign land. It made the Mo family ranger feel that he didn't save Chu Yang for nothing. He joined hands with the Sun family's helper. Now that Old Dragon City used the Fu family's mountain river formation as a barrier, 3 huge holes had appeared on the South Sea battlefront. Chu Yang was in charge of stopping the demons from entering. He was exhausted, but he was still killing to his heart's content. With Old Dragon City as the core of the array formation, the Mountain Grand Array was not only responsible for blocking the demons who were constantly sending themselves to their deaths and piling up corpses into mountains, but it could also help Mountain Lord South Mountain Fan Junmao and some other people who had attained the Dao Fine demons of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals who could break the array formation's restrictions alone. Dali's floating sword boat was in charge of fighting the wasteland. Now south of Old Dragon City in Aquarius continent was wasteland. On the continent, the treasure bottle had a golden lotus flower, which was a huge formation. There was also the 24 solar terms formation, which was still flowing perfectly. Cui Dong was in charge of the Beko Kekyung building and was in charge of slaying demons. There was a female sword celestial who came from afar. She kept on killing and attacking with her sword. Her sword in the past was already broken and couldn't be used anymore. The sword in her hand was still a sword that she pulled out from the floating Duckweed Sword Lake's treasury. As for the life-flying sword that was the foundation of a sword celestial, Li Kai was also damaged in the 2 battles in a foreign land and in her hometown. The female sword Immortal caught a glimpse of him and suddenly smiled. Because there was a man who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With a swing of his sword he killed a nascent soul demon sword cultivator from afar. Then he fled far away, leaving behind only one sentence: "Tonight my wife is especially beautiful and moving." Li Kai laughed and replied, "Do I need you to tell me if I'm beautiful or not?" At the southernmost part of Old Dragon City's battlefield, Zhou Mi appeared. Beside him was his direct disciple Sword Celestial Xing Chen, and Lu Bai, who rushed over from the Great Wall of Sword Energy. There was also his closed-door disciple, Jia Shenying, who wasn't a sword cultivator. The young man in the past was now a young man. All the schemes and wisdom in the world belonged to Jiaxing. Jia Shenying frowned and said, "The small Aquarius continent has records of all the strange people in it. Where did those accidents come from? Did I miss the spy report of the 60-year period?" Jia Shenying shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother has never missed a spy report." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "It's my fault for leaving my hometown for so long. It's also Cui Dong's fault for scheming too much." In the history of the world there was a sigh that said, "All the schemes and wisdom in the world belong to Jiaxing." Therefore Jia Shenying said, "Embroidered Tiger Cui Dong is indeed the senior apprentice brother of Hidden Official." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "I don't know how strong he is until he dies." Zhou Mi waved his hand. After a while, on the vast and boundless sea surface, The sound of thunder grew louder and shook the earth. It turned out that outside of the sea surface near Old Dragon City, there was another sea surface that was 100 feet tall and surging over. It was a water technique of the king stage Great Demon Fei Fei, the current lord of the swaying river in the desolate land. She wanted to flood Old Dragon City. On the road to the north, there were many demon race cultivators that were proficient in water techniques, all of them unleashing their natal divine abilities or adding techniques, all of them adding fuel to the flames of the gigantic waves. The monstrous waves ferociously crashed towards the obstructing city at the southern end of Aquarius continent. On the Dragon Ascension stage, GQ's figure transformed into a rainbow light, passing through Old Dragon City's formation and entering the sea. Before she revealed her true dragon body, she had already killed countless of the demon race cultivators in the radius of 10 li. Zhou ignored it and laughed to his closed-door disciple Mu Sun. Previously you said that Cui Dong is indeed the senior apprentice brother of Hidden Official, isn't that inappropriate? It should be that young Hidden Official is indeed the junior apprentice brother Cui Dong. Zhou looked up and spoke in his mind, Embroidered Tiger thinks so? The majestic image of Cui Dong was in the sky above Dali Pidu, holding the Baek Okekyung building in his hand. The 12 flying swords were as big as sword boats, hovering in all directions. Cui Dong did not answer the question and smiled. Jia Xing's schemes are disappointing. Note 1. Don't take it seriously, don't hit the face. 717. Left and right they arrived at a beautiful place with verdant hills and limpid waters. With a green bamboo stick in hand they climbed the mountain. The temple was at the foot of the mountain, the Daoist temple was at the peak, and the academy was halfway up the mountain. Even if it was not a blessed place, it was still the same. He was now in a foreign land called the Yuhua Blessed Land. He had nothing to do and was unwilling to move his real body. He could only use his Yin spirit to travel and take the opportunity to see the world's scenery. This blessed land was a holy place for cultivation and was known as the Immortal's abode in the human world. It was a place that all the hermits in the world had to pass by. It was also the first choice of all the kind men and women in the human world. It was said that there were many immortals in the ancient times who cultivated in the mountains. Hence there was the Chui Song Palace at the peak of the mountain. Later on, there was an immortal who attained Tao and rode a green dragon that was transformed from an ancient pine. He ascended and became an immortal. When the monarch saw the unprecedented and unrecorded auspicious sign, he immediately changed the name of the era. In the first year of Shangyun, he ordered the construction of Baoji Temple to worship the Taoist immortal's ascension. More than 100 years later, the dynasty changed and the temple's incense withered. The immortal's last recorded return to the human world was to use his supreme supernatural power to salvage the Baoji Temple that had sunk into the water for unknown reasons and move it to the peak of the mountain. The emperors of the new dynasty quickly gave the ancestor of the treasure accumulation temple many titles, such as Enlightened Being, True Lord and Heavenly Lord, as he ascended step by step. They also gave him plaques and Tao books, causing the temple to prosper until now. Later generations had different opinions. They were sure that this immortal was not only listed as an immortal after his ascension, but was also given an extremely high-rank green seal by the Heavenly Emperor. His official position was similar to the 6 ministers in the human world. Hence, wherever he went, the gods of the mountains, lakes and swamps, as well as the hidden immortals of the sea, would come to greet him. Of course, Zhuo knew that these rumors about the blessed land were just baseless rumors. The old cultivator who was regarded as a Tao enlightened immortal was actually just a sect in the Tongyi continent. He was a consecrator of the ancestral hall. His final achievement was the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He was unable to break through and extend his lifespan, and could only decay day by day. Then he encountered the invasion of the desolate world. Whether it was because the old cultivator believed that his time was up and there was no meaning in living for a few more years, or because there was some other reason, the old cultivator chose to die in battle on the battlefield of the Tongyi continent. As for Feather Transformation Blessed Land, it was unable to escape this calamity and fell into the hands of a military camp. The Blessed Land was supposed to be carried by a direct disciple of the sect to the Aquarius continent, to hand over this emergence Blessed Land to Old Dragon City, to help the cultivators of the sect exchange for a place to cultivate with the Dali dynasty. Feather Transformation Blessed Land was vast but sparsely populated. Due to the thin spiritual energy and the fact that the god, who owned the blessed land, was unwilling to spend too much money. There were very few cultivators who could barely make it in history. To a Tongyi continent's immortal sect, it was indeed a very useless and inferior blessed land. If they spent a lot of money on the blessed land, it would delay the cultivation of the Qi cultivators on their own mountain. In the end, the gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, a sect leader, even if he was already in the unpolished Jade realm, as long as he could not become an immortal and his lifespan was fixed, he would be short-sighted. He would not dare to say what would happen to the blessed land 1,000 years later. As for the rest of the elders, consecrators, and direct disciples of the ancestral hall, their realms were lower and their Dao skills were shallow. Therefore they would only be more short-sighted. They might not be unable to see the long-term benefits of the blessed land. However, what benefit would it bring to Dao in the next 1,000 years? However, to the Song clan, it could indeed solve a part of their urgent needs. It was the most convenient to use it to migrate the people of the vassal state in the southernmost part of the continent. Feather transformation blessed land's rank was too low. On the contrary, it was a good thing because the hidden dangers were very small. The conflicts between the people on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, as well as between cultivators and mortals, were almost negligible. It cost almost nothing to settle the refugees. As for why the blessed land eventually fell into the hands of the demon army, Zhuo was not very interested. Regardless of whether it was the greed of the human heart or the accidents of the world, he was detained here anyway. The pilgrims on the road did not pay much attention to this man who looked like a Confucian scholar with a green robe and a green bamboo cane. After all, he was very common. Zhuo stopped at a place where vendors gathered halfway up the mountain. Among them there was a banner that said, "The last place to drink, quickly drink until you are full." It reminded the people of the world that they had to be sincere in burning incense. Those who were addicted to alcohol should quickly satisfy their cravings here. Otherwise, if they drank when they were high up, they would be drunk. If they were seen by the immortals who had opened their celestial eyes, it would easily cause them to be unhappy and their blessings and wishes would not come true. Other than devout pilgrims who went up the mountain to burn incense, there were also many porters who worked hard to earn money. They either carried luggage for the pilgrims or carried stones up the mountain for the pilgrims so that the temple at the top of the mountain could accumulate stones to build a new mansion. The former made less money while the latter made more money. It was just that this hard-earned money was really hard to earn. Therefore, some pilgrims who were well off would let the porters rest here and treat them to a bowl of wine to strengthen their energy and heart. Zhuo took out some money to buy a bowl of wine. There were more drinkers and they took up a few tables. Zhuo was unwilling to share a table with others and wanted to walk further away. When the vendor saw that the customer wanted to walk further away to drink, he hurriedly shouted and asked him to pay a deposit first. Otherwise he could not walk too far away to drink. If he encountered a drinker with a bad conscience after drinking, he would just casually throw him off the cliff. You are saving effort and being generous. Our vendor is just a small business, who can we ask for compensation? Zhuo could only return with the wine and pay the vendor a few coins. Then he walked to the railing of the cliff and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. The mountains and rivers meandered up and down like a scene in a pot. Previously, the official, sword-seeker Tongyi sect had taken the initiative to give the sect a great future. No matter what the demon race's intentions were, it was obvious that they wanted to turn the Tongyi sect's disaster into a blessing. After all, the scholar with the pseudonym Zhou had appeared. As the second highest sovereign great demon in the wasteland, his vows and promises could indeed be taken seriously. One had to know that in the southernmost part of the Tongyi continent, there was a meeting in the Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall where the sect master was not present. They rejected the suggestion of the round-faced woman in cotton-padded clothes and did not hand over the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family. As a result, the demon race's army attacked continuously and no longer held back. The temperamental patriarch of the Jade Gui sect cursed Xianxia for being a jinx while killing demon cultivators. If one day I die and the Jade Gui sect and Cloud Cave blessed land are lucky enough to survive, let Xianxia come to my grave and kowtow to thank me. The sound has to be loud, otherwise no one will hear. This was probably the so-called, every dog has its day. It was easy to become a joke if one enjoyed watching a joke. The Jade Gui sect had watched the Tongyi sect become a joke for a few years. It seemed that it was the turn of the Tongyi sect's cultivators to watch the Jade Gui sect become a joke. And this opportunity was easily obtained. All they had to do was nod their heads. As long as the Tongyi sect's ancestral hall seized this opportunity, it was possible that they could directly annex the Jade Gui sect in the future. It was not even an extravagant hope to turn their sworn enemy into a vassal sect. However, the hearts of the Tongyi sect's cultivators were shattered but not shattered. This was because the number of people in the Tongyi sect's ancestral hall who held their own opinions was actually half and half. Zhuo was actually quite surprised. He originally thought that the Tongyi sect's cultivators, regardless of their age, would immediately change sides and expel him from the sect. Unexpectedly, those younger cultivators of the Tongyi sect who were younger in terms of seniority were actually able to bear this burden together. Not only did they refuse the invitation of the wilderness world, they also dared to find Zhuo and say, "We implore Zhuo to stay. Zhuo can leave his life to us." The old cultivators who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years still wanted to live. The young people who had only walked on the Great Tao for a few years were still willing to die. At that moment, Zhuo suddenly felt that the world had indeed changed for the better. In the past, the world rarely made things so easy for Zhuo. For example, in the past, when he encountered those sword immortal embryos who relied on their strength to act, Zhuo would be put in a difficult position. Should he kill them or beat them half to death? As long as Zhuo was still in the Tongyi sect and the sword aura was still in the Tongyi continent, to the wilderness world, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. After the sword-shattering Ascendant Realms Sun Yuanjin, Xiaochuo went to the South Whirlpool continent where the battle was relatively stable. He said that he wanted to strike down the sun and moon that fell from Qin Chuanan's shoulder. At the same time he wanted to meet Lu Ji. Therefore the Sword Immortal advisor was in charge of the specific implementation of the plan. In the end they used an inferior blessed land with less than 10 million people to successfully detain Zhuo. The advisor seemed to be asking Zhuo, but his real method was to suddenly open the heaven and earth restriction of the Ascension Blessed Land and fiercely smash it to Zhuo. At the same time in the Blessed Land, there was an unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator who had the will to die. He hooked his finger to Zhuo. The meaning was obvious. Either enter the trap or watch the Blessed Land shatter in front of Zhuo's eyes. At the same time, Zhoumi used the great method of changing the heaven and earth, causing Zhuo to be in the Blessed Land. Zhuo did not allow the Blessed Land to shatter in the Tongyi sect's territory. Other than killing demons, he also used the sword aura to travel the heaven and earth barrier. He used the sword aura to form the heaven and earth formation to protect the Blessed Land. Without hesitation, then Zhoumi restored the original mountains and rivers. The advisor immediately closed the Blessed Land's restriction and isolated the heaven and earth, causing Zhuo to be temporarily detained here. At the same time he first rooted the Blessed Land in the Tongyi continent and merged it with the Great Tao of the wilderness world. He also ordered 2 immortal realm demons to continuously use spells to attack the Blessed Land's barrier. The immortal realm's spells and Great Tao combined to continuously wear down Zhuo's sword will and cultivation. He did not pursue the result of shattering the Blessed Land, but also did not allow Zhuo to be too relaxed in the Ascension Blessed Land. After stabilizing the boundary of the heaven and earth barrier, Zhuo began to carefully observe this small blessed land. The vast sword aura was still far away from the mortal world. Zhuo wanted to leave the blessed land and return to the Tongyi continent of the vast world. It was extremely simple. He could just casually use his sword to split open the heaven barrier and ignore the life and death of the Ascension Blessed Land. Not to mention Zhuo, even if Jiang Shangzhen used that willow leaf he could do the same. Hence it was meaningless to trap Jiang Shangzhen here. Jiang Shangzhen would definitely use his sword decisively. After using his sword, not to mention the millions of casualties in the Blessed Land, even if the Blessed Land was shattered and millions of mortals died, Jiang Shangzhen would not feel the slightest ripple in his heart. In the past, Jiang Shangzhen almost failed miserably in his own family's gutter. He punished the group of arrogant earth immortals who led the group to cause trouble in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. The number of casualties on and below the mountain was more than 1 million. However, Zhuo planned to stay here temporarily until he thought of a solution that was not difficult to solve. This caused the left and right true bodies to be unable to move at all, as if they had entered a meditative state. His meticulous means were not ordinary. Before he let the officials throw out the Blessed Land, he had already set up an edict of the Great Way in the Blessed Land. It was as if he was carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. It was specially used to suppress the sword aura in the human world. Therefore the Yin spirit could only travel far away. Otherwise, a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. The so-called Heaven's Way here could not hurt the sword Immortal at all, but it would make the human world fall into trouble. For example, when the left and right swords slashed the demons earlier, a huge ravine that was 10,000 miles long appeared in the sky of the Blessed Land. This was even after the left and right swords tried their best to guide their own sword aura and great Tao to circulate. Otherwise, after killing the demons with a single sword strike, the human world would have suffered countless disasters. In the eyes of the few cultivators who were climbing the mountain in the Blessed Land, the ravine that seemed to tear a crack in the sky was like a rainbow of sword chi that hung between heaven and earth for a long time. The brilliance of the colored glaze and the sword chi flowed endlessly. The sword aura of the left and right true bodies had to be far away from the human world. It was used to support the boundary between heaven and earth to prevent the demon cultivators' spells and supernatural powers from wantonly breaking the barrier of the Blessed Land. Otherwise, when the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth happened, the common people of the Yuhua Blessed Land would suffer from all kinds of natural disasters. It could be torrential rain that lasted for 10 days, causing floods to fill the sky. It could be a drought that lasted for a few years, causing thousands of miles of land to be dyed red, or snow that covered the entire winter and killed everything. In the beginning, the left and right true bodies thought that there were still demons left behind in the Blessed Land, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. For example, a sovereign great demon was hiding here. However, after patrolling the area, he realized that it was normal. If the two sides fought, once the Blessed Land was destroyed, causing the mountains and rivers to be destroyed, it was equivalent to letting the left and right true bodies break free from the cage. At that time it would be his turn to attack with all his might. However, it was not as simple as Jiang Shangzhen taking out the willow leaf and stabbing it here and there. After confirming that there were no more great demons hiding in the Yuhua Blessed Land, the left and right true bodies began to travel far away. The name of the Blessed Land was Yuhua Blessed Land. The meaning of the name was great, but in reality, it did not live up to its name. It was really just a private property of a low-level celestial family in the Tongyi continent. In the past, the cultivators here formed their gold cores and ascended to the Tongyi continent in the sky beyond heaven. After that, on the path of cultivation, they were recruited by the celestial family. Even though the cultivator hid very well, his hometown Blessed Land was still discovered by the ancestor at the top of the mountain. After a series of deductions, he followed the clues and roughly figured out the location. After spending tens of years, he finally salvaged this small Blessed Land from the shore of the long river of time. After that, it was only logical that the door would open and the celestial immortals would descend to inspect the Blessed Land. They would plunder the natural treasures and look for good materials and jade that were suitable for cultivation. However, the Blessed Land was too barren. The natural treasures that could catch their eyes could be counted with one's fingers. The so-called cultivation geniuses were also lacking. Occasionally there would be one, but after being brought out of the Blessed Land and nurtured wholeheartedly, they would not be of much use. At most they would cultivate to the gold core realm. For a celestial family with the celestial family, even if they had a Blessed Land, they would not be able to make ends meet. As for the other mountains, celestial masters and disciples of rich and powerful families, they would spend money to travel around the Blessed Land as celestials. However, due to the quality of the Blessed Land, the benefits were too small. Therefore, the other celestial families in the Tongyi continent felt that they had made a loss. Over time, Yuhua Blessed Land had always been a low-level Blessed Land. The sects in the world were all willing to upgrade a medium-level Blessed Land to a high-level Blessed Land. No matter how much money they spent, they would not be tired. However, they might not be willing to upgrade a low-level Blessed Land to a medium-level Blessed Land. Therefore, there was a saying on the mountain, "It's better to not have a low-level Blessed Land." If it fell into the hands of a large sect, they would not care about the cost. In the end, they would gain a lot of long-term benefits and turn their losses into profits. However, in history there were many small sects that were not rich enough. They would often be harmed by this. In the end, most of them would choose to sell it to the rich sects on the mountain. The quality of a Blessed Land was not only based on the size of the mountains and rivers and the number of people in the Blessed Land, but also the amount of spiritual energy in the heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if the Blessed Land was vast and had a population of tens of millions, it would not be suitable for ordinary people to cultivate on the mountain. The threshold for cultivation was too high and the bottleneck was too big. Therefore, people who cultivated were all in the lower 5 realms. Even the cave realm was an extravagant hope. Perhaps the so-called becoming a celestial was only the first level of the middle 5 realms, the cave realm. Therefore, the quality of the blessed land could only be evaluated as low level. In this Yuhua blessed land, the 36th generation Daoist of the Azure Dragon Palace at the peak of the mountain, the first temple master of the treasure accumulation temple, belonged to the category of cultivation genius who gathered the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. In a low-level blessed land, not only did he cultivate the unprecedented Dragon Gate realm, he even cultivated a golden elixir in the end. Therefore he was favored by the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing him to break through the canopy of heaven and earth and travel far away. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The cultivators who came from the blessed land were some lucky ones who carried the fate of the heaven and earth. When one person became a celestial, the troubles of the world began. This Yuhua blessed land could be considered a blessing in the misfortune. The blessed land was preserved and had not been destroyed until now. In the vast history of the world, there were many blessed lands that were not taken in by the big sects because of carelessness after someone ascended. They were firmly protected, and in the end, the mountains and rivers of the blessed land were destroyed and the people died tragically. There were also many low-level blessed lands that were drained by cultivators and completely cut off the native cultivators' way of climbing the mountain. Of course, low-level blessed lands rose because of one person in the vast world, and there were still many of them. A young lady in gorgeous clothes took advantage of the fact that the elders in her family were resting here. She brought her maid and her mother with the excuse of enjoying the scenery. She came to the side of the green-robed scholar who was drinking alone with a bowl of wine in his hand. She lifted the curtain hat and her face was slightly red. She softly said, "May I ask where you are from?" He turned his head left and right and answered, "A place that I have never heard of." The lady's slightly red cheeks were as red as rouge. She smiled and said, "If you tell me, I will know." He shook his head left and right and said, "Even if I tell you, you still won't know." If it was in the past, he would either turn a deaf ear or just answer a question. However, after meeting and parting with his teacher last time, he felt that his temper really did need to be changed. For example, treating a woman's flirting seriously as a quizzical game. So today he said 1 or 2 more sentences. The lady did not know why, but she left in anger and embarrassment. The young lady beside the lady was even more annoyed. The scholar was so dull. He was born with a handsome face for nothing. Very well, the quizzical game was over. Clean and efficient without any sloppiness. He turned his head left and right and returned the empty bowl to the stall owner. The stall owner even muttered a few words of complaint. Drinking a bowl of wine for half a day, if it wasn't a delay in earning money, then what was it? Why would a scholar talk about such empty words? Was he here to burn incense or to cheat a rich woman? I have resentment in my heart, so I only said it in a low voice. You can hear it, but others can't. If a scholar like you doesn't have a big heart, then you're a gentleman. If we really want to fight, do you think I'm afraid of you? If it was a normal scholar, they would just treat it as wind past their ears. They would go up the mountain to burn incense and not cause trouble. However, the scholar stopped and said, "Say it again." The stall owner suddenly felt a burst of anger. He glanced at the other party again. The blue-robed scholar was not short but rather tall. He resentfully averted his gaze, not daring to look at the guy with such a bad temper. He said in a low voice, it's nothing. Customer, you misheard." Zhuozhuo continued to climb the mountain towards Cui Song Palace. The death of an old Yuanying in a foreign land seemed like a drop in the bucket in the vast world's turbulent general situation. There was no benefit at all. However, Zhuozhuo did not think so. In the past, when the 4 direct disciples of the sage of literature saw such small matters, Cui Dong would investigate the details of people's hearts. Perhaps he would use this opportunity to observe someone or something, wasting several months. The big guy was neither painful nor itchy. It was all the same when bigger things fell on his head. If you want to make me angry, you have to have enough ability. Otherwise it's all empty talk. Xiaoqi might think more about the local customs and so on. However, Zhuozhuo insisted on competing with people face to face. He would not give up until he had a clear explanation. When Zhuozhuo was young, he suffered a lot because of this. It caused his teacher to have to leave the study room many times. He was distracted and had to deal with the students' problems and clean up their messes. This was especially true after Zhuo went to practice swordsmanship. When he pulled Zhuo to apologize in person, every time the old scholar saw that the stubborn student refused to bow his head, he would get angry. The old scholar would often jump down and give the student a slap. Otherwise, he would not be able to press the student's head down. He would make Zhuo quickly bow his head and apologize to others. However, after each time he reluctantly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, the old scholar would bring Zhuo out of sight. He would first talk to Zhuo about some bigger principles and where the real right and wrong was. The principles involved had long been away from Zhuo and Zhuo. In the end, Zhuo, who had lowered his head in anger, would raise his head higher and higher. If you want to read more. Don't just focus on swordsmanship. You will only get into trouble. In the future, if you really understand the sage's books, when you use your sword to pierce through the sky, your teacher will mend the sky for you. But before that, you have to read more. You have to use the Tao of heaven and earth and the sufferings of the human world as the scabbard. Otherwise, how can your teacher rest assured that you will practice swordsmanship without reading? After Zhuo reached the peak, he saw the Cui Song Palace covered with dark green glazed tiles. However, the glazed tiles here were not made of celestial materials. It only symbolized the favor of the emperor of the human world. Zhuo did not go to the Daoist palace with incense burning in spirals. He chose to go to a place with fewer people, which was higher than the halfway point of the mountain. He would only cause his teacher to worry and would not help him share his worries. In this matter, only that silly big guy did the best. Not to mention himself, who caused trouble as if he was eating. Even Xiaoqi was not as good as him. When he was scolded, he did not talk back. When he was beaten, he did not fight back. He always accompanied his teacher and almost never caused trouble. Zhuo looked up. He frowned at first, then his brows relaxed and he held back his laughter. Someone broke the sky curtain's prohibition with a punch and scattered the sword aura barrier. Therefore Zhuo thought it was an ascendant realm demon who came here. He was inevitably worried about the safety of the blessed land. When he saw the appearance of the uninvited guest clearly, he was in a good mood. Zhuo slightly leaked a bit of the essence of the sword intent so that the other party could see at a glance. At the same time, he used the sword aura to open the way for the other party to help cover the atmosphere, so that the other party's whereabouts in the Yuhua blessed land would not be too conspicuous. The other party noticed the sword intent on his left and right and immediately restrained his qi. He stood straight and visited the mountain top where Zhuo was. But even so, the mountain top still trembled slightly because the burly man's feet touched the bottom. For a moment, the pilgrims mistakenly thought it was a celestial. Many pilgrims who had already walked out of the gate of Cui Song Palace hurried back to ask for incense. Lu Shilu grinned and said, "It took me a long time to find you." Before coming here, Lu Shilu traveled across continents to Tongyi continent. He first went to the northernmost Tongyi sect. He did not get involved in the matters there and only asked about Zhuo's whereabouts. Then he went all the way south. From a sword cultivator named Zhou Fei, who claimed to be a consecrator of Luopa Mountain, he found out where Zhuo was imprisoned in Tongyi continent. Before he opened the gate, he really saw the two celestial demons that could scare people to death. Zhou Fei also told Mr. Lu to be careful. Lu Shilu had a good impression of him. Jiang Shangzhen, who killed celestials with a willow leaf in Tongyi continent, was very famous. Now even the Aquarius continent was talking about the fighting style of the new sect master of Jade Gui sect. It was really amazing and satisfying. At the same time, the reputation of the entire True Realm sect rose in Aquarius continent. The only bad thing about this person in Lu Shilio's mind was that he was too talkative. Ignoring the fact that he followed Lu Shilu for thousands of li, he kept on nagging, asking questions that Lu Shilu could not answer. For example, did he have the chance to be promoted to the head consecrator of Luopa Mountain, and also the child that he helped Mr. Lu raise, and whether or not he was being naughty in the Books Lake. So after Lu Shilu and Jiang Shangzhen separated, he accidentally flicked his finger and destroyed the body of a celestial demon cultivator. The celestial's corpse was dismembered, and the body was like a cicada. His Tao was damaged and he dropped by a realm. Lu Shilu did not continue to chase after the fleeing demon cultivator and went back to work. Zhuo remained silent. Lu Shilu was used to it, and took the initiative to talk about Mr. Lu's recent situation and the situation of Aquarius continent. After listening to Zhuo, he was still expressionless. Lu Shilu said helplessly, "That's all, I don't know anything more." Zhuo then said, call him senior brother. Blockhead was still not enlightened. Lu Shilu could only call him senior brother Zhuo. Senior brother Zhuo had the most rules in the sect. Zhuo then said, it's been hard on you. Lu Shilu said tentatively, let's exchange? I'm in the vast world, killing a few ancient gods from afar is fine, but the rest is not suitable. Zhuo thought for a while, nodded and said, okay. There was no need to be polite with junior brother Zhou Xian. Lu Shilu hesitated. Zhuo frowned and said, Zhou Xian, if you have something to say it. Lu Shilu said, when I went south to the Aquarius continent I found senior brother. He seemed to know about your situation, so I came this time to let you go directly to the capital of Dali. Of course, if you don't want to, you can continue to stay in the Tongyi continent. But here at most you can go to the Jade Gray sect because the Tongyi sect that you were protecting has been severely divided, and the young people of one sect have been imprisoned. The ancestral masters have taken the cultivators and locked them up. But don't worry, the lives of those prisoners are not in danger for now. Zhuo said, then I'll go to the Jade Gray sect. There was no superfluous thought. Lu Shilu sighed. As expected, he could only say the words that eldest senior brother had thought of and told him long ago. Senior brother Zhuo, you haven't been to Luopa Mountain yet, right? Some people hope that every chair outside Jisei Peak's ancestral hall has someone who is really sitting there, or someone who has really sat there before. Then in the end, everyone will make up a picture scroll together. Our teacher, before leaving, sat in the middle. When I left Luopa Mountain this time, I also moved a chair to a certain position. Of course, whether you go or not, whether there is a real senior brothers was sitting outside the door, the picture scroll can still be completed in the future. After all, the current Luopa Mountain does not lack immortal techniques. Zhuo was silent for a moment, nodded and said, then let's go to Luopa Mountain first, then I will go to Old Dragon City and see if the Wei and Jin swordsmanship has improved. Boss Sword Immortal once had high hopes for this person. After that, he would go to the Tongyi sect to teach some people what a sword cultivator was. Zhuo was extremely difficult. Just as Lu Shilu's mouth changed slightly, he realized that Zhuo was looking coldly at him. Lu Shilu immediately suppressed the corners of his mouth, and used his aura to envelop the heaven and earth barrier. Together with the sword chi around him, he created a second heaven and earth barrier. Then he took out a picture of the mountains and rivers and threw it on the ground. As long as he stepped on it, he could shrink the mountains and rivers and cross 2 continents. Actually, senior brother had smiled and told him that it was unusual to let people from afar cross continents by themselves. It was also the first time he, Tui Dong, created a mountain and river. Anyway, even if it did not succeed, he was a great sword immortal and was not afraid of accidents. However, Lu Shilu was not stupid and would not tell senior brother Zhuo this. Senior brother Zhuo and senior brother did not get along and they would really attack each other. If the junior brother complained, the senior brother would suffer. If the senior brother fought, the junior brother would suffer. This was an old tradition of the sage of literature. The first junior brother was Shao Qi and the second junior brother was him, Zhou Xian. Especially when there were some unexpected misfortunes, the teacher would console his little junior brother with a righteous aura. Little Qi, this time you were indeed in the wrong. Your senior brother is still in the right for the first time. It doesn't matter. If you really can't take it, just hit Zhou Xian. Remember not to hurt yourself. It won't be nice if it affects your study and writing tomorrow. Zhou Xian, come here. Why are you standing there like a blockhead? Fortunately, this didn't happen often. Every time the teacher would wink his eyes and Shao Qi wouldn't hit him. Instead, he would quickly calm down and teach the teacher a lesson, telling him that he shouldn't be so biased towards himself and that he should be biased. The old scholar suddenly realized and he hit his palm with his fist, and swore that the teacher would change next time. In such a scene, 2 heads would often pop out from the corner to keep watch. The lower ones were senior brother's left and right sides, while the taller ones were senior brother Tui Shi, who gently rested his left and right sides. Therefore, Lu Shilu inevitably felt regretful, as if those good things would never come back. That was why Lu Shilu agreed to let Tui Shi take a trip to Luopa Mountain, so that the 3 remaining direct disciples of the Sage of Literature's line would be able to regain some beauty in their hearts despite the passage of time and the fact that things remained the same but people had changed. Before Zhuo moved, he said seriously, Zhou Xian, no matter what the reason is, I came here as a guest and there are some strange phenomena. Previously, when I supported the heaven and earth with sword energy, there are big and small disasters hiding and growing. Sooner or later they will fall here. Lu Shilu did not seem to understand. Swazwazwa said in a low voice, "Junior brother Zhou Xian." The guy who liked to put on the airs of a senior brother was at it again. There was no other way. Senior brother was senior brother and junior brother was junior brother. Lu Shilu sighed and said, "I know I will not only protect the stability of the heaven and earth here, but I will also be responsible for helping you compensate the blessed land." Swazwa gently threw the mountain staff to Lu Shilu. "Zhou Xian, this is for you." Lu Shilu smiled and caught the ordinary-looking mountain staff. In the past it was extremely difficult to get extra things from senior brother Zhou, who was in charge of money. His senior brother could not do it and neither could his teacher. Then Zwazwa bowed to his junior brother. Lu Shilu bowed back to his senior brother. Zwazwa walked towards the picture scroll, and his true body instantly merged with his Een spirit. The sword Immortal and the picture scroll flashed and disappeared at the same time. In this small blessed land, Lu Shilu did not have as many restrictions as senior brothers Zwazwa because he did not have the burden of the great Tao to suppress the sword energy. However, Lu Shilu was not interested in traveling in this world. While dispelling the strange phenomena caused by the migration of his senior brother's true body, he traveled far into the sky with the wind. Finally, he found a lonely mountain and waited there, ready to follow his master's orders and accept a direct disciple. Talent and talent were not the same thing. It was enough to teach him some sage principles, insist on a few words, and the disciple could finally practice it. Therefore Lu Shilu was on the top of the lonely mountain, paying attention to a demon of the lower 5 realms who had not completely transformed into a human form. He saw that the little demon stood on 2 feet. On the rough stone table outside the cave, there was a bowl of wonton that came from nowhere. It was cold and mushy. It was using a pair of claws to learn how to use a pair of chopsticks. However, it could not pick up the wonton every time and the chopsticks would even slip into the bowl. In the end, the little demon was extremely annoyed. It threw the chopsticks into the bowl, raised its claws and pointed at the bowl and chopsticks on the table. It cursed, "Eat, eat, eat your mother's food. Eat your own wonton." Therefore Lu Shilu tried his best to restrain the vast and ancient aura of the great Tao and landed outside the cave. In addition, the mountain demon's vision and realm were too low. It would probably only treat him as a woodcutter who went into the mountain to chop firewood. Lu Shilu sat on the stone bench, picked up the chopsticks and ate the wonton. Damn it, it was really disgusting. Was it rancid? Was this half of the apprenticeship ceremony a waste? The little spirit had just returned from its original path and walked out of its cave. It had spent a lot of effort to move a bowl of wonton from the village outside the mountain to the mountain. It couldn't let those feathered beasts in the mountain ruin the wonton. In the end, it suddenly saw the burly woodcutter and got a fright. Was he here to collect his debt? The little demon was really scared. The man was so strong and he did not look like a person who could talk and negotiate. The immortal spells it had randomly learned were not useful, right? The little monster was furious. "I paid for a bowl of wonton. Not only did I pay you a string of copper coins, I even deliberately threw a few more wild animals in the mountains next to the stove. If I hadn't read those sage books in the cave, I would have been a scholar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid you any money. Not only did I rob you of a bowl of wonton, I even robbed you of your big pot of wonton cooking. My goodness, after getting the money, you still have the face to scold me in my house? How dare you? How dare you?" The little demon paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave. "You are indeed a country bumpkin who has never studied. I will not argue with you. I ate a bowl of rancid wonton." Thinking of this, the little demon sighed. It gathered its courage and hid at the side of the cave without showing its head. It deliberately made some noise to scare away the hungry ghost. If it ate too much, it was afraid that there would be a hungry ghost in front of its house. How unlucky it would be. It did not know how to cure people. The books did not teach it this. There were only some patterns in the Daoist books about praying to the sun and the moon to refine the human form. It flipped through the books in confusion and learned some superficial knowledge. It was a self-proclaimed king of whirlwinds, but it could not be taken seriously. He just used it for fun. Lu Shilu suddenly remembered that it had just come to the blessed land not long ago. It did not know how to speak any official language or understand any dialect. It was a little awkward. Looking at the cave, Lu Shilu put down his chopsticks and scratched his head. When the little demon saw this, it was so scared that it almost cried. "My goodness, after eating and drinking you still want to hit me?" It could not help but tremble. don't hit me, I am not a human." These woodcutters and hunters who liked to go up the mountain were all fierce people. As long as this man did not argue with it today, it would pack up its belongings and move away immediately. Wouldn't it be fine if it moved far away? Lu Shilu thought of a way. He caught a half-baked cultivator nearby and learned how to speak first. Only then could the three of them have a good chat. Good things come in pairs. He had accepted 2 anonymous disciples in one go. As for whether he could take in a disciple or not, whether the other party could become his direct disciple or an anonymous disciple who did not know his master's name, it all depended on the luck of both parties. Lu Shilu would not take in disciples indiscriminately. There was one thing that the teacher had reminded students many times. They must not always think that taking in a disciple was a kind of charity. Taking in a disciple, whether it was a teacher in the school or a master on the mountain, a preacher in their heart. If they kept throwing knowledge and immortal arts to the people below, the people's hearts would only deteriorate day by day. When the little demon saw the man striding down the mountain, it heaved a sigh of relief. It collected its timid mood as if it was tidying up the mountains and rivers. It swaggered out of the cave looking awe-inspiring. It was truly awe-inspiring. The Whirlwind King's glare scared away a burly man. "Move my ass. I still have to hang a plaque with the words Whirlwind King's Mansion in gold when I get back." With such a heroic thought, the little monster still picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and quickly ran into the cave to pack up a package. It carefully put away the few books and finally, it respectfully knelt down and kowtowed in front of a small grave. It muttered in its heart that it could only come back to visit the immortal master in the future. After kowtowing, the little monster then slipped away. Lu Shilu actually did not really go far. He had used a camouflage technique and was actually following behind the little demon. In ancient times, Lu Shilu had actually learned some of the supernatural powers of the gods that pointed directly at the true nature of the human heart. It was just that it was not wrong to take a closer look. As a result, this look made Lu Shilu happier. It was quite enlightened like him. In the middle of the Aquarius continent, above the sea of clouds above the capital of Dali, Fa Xiang was holding a replica of the Beko Kekyung building Tui Dong. The real body of this Dali imperial tutor was actually preaching and lecturing to the young scholars of various academies. Among the scholars present, even if there were scholars from Lakeview Academy and Cliff Academy, none of them had received the title of gentleman or sage. A slender figure in a green robe appeared out of thin air at the edge of the sea of clouds. Cui Dong did not look sideways and continued to explain the subtleties of the 100 schools of thought to the young scholars. Many scholars sensed the anomaly, especially some scholars from Lakeview Academy who had cultivated the Great Spirit. Their divine senses were sharper, so most of them immediately turned to look at that person. Zhou Xian did not look at Cui Dong, who was still lecturing. He looked at the people who turned to look at him and frowned as he reprimanded, "Did you enter the 72 academies to be immortals?" Zhou Xian then turned into a magnificent sword light and went straight to the northern peak of the first continent. The sea of clouds near the Beko Kekyung building was separated by the sword energy and did not close for a long time. Cui Dong only continued lecturing. He did not speak a word to Zhou Xian, who was traveling across continents, nor did he stop the young people from being distracted. He allowed them to be spirited, whispering and guessing the identity of that Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian finally landed on Luapa Mountain. "Qin wants you help to open the door." Zhou Xian first burned incense in the ancestral hall of the Jisei Peak. Then Zhou Mili had already moved the chair outside. It seemed to have placed it in a very particular position. Zhou Xian sat on the chair. Zhou Xian looked left and right. There seemed to be a teacher sitting in the middle. There was junior brother Zhou Xian, junior brother Qi Jingchun, junior brother Qin Pingon, senior brother Cui Dong. They were all on Zhou Xian's left and right. There seemed to be many direct students and disciples of Luapa Mountain behind them. The lineage of the sage of literature was spreading. It was lively and no longer lonely. Zhou Xian straightened his clothes and sat on the chair. He clenched his fists and placed them gently on his knees. He looked forward with a smile on his face. After Zhou Xian got up, it was Zhou Xian's left and right. After that, it was no longer difficult for him to draw his sword. 718. Zhou Lian sneakily waved his little hoe in Windy City for a few years and finally took away a fox kingdom. When Zhou Lian brought Pei Xiang back to Luapa Mountain, it was just when Jun Qian left the mountain and entered the mountain. Su Hun, the mayor of Windy City, had just left the ascension platform. Su Hun and Huang He, the sword cultivator of Wind Thunder Garden, were known as the strongest under the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Now that he had reached the upper 5 realms, even someone as calm as Su Hun could not help but show some pride. He did not return to Windy City, but took a Dali border military ferry at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and rushed to the battlefield in Old Dragon City according to the Ascension platform. Then Su Hun received a message from a flying sword. On the ferry, there was a strong murderous aura that spread out like a tide and shrouded the ferry. Because the Aquarius continent cultivator on the ferry had a special identity, a Mahist ranger with a sword behind him quietly left Dali's capital to escort the ferry to the south. When Su Hun could not suppress his upper 5 realms aura, it caused the entire ferry to tremble. It just happened to pass by the sea of clouds where the ferry passed by. The clouds scattered and rolled in all directions. Su Rua's expression was calm as usual, one hand behind his back, using the unique by-sword style that he comprehended from the Gu Shu sword deity painting. He gently pulled his sword out of the scabbard an inch, and Su Hun's aura was instantly suppressed. The ranger Su Rua shook his head at the ferry manager who used to be a general from the Great Li dynasty, indicating that there was no need to make a fuss. The ferry manager could record the actions of the Lord of the Windy City, but there was no need for them to hold him accountable now. A moment later, Su Hun, who always wore a by armor, appeared at the bow of the ferry. He took the initiative to apologize to the ferry manager and thanked Su Rua. Su Rua just smiled and said that it was no big deal, it was just a small matter. Su Hun returned to his cabin. It seemed that his Taoist heart could not withstand the ripples. The Dali border military general was from Marshall Mountain, and Marshall Mountain and Wind Snow Temple were the 2 ancestral courts of the Aquarius continent's military school, and had the best relationship with the Mahist sect. The armored general softly asked in a voice, "Mr. Su, to make an upper 5 realm cultivator lose his composure, did something big happen in Windy City?" Su Rua nodded. "Fox Kingdom. We don't have to worry about that, we have spies there." The foundation of the Clear Breeze City was the Fox Kingdom, and it was all about earning money. Although the city lord Su Hun held a high position, but when it came to matters of romance and spending money, he was as pure as a saint. Of course, Su Hun's wife was a woman who could earn money and enjoy life. Su Rua, Su Rua, Su Rua, Su Rua, Su Rua, Su Rua. After Zhou Lian returned to Luopa Mountain, he immediately pulled Wei Bian Miyu and Wei Wenlong together to discuss several important matters. Butler Wu Fu ally Shan Jun, worshipped sword Immortal, and a golden core chi refinement warrior who was in charge of money and accounting. Different paths of cultivation. They came from different hometowns, but they finally met at Luopa Mountain. Those night banquets were not for nothing. Wei Shanjun collected a lot of treasures from the Immortals. ZZZZ. Let's not drink too much tonight. Wei Pai raised his sleeve again. It looked like he was going to collect the wine. Zhu Lian hurriedly reached out to cover the wine pot in front of him. Drink to liven things up. You can't not drink. Wei Pai smiled and said, "Let's talk business." Wei Wenlong had been carefully sizing up the wine cup and estimating its value in his mind, but when he heard Wei Shanjuan's words, he immediately collected his thoughts. Zhu Lian took a sip of wine and put down the wine cup. He gently twisted the exquisite porcelain cup with 2 fingers. The first thing Zhu Lian asked was when the mountain chieftain would return to the vast realm, and, if he could return to his hometown. Zhu Lian was prepared for the worst. He was even prepared to be scolded by Wei Pai. However, Zhu Lian received an extremely good piece of news. It was not exact news, but Miyu said that Mr. Lu, who was the senior brother of the hidden official, was rather certain about this matter. He dared not say that his junior brother would definitely be able to return, but there was definitely a chance of survival. There was no such thing as a dead end. If there really was a chance, as his senior brothers, whether it was planning, passing the sword, punching, scheming, or using their fists as swords, they had to win that chance for their junior brother. Zhu Lian said, "The 3 canopy upheavals that occurred above the northern peak territory were truly shocking to witness. Good fist technique, really good fist technique." However, it was not that Zhu Lian did not respect this Zhou Xian, but that Zhu Lian's view of fist techniques and martial arts had always been rather strange. In Zhu Lian's opinion, compared to Tui Cheng's fist intent, although Zhou Xian also punched to the sky, her fist intent still came from the sky. Therefore, Zhu Lian still respected the martial artist Tui Cheng more. Just like the junior Dingying, according to the young master and Zhong Qiu, Ding Ying still felt that the heavens were pressing on his head and heart until his death. Of course, asking the heavens was extremely good and could be said to be domineering. However, Zhou Xian even felt that even if the heavens were standing in front of him, he would be the heavens. Just like Cui Cheng's fist theory in front of a martial artist, there was no opponent. Otherwise, even if Ding Ying was in another blessed land of lotus flowers, he would still have an afterlife. At that time his fist technique would improve by another level. Even if he cultivated an immortal technique to nourish his fist technique, no matter how high his fist intent was, he would still be a puppet. Zhou Xian collected some of his thoughts and began to talk about the second matter. It was the Luopa Mountain's choice if the mountain chieftain still did not return in the next few years. How should they get along with the Song clan, which was a country and a continent? Regarding this matter, Wei Pai did not say a word. No matter how close the Pailuan Mountain and the Luopa Mountain were, it was not appropriate for them to speak. Unless the discussion between Zhou Xian and the other two deviated greatly from Wei Pai's mind. However, Zhou Xian did not make any stupid moves. This was how chess was. Zhou Xian's chess skills were quite good and he was on par with Wei Pai. Although the two of them were slightly inferior to Jing Dafeng and were not small compared to Cui Dongshan, Zhou Xian did not deliberately pursue immortal hands. On this point even Jing Dafeng flattered him. Mi Yu on the other hand was guilty. On the Luopa Mountain he only cared about eating melon seeds with Xiaomi. At this moment Great Sword Immortal Mi was a little timid. Fortunately there was still Wei Wenlong who did not disappoint Mi Yu. Wei Wenlong and Zhou Xian discussed together and came to a conclusion. They still wanted to split into two. The way to get along with the Song clan should be slightly different from the way to get along with the Dali dynasty. Zhou Xian came up with a plan. All the ferries at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry did not have to pay a docking fee. The spirit qi consumption of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry was borne by the Luopa Mountain alone. Wei Pai said it was still 50-50. Zhou Xian rubbed his hands and looked at Wei Pai with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Pai resolutely said 50-50, and Pailuan Mountain would not accept even 10% more. Wei Shanjun of noble character and unquestionable integrity, his two sleeves like the wind blowing over the cloud-covered mountain. Happy events continued to happen in the northern peak, a few small night banquets selling everything to come up the mountain, drinking a few cups of good wine down the mountain. Zhou Xian thought of some rumors that could be heard even in the distant Qingfeng city, and felt that it was not easy for Wei Shanjun to manage such a large family business, so he no longer haggled. The most miserable were those who snuck into the middle peak with great difficulty to avoid the limelight, but in the end, they just happened to run into Shanjun Jinqing's night banquets. Zhou Xian thought for a while and came up with an idea. Excluding all the costs of Luopa Mountain's business and all the profits after miscellaneous expenses, everything related to the Dali army and battlefield supplies, even if it was from Luopa Mountain to all the supplies to the border army, they would give up all the profits. Not only that, Luopa Mountain also had to work with the Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Sparrow Manor, and all the allied mountains in the southeast of the North Continent, to fight for an appropriate price. Under the premise that they would not lose money, they would make less money or even not make any money at all. Wei Pai said, "It's actually more troublesome to return a favor than to borrow and return a favor. I think it's best for Luopa Mountain to settle this debt by themselves and not involve their business allies. Or Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden and the other mountains will take the initiative to speak, and we will remember the other party's favor. The reason why I say this is because you haven't been on the mountain all these years. You don't know that the current Luopa Mountain still has some spare money. Not to mention the income from all aspects. Just the trip to Tongyi continent from Lotus Flower Blessed Land to Jiangshangjin is not a loss but a profit." Wei Wenlong report the account to Zhou Xian. Wei Wenlong calculated the account of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Jiangshangjin was really good at making money. Wei Wenlong now admired this Luopa Mountain's honorary master very much. He felt that if they met they would definitely have a chat. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "You can't blame me. Which Mountain's honorary master not only doesn't take money, but also desperately gives money." Luopa Mountain's expenditure on the salaries of the members of the Ancestral Hall was really enough to make many sects and immortals beat their chests and stamp their feet in jealousy, because they all liked to subsidize the mountain. Zhou Xian then smiled and asked, "Brother Wei, is our Luopa Mountain afraid of owing favors? Does Luopa Mountain lack business partners?" "I don't think so." When Luopa Mountain does business with people, it is for the sake of hundreds and thousands of years of friendship. In my opinion, who owes who a favor, it's hard to say in the future. So in the matter of lowering the price, will you allow me to make the decision for once? Those who are not willing to lower the price, other than the Linen sect, can only be decided by the Mountain Lord himself. As for the others, like the Spring Dew Garden behind closed doors, let's say something unpleasant, even if the relationship between the two sides is getting further and further apart, so what? Miyu finally nodded and said, I know the general situation of the North Continent better. Besides, we didn't let the Spring Dew Garden and the others lose money, we just don't want to earn money. If they are not willing to do this, haha. Wei Pai thought for a while and nodded, it's possible. Then Zhou Xian made another suggestion. Even someone as magnanimous as Miyu was a little speechless. Zhou Xian proposed to immediately lend their overturned ink dragon boat to the Dali border army for full use. From the beginning they had made it clear with the Dali dynasty that even if the boat was destroyed in some battlefield one day, Luopa Mountain would treat it as if the boat never existed, and the Dali border army would not have to pay for a single piece of snow. Although Wei Wenlong was distressed, he still said, okay. The third matter was the merger of the Lotus Root Blessed Land and the Iron Lock Well, which would implicate the Blessed Land and the Grotto Heaven. Although the well was not really a small grotto heaven after all, no matter how mysterious it was still only one of the shattering mountains and rivers of the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, and the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven was only one of the 36 small grotto heavens. This matter was proposed by Wei Pai, and Wei Wenlong was responsible for adding details and figures. The great sword Immortal Miyu was responsible for listening. The 3 golden rains made the Lotus Root Blessed Land full of spiritual energy, and the mountains and rivers were abnormally lush, so much so that everyone in the 4 countries of Nanyuan was surprised. The people at the foot of the mountain were only surprised that there was so much rain in summer this year, but the cultivators and mountain and lake spirits on the mountain were shocked that the heavenly dew was too much. The Lotus Root Blessed Land, which had just become a medium-level blessed land for a few years, was suddenly promoted to the bottleneck of the medium level due to the divine coins earned by Jiangshangzhen and the 3 heavy rains. It seemed that if one more divine rain coin was thrown, it would be promoted to a superior level blessed land. Once it became a superior level blessed land, there would be all kinds of auspicious signs in the world, and many heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be born. Many cultivators' blessings would appear out of nowhere. At that time, the Lotus Root Blessed Land would usher in a huge profit beyond imagination, and make the Luopa Mountain have a turning point of profit. This was also the reason why the pure gold copper coin was more valuable than the divine rain coin, minor heat coin and minor snow coin. Not only was it rarer and more difficult to forge, but the pure gold copper coin itself could be transformed into the purest spiritual energy of the world, and at the same time, it contained the aura of the gods. However, when Wei Pai talked about inviting sword immortals to open up the mountains and rivers and break through the passes, Miyu's expression suddenly became awkward. Miyu had never been so embarrassed when he was ridiculed by young sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi as relying on his face to kill the enemies of the upper 5 realms, or the number 1 unpolished jade sword immortal. The coexistence of blessed lands and grotto heavens required the sword immortals to open up the path, and at the same time, they needed to stabilize the world with sword aura. Therefore, the Central Plains Confucian Temple had to invite Bai Yi to open up and stabilize the 5th world. For a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, the depth of their sword will, the level of their swordsmanship, and the amount of their spiritual energy were all tests. Although Miyu had reached the unpolished jade realm before, he was actually a ruthless person like Nayland Saihuan and Qisho when he was an earth immortal. He could even be considered a senior, and that was why Yinshin only looked at Miyu in a new light. Unfortunately, Yinshin saw him as a comrade and Miyu was not happy at all. However, after Miyu reached the unpolished jade realm, he suddenly became insignificant in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and even ranked at the bottom among the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Miyu and the traitor sword immortal Lai Ji were once brothers in distress. Miyu did not dare to say anything about this matter that involved the great cause of Luopa Mountain. He only felt that it was a pity that Bai Yi was a guest at Luopa Mountain and Julian was not there. If Miyu could not do it, then even if the Sage of Dragon Spring Sword sect could be trusted, it would be even more impossible. Therefore, Wei Pai's idea was to invite the ranger of Mahist, Su Ruo, to help. Miyu drank a mouthful of wine. After arriving at Luopa Mountain, he seemed to have not accomplished anything. He said softly, "If only the left sword Immortal was here." Wei Pai said helplessly, "Mr. Zhou is now in Tongya continent and there are strong enemies everywhere. It's impossible for him to appear. Therefore this matter was temporarily put aside. Anyway, they could first upgrade Lotus Root Blessed Land to a superior Blessed Land. Connecting the Blessed Land and the Grotto Heavens was not an urgent matter. Since it could not be rushed, then there was no need to rush." Zhou Xian drank a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips. Good wine, good wine. Later he would ask Wei Shanjun for a few more bottles. Then he sighed sincerely, "It's really our Luopa Mountain's fortune to have Changming on the mountain." Wei Wenlong's eyes were even brighter. He nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "That's true." After Changming came to Luopa Mountain, his fortune was extremely good. From being unable to make ends meet, all of a sudden he was so rich that I almost forgot how to plan. Wei Pai said, "Next time we have a meeting we can ask Changming to join us." Zhou Xian suddenly said, "Are you sure you can trust her?" Wei Pai said, "Since there was a secret letter from the mountain master, Changming was naturally cautious. He first went to Tongya sect and asked for a token from Mr. Zhou." Zhou Xian shook his head and said with a smile, "My master is worried that we don't trust Changming, so he killed two birds with one stone." Miyu felt that his little world had finally appeared. He hurriedly drank a glass of wine and said in high spirits, "It must be so. Master Hidden Official has always been a meticulous schemer. In the Summer Palace and the Spring Banner House, he is recognized as the person who helped Master Hidden Official to win people's hearts. Which one of them is not an old fox? In the end, each one of them is more convinced than the other. The target of Master Hidden Official's scheme is not just an Ascendant Realm big demon's head that was chopped off at sea." Wei Wenlong lowered his head and drank the wine. Mi Jianxian could finally speak his mind. It was really not easy. Zhou Xian raised his cup. "Let's drink with Mi Jianxian. One will be a welcoming feast and the other will be my young master, the Hidden Official of Sword Immortal Mi." Miyu immediately poured a cup of wine and drank first. Then he poured another cup of wine, but there was only half a cup left. After all, today was a meeting. He was the only one who spoke less, so he could only drink more. Zhou Xian had already raised his cup. He immediately turned his head and complained, "Brother Wei, where is the wine? How can you let me Jianxian drink only half a cup of wine?" Wei Ba glanced at him. "You old chef, are you sure you're good?" So there were 4 more pots of immortal wine on the table. Zhou Xian said, "Wei Shanjun has the face to ask for the wine, but I have the face to not give it to him." Wei Wenlong suddenly found that the atmosphere of this old chef became familiar when he came to Luopa Mountain. It was just like Spring Banner House in the past. When only he, Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan were in the accounting room, the atmosphere was inevitably dull. Even if Miyu was there, he would only sit on the threshold and be in a daze. Only when Master Hidden Official appeared in those years, things would be different. In fact, Master Hidden Official never deliberately said anything. He only said natural things and did things that came naturally. Wei Wenlong didn't want to learn from Master Hidden Official because he couldn't learn it. Zhou Xian said slowly, "I'll meet Master Changming first and chat for a while. Then we'll see if we can go together next time." The fourth thing was that Wei Pai took the 3 scrolls out of his sleeve and returned them to Zhou Xian. As for the inside story, Wei Pai wouldn't say much to Wei Wenlong. Whoever owned these 3 paintings would have the Daoan life of Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian and Sui Yuyu in their paintings. Before Zhou Xian traveled to Qingfeng City, he took the initiative to give these 3 scrolls to Wei Pai. He asked Wei Shanjun to help keep an eye on the scrolls in case someone died and didn't return. Qin Pingon was willing to trust Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian wouldn't let his young master's trust go to waste. In fact, Wei Pai had a 4th scroll. It was equivalent to Zhou Lian's natal item, and also a life-prolonging lamp. As for this scroll, Qin Pingon had given it to Wei Ba long before he left for the long journey. It was stored in the mountain monarch's residence on the cloud-padding mountain. Furthermore, he had spoken of this matter in front of the 2 of them at the very beginning. It wasn't that Qin Pingon didn't trust Zhou Lian, but rules were rules. First, he couldn't explain it to the other 3 if he treated Zhou Lian this way. The 3 scrolls were in Zhou Lian's hands because Zhou Lian was the head steward of Luopa Mountain. His status was different from the other 3. Zhou Lian's scroll had to be kept in the hands of Mountain Lord Qin Pingon. On Luopa Mountain, everyone had their own great Dao. It was inevitable that there would be differences between those close to them, but they couldn't go too far. For example, Qin Pingon was obviously more biased towards Pei Qian, Nuan Shu and Xiaomi. As for Tsin Yuanji, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, he was naturally a little distant. However, all the rules and principles of Luopa Mountain's direct disciples were dead. For example, in the future when it came to the giving of opportunities, the distribution of heavenly treasures, and the protection of juniors by the elders, everything had to be done according to the mountain rules. Qin Pingon was on Luopa Mountain and Qin Pingon wasn't on the mountain, so it had to be done. The fifth thing was the relocation of Qingfeng City's Fox Nation and where they needed to settle down. Zhou Xian allowed everyone to speak freely. Miyu was actually just a bystander who was drinking and listening. He was too lazy to use his brain. Even if he tried to use his brain, it seemed that he couldn't outsmart old Mr. Zhu and Lord Wei Dashan. After thinking about it, he decided not to force himself. It's not my forte. In the future, when the world is peaceful and the world is no longer chaotic, the opening of Luopa Mountain's Mirror Flower, Water Moon will be the best time for me to show off my skills and make contributions. When the time comes, I'll pull Lord Wei Pai, Consecrator Zhou Fei, and that hidden official student Tui Dongshan. As long as it didn't involve the grudges between Luopa Mountain and the Song clan, Wei Pai had always been blunt and expressed his own opinion. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qingfeng City or the Pure Jade Realm military cultivator Su Hun, but it was meaningless to argue with Qingfeng City. Otherwise, why not beat the gongs and drums to celebrate the Fox Nation and settle down in a certain mountain under Luopa Mountain, such as Mount Huimeng or Mount Huanghu? Was he really afraid that Su Hun would come knocking on his door? What was the point of beating up that city lord Su who had just ascended to the upper 5 realms for a few days to return home with a bloody nose and a swollen face? Now that the situation was so chaotic, it was one thing to plan in private, but it was not appropriate to have internal strife on the surface. Could it be that they could learn from Xingyang Mountain's sword-seeking Wind Thunder Garden? Zhou Xian rubbed his hands and nodded, deeply agreeing. He said that Lord Wei Shan was far-sighted and had the elegant demeanor of a famous scholar. Miyu was a little disappointed, but he couldn't say much, so he could only drink and drink. The old sword immortal of Xingyang Mountain, who had only reached the pure jade realm after 100 years of seclusion, had already shocked him. Now there was a city lord with extraordinary killing power in the upper 5 realms. Miyu subconsciously took out a handful of melon seeds, and then saw Zhou Lian and Wei Pai looking at him together. Miyu was about to retract his sleeves, but he didn't expect to be scolded by Zhou Lian. Lord Wei agreed, so Miyu distributed the melon seeds to the other 3. Now even Wei Wenlong was no exception. In fact, Wei Wenlong didn't have such a hobby in the beginning, but he couldn't stand it. Every time Xiaomi followed Nuanshu to the accounting room to clean up, Xiaomi wouldn't cross the threshold without permission. She would only say one sentence outside the door every time. "Shopkeeper Wei, are you tired? Do you want to eat melon seeds?" Later, after a few times, Wei Wenlong couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect that he would become addicted to it. Since then, every night when it was quiet, he would drink melon seeds with wine, which had a different taste. Previously, when he heard all the details about the Fox Kingdom, there were a few fox spirits of different realms, and there were a few immortal caves of different grades. Wei Wenlong, who had been calculating with his fingers, suddenly stopped and said, according to Lord Hidden Official's style regarding this matter, he would most likely ask for Pei Xiang's opinion first. If there is a disagreement, the 2 sides will first explain the reason clearly, and the benefits will be clear before making a decision. Zhou Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled. Both sides were actually waiting for these words. Wei Wenlong didn't disappoint. If it was a god of fortune who only cared about money and the world was big, making money was the most important thing, it might be the most suitable on other mountains. But on Luopa Mountain it wasn't enough. Zhou Lian asked with a smile, "God of fortune Wei, then about the Fox Kingdom's most profitable fox skin talisman, in your opinion, how should we deal with it?" Wei Wenlong was a little embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Zhou Lian smiled, "You only need to speak frankly. It doesn't matter if you speak good words, stupid words, or wrong words. What I'm afraid of is that people's hearts can't be seen through their bellies. Over time they may part ways on the road of people's hearts." Wei Wenlong's forehead was actually sweating. Mi was a little puzzled. Wei Wenlong took a deep breath. Qingfeng City's Su family is rich but heartless. Of course it's not desirable. But if our Luopa mountain goes to the other extreme, is it necessarily the best choice? So in my opinion, the source of the fox skin talisman's material can be reduced, but it shouldn't be cut off immediately. It's just to win a benevolent and righteous reputation in front of the Fox Kingdom's Pei Xiang, as well as all the Fox Kingdom's spirits. Once that's the case, people will take a mile after an inch. They will like to use righteousness to suppress our Luopa mountain. Nascent soul Pei Xiang's position was ultimately the Fox Nation's position. Sooner or later, when everyone was talking about it, it was very likely that Pei Xiang would go from being extremely grateful to being ungrateful to the other extreme. The resentment in her heart is great, and her hatred of our Luopa mountain is not inferior to that of Qingfeng City at all. After Wei Wenlong finished speaking, he looked a little tired and whispered, as Mr. Zhu said, "These are my heartfelt words, really my heartfelt words. If you blame me for falling for money." Zhu Lian nodded. On Luopa mountain they were not afraid of people telling the truth, nor were they afraid of people having selfish motives. Moreover, Wei Wenlong's words were not selfish, and on the contrary, it was extremely good. If a god of fortune who was in charge of flowing water and money did not know the slightest about people's hearts, then Zhu Lian would inevitably worry that one day, Wei Wenlong would go astray. At that time he might forget one thing: how glorious he was at that time, how high his position on Yizhou Mountain was. The fundamental reason was where he was and where he stepped on. Of course, it was related to Wei Wenlong's talent, but it was definitely not just how powerful Wei Wenlong was. To be honest, if I, Zhu Lian, was in charge of money, I might not be as good as you, Wei Wenlong, but the difference was not that big. It's just that Luopa Mountain is the most tolerant of flowers, and young master also sincerely hopes that it will be so. If it's a towering tree of martial arts or sword arts, it will do its best to shelter the people's hearts. If it's a flower that has not yet grown, it will be carefree and grow slowly. Wei Pai was even more gratified. "You rarely took the initiative to speak. Master Hidden Official doesn't fall for money every day? Is this a bad thing? Wenlong, it seems that your cultivation heart is not enough." Wei Wenlong raised his head, half believing and half doubting. Miyu rolled his eyes, imitating the Hidden Official's occasional words in the Summer Palace. "Don't you think so? It was rare for Miyu to be so serious. My original intention is for the good of others, and at the same time I make money. There is no conflict. The demons of the Fox Kingdom, due to the deliberate atmosphere of Clear Breeze City, have been hostile to each other for a long time. There are constant disputes, and killing each other is a common occurrence. Every year the old fox's fur will fade. What, Wenlong is an abacus accountant, are you going to run off to be a moral saint? Since you're not, why should we have a guilty conscience and act coy?" Wei Wenlong was after all from Spring Banner House, half a family member of the Summer Palace. Regardless of whether what Miyu said was reasonable or not, he had to say a few words of justice for Wei Wenlong. If the old cook Zhu Lian, whom Miyu met for the first time, held a grudge because of this, Miyu would accept it. Zhu Lian raised a cup of wine. "Wenlong, you underestimate our mountain lord's ability to see through people. Drink with me, then punish yourself with another cup." There was a double meaning in his words. Wei Wenlong had underestimated him, and also underestimated Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai was about to raise his sleeve. Wei Wenlong hurriedly said, "Wei Shanjun, I still have a lot of wine left." Zhu Lian laughed and scolded, "Wei Wenlong, how can you be the god of wealth of Luopa Mountain? You still want to save wine for the great mountain lord of North Mountain? Are you looking down on Wei Shanjuan's cloud-splitting mountain, or North Mountain's night banquet?" Wei Bo smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you to let this matter go. Is that okay?" Miyu nibbled on melon seeds and whispered, "Our family members agree, but in North Mountain, there are so many immortal masters and mountain spirits eagerly waiting for the next night banquet. They might not agree." Wei Pai raised his hands and gently rubbed his temples. Zhu Lian raised his wine cup again and stood up. He laughed and said, "There will be a day when our Luopa Mountain will truly appear in front of the world. Before that, the few of us will work hard and show off our strengths. I believe that in the near future, when the young people in our family grow up one by one, Luopa Mountain will definitely not." At this point, Zhu Lian looked at Miyu. Miyu stood up and said with a smile, "I will definitely not disappoint you." Wei Wenlong also stood up and raised his cup. "Luopa Mountain will definitely be rich." Wei Pai finally stood up and said helplessly, "Let's try not to hold any more night banquets." They drank the wine in their cups together. Then they all sat down. Only Wei Pai was still standing and looking at Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian asked, "Are you done chatting? Brother Wei, you can go ahead. As the great mountain lord you must be busy. I won't go against my conscience and keep Brother Wei." Miyu still did not understand. Wei Wenlong's sharp eyes had already noticed that Zhou Lian had already put the imitation 12-flower god cup into his sleeve. Therefore Wei Wenlong reached out to hold the wine cup and represented Luopa Mountain. It was difficult for the recluse to deal with people. What was so difficult about the recluse being shameless? Miyu realized it late and smiled as he reached out to cover the wine cup. 2 pots of wine each. I've already enjoyed myself to the fullest tonight. I really can't drink anymore. We'll talk about it next time. Wei Pai sighed and put down the wine cup on the table. His figure dissipated and he returned to Cloud Pagoda Mountain. The remaining 3 people laughed heartily. Sui Yuyu had previously gone to Dragon Rider Alley's New Year shop and told the substitute shopkeeper, Shi Ro, about the situation of Calligraphy Lake and True Realm sect. As for her cultivation, she only said that she was at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. As for Floating Duckweed Sword Lake Sword cultivator Rong Chong, the eldest disciple of female sword Immortal Xianxia, she brought her junior sister Sui Jingqing to Luopa Mountain. The 2 of them had been here once before and were familiar with the place. As for Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang who were heading south, they returned to Luopa Mountain around the same time as Rong Chong and Sui Jingqing. After passing through the ascension platform and becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator, Cui Wei went to the battlefield of Old Dragon City. Cui Wei did not forget to ask Wei Shanjun for help and used the identity of Cloud Pagoda Mountain's crown prince. Cui Wei was a sword cultivator born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, he was able to become a spy planted by Dali's imperial tutor. His temperament, aptitude and of course his brain were all not bad. Xianxia succeeded in reaching the nascent soul realm. After recovering from her injuries in the water cave of Jade Liquid River, she turned back the way she came. She had to be stubborn and according to the instructions in the secret letter from head butler Zhou Lian, she had to visit the righteous gods of the river and the mountain gods along the way to thank them one by one. Xianxia was not too uncomfortable about this. After all, a nascent soul water dragon might be worshipped like a bodhisattva in other immortal mountains. However, it was fine if it was Luopa Mountain. If it was really so, Xianxia would be frightened and suspect that Luopa Mountain was planning to make her fight with some mortal enemy of the mountain. For example, flooding Clear Wind City's Fox Nation or destroying Xingyang Mountain's ancestral mountain. However, Xianxia still received a shock that was neither too big nor too small. The first time she took the initiative to go to Luopa Mountain, she found that Pei Xiang, after climbing the mountain path, both of them were at the same level. As the ruler of the Fox Nation, Pei Xiang definitely had more immortal spells and supernatural powers, as well as more offensive Dharma treasures than Xianxia. However, in terms of combat power, 1.5 Pei Xiang might not be able to win against Xianxia. Especially if they fought close to the water, not only would Pei Xiang lose, but she would also die without a doubt. Therefore when Pei Xiang really met Xianxia, she was even more shocked than when Xianxia met her. Because at that time, Pei Xiang was taking a walk on the steps and then saw Xianxia and the little water monster climbing the mountain together. The black-clothed little girl still claimed to have learned from Pei Qian and then developed a little by herself. She swaggered. Walking arrogantly makes demons panic. This was nothing. Pei Xiang was already used to it. What was strange was that the nascent soul water dragon, whose water fate was almost as strong as water, was actually walking behind the little girl. Moreover, it was very deliberate. It deliberately walked one step behind the mute lake monster. It was just that the little girl was short and Xianxia was slender, so even if they spoke it didn't seem too strange. The little girl was completely unaware. She only cared about climbing the mountain and led the way for Sister Xianxia, who was visiting for the first time. Occasionally she would tell Sister Xianxia that the trees there were planted by the good mountain lord Pei Qian and the big white goose in which year. She also said that the flowers and plants were sent by the spring dew garden and that Sister Nwanshu took good care of them. She even said that Sister Nwanshu wasn't very good. She often stopped her from asking Wei Shanjun for bamboo. It's not like she didn't want to give her melon seeds. She couldn't possibly not plant a single tree on the mountain, right? Sister Xianxia, you can be the judge. If you can persuade Sister Nwanshu, I'll let Pei Qian record you as a great merit. Pei Xiang could even intuitively feel Xianxia's restraint. It was a kind of reverence that came from walking into a small world. Zhou Xian stood at the fork halfway up the mountain with his hands behind his back. He smiled and welcomed the guest. Wuxia performed the 10,000 palms. Pei Xiang also came to Zhou Lian's side. Zhou Lian nodded at the water dragon. Miss Wuxia, you should be more familiar with Pei Xiang in the future. You should be able to guess that she's the king of Fox Nation. Let's chat for a while. When they arrived at Zhou Lian's door, little Mealy didn't wait for old chef to say anything. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard and acted like a door god. Zhou Lian smiled. Little Mealy, let's chat. Zhou Mealy furrowed her brows and didn't move. She shook her head and said, you guys chat. I don't know anything. I'll just stand here. Zhou Lian called out in all seriousness, right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Zhou Mealy immediately perked up. Yes, yes. In the courtyard, Zhou Mealy sat upright with her arms crossed. She kept a straight face and didn't even shake her feet. Pei Xiang originally thought that Zhou Lian was really just chatting. Unexpectedly, the things Zhou Lian talked about were more important than the previous. First, he told her about Luopa Mountain and the other vassal mountains of the Fox Nation, as well as the recent situation of the Lotus Root Blessed Land. He wanted her to choose the location herself. Then Zhou Lian asked Pei Xiang to think about it first. He chatted with Wuxia about the construction of the underwater residence at Yellow Lake Mountain and how much immortal money Luopa Mountain could fork out to help her open the residence. From the beginning to the end, although little Mealy didn't say anything, she listened to old chef's words seriously. She didn't pretend to understand when she didn't. After chatting with both sides, Zhou Lian smiled and asked, Right guardian, do you have any ideas? Zhou Mealy, who had been motionless, scratched her face. Can I not? Zhou Lian smiled. Sure. Zhou Mealy chuckled. Then no. Her mind was still buzzing. Then the little girl suddenly felt a little troubled and asked softly, Old chef, why didn't you call Sister Nwanshu for such a big matter? If Sister Nwanshu knew, would she be sad? Zhou Lian smiled and explained, Nwanshu's responsibilities are more important. She doesn't need to care about these things. So, you can tell Nwanshu whatever we talked about today. Remember not to deliberately hide it. Zhou Mealy picked up the golden carrying pole and mountain staff on the table. Then I'm going to patrol the mountain. Yumi is still waiting. Zhou Lian waved his hand and then chatted with Pei Xiang and Wuxia about the location and opening of the residence. Pei Xiang chose to settle the Fox Nation in Lotus Root Blessed Land. Wuxia was unwilling to pay for Luopa Mountain, saying that she had some assets. It was just that the craftsmen on the mountain who built the residence indeed needed Luopa Mountain to act as a bridge. Then Zhou Lian chuckled and said, Don't spend a single cent of the ancestral hall's money. Miss Wuxia, do you mean to establish your own mountain? Does the underwater residence intend to set up an independent territory and become the king of mountains and rivers? Do you not listen to orders? When these words came out, Wuxia was so frightened that her face turned pale. Zhou Lian smiled again. Don't be nervous. It's just a joke. Miss Wuxia is much better than that evil Yunzi whose temperament still needs to be tempered. Wuxia didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Lian waved his hand. Where money should be spent, Luopa Mountain won't save money. Wuxia, you haven't been here much and don't know many of the rules. So today remember one first. A favor is within the rules, that is a favor. You don't even know the rules and you start talking about favors. In the future, if Luopa Mountain doesn't return the favor in your heart, will you resent us? It doesn't make sense, right? Wuxia stood up, curtsied and said seriously, Wuxia is enlightened and accepts the order. After Wuxia left, Pei Xiang said resentfully, Yan Feng, are you knocking the mountain to scare the tiger for me to see? In Qingfeng City, Pei Xiang liked to secretly call him Zhu Lian. At Luopa Mountain she began to like to call him Yan Feng. Zhu Lian shook his head and said, Don't think too much. On Luopa Mountain treat people with sincerity and only talk about reason. Zhu Lian thought for a moment and said, I'll let a jade stage sword immortal accompany you to Lotus Root Blessed Land first. After seeing the blessed land with our own eyes, we'll make a decision on the location. Pei Xiang smiled bitterly. Sure enough, she guessed half of it. She had always guessed that Yumi was a nascent soul stage sword immortal, but she never thought that he was a well-deserved great sword immortal. Fortunately, Mi was not here, otherwise he would probably feel that he was being scolded again. After Chao Qinglang returned to Luopa Mountain, He replaced Xiaomi Li and became the new gatekeeper. After learning that Pei Qian not only did not return to Luopa Mountain, but even went from the North Continent to the White Peak Continent, Chao Qinglang did not know what to do for a while. Today Chao Qinglang went out to the mountain that Luopa Mountain rented to Pearl Island. He was going to talk to Lu Zhongruan about the overturned ink dragon boat. It was not Zhu Lian who personally went down the mountain, nor was it Shan Junwei Pai but Chao Qinglang. This was knowledge. Zhu Lian went to discuss matters. It was Luopa Mountain and Pearl Island's official business. Although the dragon boat originally belonged to Luopa Mountain, it had nothing to do with the island master of Pearl Island or the princess royal who held court behind the curtain in the past. But if you want to reason with a woman, you must first talk about feelings. Therefore Chao Qinglang was the most suitable person to go. Chao Qinglang was the only direct disciple of the current Luopa Mountain's mountain master Chen Pingon. It was a teacher and student relationship. And Lu Zhongruan was naturally very clear about one thing. Chen Pingon treated his own disciples, Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian, like sons and daughters. Chao Qinglang's relationship with Lu Zhongruan was that of a junior and an elder. Then Lu Zhongruan, who was originally angry, would be less angry or even not angry at all. It was equivalent to half of the mountain master Chen Pingon talking to me. Even if there was only half a reason before in a woman's heart, it would probably become one. Miyu accompanied Zhou Mili to finish patrolling the mountain. When Zhu Lian told Miyu about the Blessed Land trip, Miyu was also interested in the Lotus Root blessed land surrounded by clouds and fog, and was happy to accompany Zhou Mili on the trip. Zhu Lian explained some of the things to take note of when traveling to the Blessed Land as a banished immortal. But this time, Zhu Lian would also call that long-lived Daoist friend along. At this moment they sat together on the steps watching Chao Qinglang's departing figure and gave Zhu Lian a thumbs up. Brother Zhu knows a beauty's heart the best. Zhu Lian grumbled, Brother Mi, why are you scolding her? How can a martial arts grandmaster praise a fledgling like this? Isn't he insulting her? Miyu laughed and said, there's no senior or junior, just people of the same path, learning from each other and forging ahead. Since Miyu said so, Zhu Lian didn't argue and laughed as well. My path is not lonely. Wei Wenlong, who rarely came out of the accounting room to take a breather, didn't know what these two were talking about. Wei Wenlong was only worried that Chao Qinglang would be rejected by Lu Zhongruan. Little Mili squatted behind old chef and Yumi, frowning hard. She didn't understand it all, so she wrote it down and asked Sister Wanshu first, then Pei Qian. Zhu Lian was silent for a moment, his expression solemn, and suddenly said, graceful and graceful, stop and dang dang. The mountains and rivers converge fiercely, so full in one's grasp. Miyu's talent hadn't diminished in the past and he blurted out, delicate and tender, swaying and swaying. From the side it looks like a mountain ridge, from the side it's hard to control. It was quite a neat match. Zhu Lian turned his head and so did Miyu, and they clapped their hands together. Everything was understood without words. Behind them little Mili sighed. Fortunately, the good mountain lord wasn't here or she would feel ashamed again. Wei Wenlong really didn't have the ear to listen to this, so he got up and left. Little Mili coughed. What are you two talking about? I also know how to recite poems. There's also the word, stop. Do you want to hear it? She borrowed a poem from Lu Yinshua and said that she would return it after showing it off. Although she wanted to show it off to Pei Qian at first, she felt that she couldn't lose to old chef and Yumi now, so she planned to use it to show off to them. Zhu Lian was instantly stunned. He had actually forgotten about the existence of Xiaomi, the messenger god. Thus he immediately turned to Xiaomi and said with a smile, I don't know how to recite poems. These 2 lines were written by Brother Yumi. I just suddenly remembered them and was inspired to recite them, so I recited them. Little Mili, do you remember? It was Yumi who got the inspiration from eating melon seeds. It has nothing to do with me. Mi was confused. Zhu Lian had already left quickly, not even looking back. Little Mili gave Miyu a thumbs up and praised, good literary talent, we can compete in poems in the future. Miyu probably didn't know that the right guardian of Luopa Mountain never hid anything from Sister Wanshu and Pei Qian, and Pei Qian's account book was calculated by book. Moreover, little Mili was often muddle-headed and forgot things. She couldn't remember things that seemed important to outsiders, such as being bullied. However, the little girl remembered things that no one cared about more than anyone else, and she loved to share them with Pei Qian and Sister Wanshu. For example, Bai Yun who passed by today was a little chubby and yesterday Lei Gong's snoring was rumbling, more rumbling than last time. In the past, Pei Qian never showed the slightest bit of impatience at home on the mountain. This was probably an important reason why little Mealy could always be like this. Luopa Mountain's flying sword sent a message to the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Fellow Daoist Changming soon arrived at Luopa Mountain quietly. After fellow Daoist Changming, Miyu, and Pei Xiang entered the Lotus Root blessed land. Zhou Xian stood alone at the edge of the cliff, slightly tired. It wasn't that it was difficult to do things, but that the mountain lord hadn't returned for a long time, which made him feel burdened. Zhou Xian took in Sun Yuanji, who was temporarily a registered disciple and not a direct disciple. Sun Yuanji was now at the bottleneck of the 4 realms of martial arts. Outside of Luopa Mountain he could indeed be considered a martial arts genius. True Realm Sec sword cultivator Sui was on the right. He hadn't taken in a direct disciple, not even a registered disciple. Lu Baixiang was recruited by a mountain of crown princes of Zhongyu as a consecrator, which meant that all forces had a big backer. In Dali's Ministry of Rites he had half a position as an official. His direct disciples were still only the 2 siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai. It was said that in that mountain of crown princes his disciple Yuan Lai, as a martial artist, encountered an immortal opportunity. However, Lu Baixiang didn't mention this in detail in the secret letter. As for the Nanyuan Kingdom's founding emperor Wei Xian, he followed Lu Xuanmei and Chao Jun and started as a cultivator following the army. Through real battles on the battlefield and on the mountain he became a real Dali border army general. It should be known that the clean stream status of Dali's civil and military officials was extremely rare, not to mention that Wei Xian also received a peace and quiet token issued by Dali's Ministry of Justice. Of course, it was one of the great blasphemy supervisors, Lu Xuanmei, who helped Wei Xian to get it. Wei Xian originally had enough military merits, but Dali's Ministry of Justice was still in between being issued and not being issued. Then with Lu Xuanmei's words, not only would it not violate Dali's laws, but it could also sell Lu Xuanmei a favor. Why wouldn't Dali's Ministry of Justice issue it? Chao Qinglang took a trip to the back of the anchovies and brought back a piece of good news. Lu Zhongruan greatly praised Luopa Mountain's actions. She was even willing to take out the water temple and let Luopa Mountain help hand over the dragon boat to Dali's border army. However, Chao Qinglang already knew the best and worst possible solutions. According to Elder Zhu's countermeasures, she tactfully rejected Lu Zhongruan's good intentions and also persuaded Island Master Lu not to do so. After Chao Qinglang returned to the mountain this time, she naturally became the gatekeeper. After talking to Zhu Lian, she returned to the foot of the mountain. Master Zhong also practiced his boxing along the mountain path. Today he purposely waited for Sun Yuanji once at the top of the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. He pointed out the subtle flaws in Sun Yuanji's boxing. Sun Yuanji respected this imperial tutor from Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Master Zhong. He was second only to Elder Zhu, who was half a master to him. He felt that such an elegant and easygoing senior was a true scholar in his heart. Master Zhong returned to his residence and read the sage books at night. This trip he went from the Aquarius continent to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, then from the Inverted Mountain to the South Pasua continent, the Central Divine continent, the White Jade continent, the North Lu continent, and back to the Aquarius continent. It was equivalent to walking through half of the vast world. Zhongqiu gained a lot. Other than dabbling in the philosophy of the various schools of thought in the vast world, he also saw many immortals and heroes outside of the books. Some of them hit it off because of their temperament, knowledge. Some of them sparred on principles or boxing techniques. Of course, there were also dangerous fights that decided victory or defeat or even life and death. How could Zhongqiu be a pedantic scholar? As the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, he was never a pedantic scholar. Sun Yuanji once again stopped at the foot of the mountain. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to walk towards the young scholar who was reading under the moonlight. On Luopa Mountain, Sun Yuanji was the most diligent in practicing his boxing. Sun Yuanji knew Chao Qinglang was both a disciple of the school of Confucianism and a practitioner of Taoism. She heard that this was why Chao Qinglang had traveled extremely far away with Master Zhong, which was why he had only returned to Luopa Mountain after so many years. Sun Yuanji was rather envious. Her home was not far from Luopa Mountain. It was located in the provincial city of the Dragon Province. Sun Yuanji had yet to truly travel far away. Every time someone watched over the door, from Zheng Dafeng to Yuan Lai to Xiaomi Li to Chao Qinglang, in the end, they would all sit on a stool or a bamboo chair. Afterwards they would place 2 or 3 spare ones beside them in case they needed them. Of course there were also melon seeds. Sun Yuanji sat on a bamboo chair and remained silent for quite a while. Chao Qinglang, I'm only at the bottleneck of the 4th realm right now. When Yuan Bao sent a letter to the mountain earlier, she said she was already at the 5th realm. You've been to many places. Are there a lot of 4th realm and 5th realm practitioners around my and Yuan Lai's age? Chao Qinglang told her the truth. Not a lot. Especially women. However, when I traveled far away with Master Zhong this time, I did indeed see quite a few martial arts geniuses along the way. They've already achieved great success in martial arts at such a young age. Chao Qinglang added with a smile very soon. But my master has always firmly believed that there's a distinction between high and low on the path of martial arts. What you shouldn't be afraid of the most is the situation of learning martial arts first with low achievements. Sun Yunji asked in doubt. Why not? If it were me, I'd be worried to death. Chao Qinglang said, actually, I don't really understand it either, but my master was particularly serious back then. He only explained that, if you're afraid of yourself, you'll die if you learn martial arts. I'm not a pure martial artist, so I didn't ask too much about it. I just feel like this principle of martial arts can be used in books, so I remember it rather clearly. Sun Yunji suddenly began to laugh. She held back her laughter and her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. She still failed to hold it in. Afterwards she covered her mouth and smiled, as if she had remembered something after hearing what Chao Qinglang had said, which made her feel much better. Unfortunately, Chao Qinglang was the last person she could talk about this matter. She could even talk about it with the bookworm Yuan Lai, but not with Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang was a little confused, but when she saw that Sun Yuanji didn't seem to be as depressed as before, she smiled and continued to read. Before Sun Yuanji left, she asked, Chao Qinglang, may I ask what realm your master is at in martial arts? Chao Qinglang smiled and shook her head. Miss Sun, of course you can ask. But as my master's student, I can't talk about this. Sun Yuanji looked at the young Confucian's clear eyes and wasn't annoyed. Instead she nodded with a smile, cupped her hands and left. Chao Qinglang thought of her hometown for no reason. She thought of the ancestral house in the shabby alley, the school, the bustling Zhuangyan alley, the entire capital city of the Nanyuan kingdom, and the foreigner who was also a banished immortal, like her master from the lotus flower-blessed land, Mr. Lu. Her master and Mr. Zhong were of course Chao Qinglang's great benefactors. In fact, Chao Qinglang also cared about Mr. Lu a lot. Later, when she traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she learned from her master that Mr. Lu was actually the leader of the Yinyang school and the descendant of the Lu family. She met her master on the ferry on Osmanthus Island, and then met him on the inverted mountain. It was a great friendship that made her master give her a grain of grain rain money. In the end, by chance, they took another ferry across the continent, the treasure-swallowing whale, and traveled to Tongye continent. Not only did they fight side by side, but they also went through life and death together. They became best friends who didn't talk about money. Zhang Shanfeng, Xianxia, Lu Tai, Zhong Kue, Lu Jinglong. These people were all close friends that her master regarded as his peers. Among them, Ranger Su Yuanxia could be considered half an elder. As for Lu Xianying, who came from the same hometown, he was slightly different from them. Her master never denied that he would treat Lu Xianying as his elder brother and the slug from the mud bottle alley as his younger brother. They were all his family. Lu Tai was actually the person who took care of her the most together with Mr. Zhong after her master left the lotus flower-blessed land. Without their guidance she might still have to grit her teeth and endure day by day, but it would definitely be more difficult. However, Mr. Lu, who was unparalleled in elegance, followed one of the lotus flower-blessed land to Qingming Tian. Chao Qinglang didn't know if she would have the chance to reunite with Mr. Lu in this lifetime. At that time her master was chatting with Chao Qinglang in the pavilion on Dragon Slayer Cliff. While drinking he joked that when he looked back, Lu Tai carried a body of magic weapons and endless immortal methods. He did indeed have the demeanor of a direct descendant of the Lu family. However, his realm was too low. Many young talents who were born in the immortal families of the central region increased their realms like drinking water. For example, in the North Continent she met a cultivation genius named Huai Qian. Therefore, when she met Lu Tai in the future she must make fun of him. Why, just because he was afraid of heights, he was also afraid of the increase of his cultivation realm. In fact, her master rarely talked about people behind their backs. However, when he mentioned it to students or disciples, he was often talking about friends. The stories he told were all past events that made him smile and not worry about drinking. In the end, Chao Qinglang only said from the bottom of her heart that if she didn't know that Mr. Lu was a heroic man, she would have mistaken Mr. Lu for a woman in disguise. She didn't know why, but her master looked a little strange at that time. He even reached out and pressed Chao Qinglang's head, scolding her, "You're thinking about this at such a young age. When you return to Luopa Mountain, don't hang out with Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng. If I find out that you dare to peek at those immortal books, I will go to Mount Biyun to chop bamboo and help you make a ruler." Chao Qinglang rarely couldn't continue reading, but tonight was an exception. She simply closed the book and began to rest. For some reason, Chao Qinglang always felt that her master was about to return home. Mi Yu and the other two had already returned from Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Everything went smoothly. Pei Xiang chose a piece of land with good feng shui on the border of Songlai country. It was secluded and occupied a potential dragon vein. Therefore, Pei Xiang, who was pleasantly surprised, promised the Fox country an extra 800 grains of grain rain money as the first settlement fee. However, the grain rain money was in the hands of Luopa Mountain's bookkeeper, so it must be put into Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Especially the place she chose, it occupied at least 50% of the Reiki transformed by the immortal money. Pei Xiang now had a rough understanding of Luopa Mountain's customs and business network. She really couldn't be too pretentious and reserved. She really had to treat people with sincerity. He was shameless. Therefore, after returning to Luopa Mountain, Wei Wenlong and Pei Xiang settled the accounts in the bookkeeper's office. Pei Xiang was no stranger to asking for a sky-high price and asking for money on the ground. Instead, she felt at ease. In the end, both sides were happy. Pei Xiang's Fox country was promoted to 1,000 grains of grain rain money. Only 30% of the Reiki could be divided. Otherwise, it would greatly affect the changes of Lotus Flower Blessed Land's landscape. When this matter was mentioned, Wei Wenlong, who had been discussing business properly, used rare harsh words. He said that if the Blessed Land was in chaos because of money, and it caused the 4 countries in the world, the country's destiny to be unstable, the Mountain Master would not let anyone off. Pei Xiang, Wei Wenlong, and even Zhu Lian would be held accountable. No one could escape. Pei Xiang had actually gotten the result she wanted, so she naturally had no objections. In fact, she even planned to spend 1,000 grains of grain rain money and only take 20% of the Reiki. The reason why Pei Xiang was willing to spend 1,000 grains of grain rain money, other than the double meaning of surrender and visiting gift, Pei Xiang was not stupid. She could see that it was easy for a lotus root blessed land to be promoted from a middle-grade blessed land to a high-grade blessed land. The Fox country was rooted here and benefited a lot. They could benefit from this favor for thousands of years. Longevity fellow Daoist privately visited head steward Zhu Lian. After a round of polite greetings, when they talked about the true value of the Fox country, both of them were silent at first. Then they said in unison, "Literary luck." On this day, Xianxia went to drink with Zhu Lian. The old chef made a few dishes to accompany the wine. There was no need to hide their words. Since they were from the same hometown, they were also like-minded people. Therefore, before Xianxia left, he stood up and bowed to Zhu Lian to thank him. Zhu Lian calmly accepted this big gift. After all, he was the one who moved the Fox country to Luopa Mountain with his own strength. Who would be happy to see the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's literary luck increase by 40 to 50% or 70 to 80%. Of course, it would be Xianxia, who was the imperial tutor of a country but cared about the people of the world. When Zhu Lian stood up to send him off, he only said, "I can't let Xianxia regret coming to Luopa Mountain." Xianxia shook his head. "Even if I die, I have no regrets." Zhu Lian slapped Xianxia's back and scolded jokingly, "What are you saying?" Xianxia laughed and left. The old man was very unhappy. Zhu Lian felt that this Xianxia could be a true sage in this vast world. Every time he took a break, he liked to sit at the top of the stairs quietly and alone for a while. That way he would be less troubled. As for sitting at the stone table by the cliff and eating melon seeds with Xiaomi every day, that was for the sake of happiness. Mi would also be very happy when he met the little worm tree who seemed to be busy all the time on the road. The hidden official once vowed in the summer palace that Mi Yu and his Luopa mountain were born to be compatible with each other and that he should visit more often in the future if he had the chance. Then the young hidden official squinted his eyes and smiled. His thumb and index finger gently rubbed together, indicating to the leader of the summer palace that every time Great Sword Immortal Mi visited Luopa mountain, he should not forget his sincerity. Mi Yu smiled and said, "Hidden official, oh hidden official, the reason why you didn't want me to become a consecrator of Luopa mountain back then, was it because you coveted the gifts of visiting again and again?" Zhou Xian slowly walked to Mi Yu's side and sat down. He handed over a bottle of glutinous rice wine produced by the Dong family shop. Luopa mountain would receive a lot of it every year. Mi Yu opened the wine bottle and took a sip. The taste was soft but the aftertaste was the best. Mi Yu smiled and said, "No wonder Luopa mountain has such a culture." From Wei Wenlong being like a fish in water, to him following the local customs, to tonight when he saw and heard Chao Qinglang and Sun Yuanji chatting casually. Zhu Lian drank a big mouthful of wine and wiped his mouth. He nodded and said, "A mountain lord, a different style." Even without talking about Luopa mountain, Mi Yu knew that young sword immortal from the North Continent, Tai Hui sword sect leader Qi Jinglong, who was his master's best friend. Rumor had it that this person was stopped by the Patriarch of Discipline Huang Tong, who did not allow him to go to the battlefield of the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City. He used the reason that the Tai Hui sword sect leader could not die, but he really could not die for the time being. At the same time, the sword immortal Huang Tong himself rushed to the battlefield of another continent. Qi Jinglong did not stay in the Patriarch's Hall or the Pianran Peak to cultivate. Instead he led his own Earth Immortal sword cultivators and left the sect with their swords. He first joined forces with a few large sects that had good relations with the Tai Hui sword sect for generations. Then with many like-minded cultivators he went to the chaotic places on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. If he could not reason with them he would not be merciful. He would not let any signs of internal strife in the North Continent. He would prevent those wandering and hidden demon cultivators from fanning the flames and causing a disaster. Like friends. It was fine to say this about his own mountain lord Qin Pingon or Lu Jinglong. Mi Yu regained some of his unrivaled flirtatious nature and said softly, "That Sui Jingqing lady Sui? That Sui Jingqing was really good to Nuanshu and Mili. She really treated them like her own daughter. Not only did she use different methods to give them gifts, but she also carefully selected each one. She was even willing to spend a lot of time on the two little girls and did not feel awkward at all." Sui Jingqing's appearance caused Nuanshu and Mi Li to laugh a lot these days. Even Mi Li secretly asked Yu Mi and old chef for help. They helped Lady Sui find dozens of reasons to not go down the mountain tomorrow from senior brother Rong Chong. What other reason could there be for a pure and unmarried girl to do this? Zhu Lian chuckled, "There's no need to say it out loud." Zhu Lian finished his wine and said slowly, "A real man talks about right and wrong regardless of the pros and cons. A real hero talks about good and bad regardless of success or failure. Sages talk about all ages regardless of one's lifetime." Mi Yu nodded and then shook his head. Not all reclusive officials were like that. Zhu Lian smiled. "Of course young master is the only one." Then one day the sword immortal came to Luopa mountain. Mi Yu was used to being lazy in Luopa mountain. Occasionally he would feel guilty when talking about serious matters. But when he saw the sword immortal, the senior brother of the reclusive official, Mi Yu felt so guilty that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He hid outside the mountain and went to find his good brother Lu Xianyang to drink. In the end there was the scene at the square outside Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. The sword immortal's disciple left and right, first offered incense to the teacher, then sat on the chair outside the door. Other than Qin Wanshu who opened the door and Zhou Mili who helped move the chair, only Zhu Lian was watching from afar. Chao Qinglang had just accompanied Zhongqiu to the state capital and was on the way. After left and right got up, Zhou Mili ran all the way and helped Mr. Zhu move the chair back to the ancestral hall. Left and right said he would do it himself, but Zhou Mili did not agree. Left and right could only give up. If Mi Yu or Pei Xiang were here their eyeballs would probably pop out. When Zhou Mili returned, Qin Wanshu closed the door again. Left and right laughed. "You're Zhou Mili, the mute lake monster that my junior brother mentioned?" Zhou Mili could not help but open her mouth wide. She quickly handed the golden carrying pole and mountain walking stick to Sister Wanshu for safekeeping, then covered her mouth. Finally she covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Good senior brother of the Mountain Lord, you're a sword immortal that's bigger than a table. How do you know me? Left and right laughed. What do you mean by bigger than a table? Zhou Mili explained. It means that you can place many big white bowls. The size of melon seeds is average. The opening of the bowl is very big. Oh. If the table is big, then it's the biggest. Left and right nodded. You can say that. Zhou Mili was so happy that she ran on the spot. She learned this from Pei Qian and Pei Qian learned it from Sister Baoping. This was the martial arts inheritance of the Jianghu. Left and right reached out to rub Nuanshu's head and said softly, Junior brother often talks about you when he's at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's always worried that you'll be bullied by a guy called Qin Lingjun. If there is, as your Mountain Lord's senior brother, I can remind Qin Lingjun. Zhou Mili quickly said, Qin Lingjun went to the North Continent to walk the river. He didn't bully Sister Nuanshu. Sword Immortal on the table, please don't scold him. Qin Nuanshu bowed and said, Mr. Zhu, Qin Lingjun is very good. He won't bully anyone. Left and right nodded and directly asked Zhu Lian, who was walking over with cupped fists. Now on Luopa Mountain, is there anything you can't cross? Is there anything I can help with? After Zhu Lian retracted his fist, he said, There is one thing that I need Mr. Zhu's help with. Left and right were surprised. Oh? Which blind immortal from the Aquarius continent? Even the smooth and slick Zhu Lian was speechless for a moment. This was the first time he was chatting like this. Zhu Lian then talked about the matter of connecting the Lotus Root Blessed Land and the Ancient Well's Broken Grotto Heaven to form a Grotto Heaven Blessed Land connection. In the vast world, there were only two places that could accomplish such a feat. One was Zhu Lian's hometown. In the past, the Blessed Land was connected to the Dao ancestors' Lotus Grotto Heaven. After listening to left and right, he said, Small matter. It was not easy to come to Luopa Mountain, and in the end it was just to do this. It seemed that Left Sword Immortal was somewhat disappointed. On the way to Luopa Mountain's bamboo building, Left and Right walked slowly. He carefully asked Zhu Lian about the situation of the Lotus Root Blessed Land. After roughly understanding, he said that he could ask Chongming Dao Friend for some divine path knowledge, and ask Master Zhongqiu about the current situation of his hometown. If Mr. Zhu did not find it troublesome, he could even ask about the guest of the Blessed Land. As for how to use the sword in the end, there was no need to ask anyone. Zhu Lian agreed one by one and said it would take at most 4 hours. Left and Right arrived outside the bamboo building, and called Chao Qinglang, who had just returned to the mountain. They sat at the edge of the cliff and asked some questions. Left and Right said, When it comes to learning, you have to be more attentive than your teacher. He is just too smart and his attitude towards learning is not as good as yours. Chao Qinglang did not know whether to nod or shake his head and did not know how to answer. Left and Right asked, Pei Qian is still not back from his trip? Chao Qinglang nodded and said, The last message he sent back to Luopa Mountain was from Lei Gong Temple of the Snow Mountain Continent, at the home of Pei Xiang, a martial artist of the 10 realms. Left and Right frowned slightly. Pei Qian sent the letter personally? How could he be so careless when he is alone outside at such a young age? Don't learn from your teacher. Chao Qinglang shook his head and said, It was Snow Mountain Continent Sword Immortal Senior, Xie Songhua, who helped him. Pei Qian is very cautious when he walks the Jianghu. Left and Right nodded and smiled. That's not bad. Left and Right looked at junior brother. He did not find him pleasing to the eye. Then he looked at the disciples and students that junior brother took in. They were pleasing to the eye. Left and Right said, You are a disciple of the Confucian school and also a person who cultivates the Tao. Martial uncle does not like to interfere. But there is one thing that you can remember first. You were in the right, but you met an unreasonable immortal on the mountain. The other party bullied you because of their higher realm. Saying your teacher's name might not be useful now, so you should say martial uncle's name. From now on, the lineage of the sage of literature's lineage no longer needed to be hidden from the world. Chao Qinglang nodded and said, I will remember. Left and Right suddenly asked, Do you know how to drink? Chao Qinglang blushed and said, This trip I drank, but I don't like to drink. Left and Right laughed. Very good. Don't learn from your teacher and become an alcoholic. Learn from martial uncle. Chao Qinglang asked, I still have some questions in my studies. Martial uncle is busy? Left and Right said, There are many things in the world that cannot be studied. Just ask. In the end, left and right stayed at Luopa Mountain for a short 2 days. The heavenly paradises were connected. Left and right retracted his sword Qi, and went down the mountain to travel 1,000 miles away. When he passed by the center of the Aquarius continent, left and right heard a voice, and told him a simple principle which made left and right frown. The sage of literature's lineage already has a disciple, then among martial uncle, can there be someone who can fight and is known by the world? So that the old farts in the future will not dare to bully them? This was the principle that Cui Dong held the Beko Keikyung building in his hand and told left and right. So in the end, left and right turned his sword and did not go south to Old Dragon City, but crossed the sea and went straight to the Pasua continent. Xiaochua was about to ask Qin Chunan, who could carry the sun and moon on his shoulders, to ask a continent between heaven and earth. The sword light arrived. Xiaochua was struck into the air by the sword, tilting a little, and instantly crashed into the bottom of the sea. The sword light split the sea and then pierced through Xiaochua and the mountain range under the sea. Xiaochua asked me a punch from behind. Left and right returned a sword to you, bright and powerful. Even if you don't want to, you have to. If you are not in the savage desolate world, you might not be able to take it. Once the heavenly paradises were formed, the burden on Zhou Lian's shoulders lightened. It was as if everything was smoothed out, and the only thing left was for young master to return home. Just as Zhou Lian's mood turned for the better, he did not think that something bad would happen. Damn it, people should not get carried away. A few days after one Lady Sui left, another Lady Sui came. Zhou Lian saw a strange scene in a scroll painting on the desk, and cursed at the prodigal woman and threw in a grain rain money. Luckily she was the least valuable and only needed one. Also she was not a pure martial artist, which was the good thing. After dying once and walking out of the painting, her Dao foundation was not harmed. After Sui Yu walked out of the painting, her killing intent was extremely heavy. Obviously she killed many demons in the old Dragon City battlefield, so much so that her body and Dao disappeared. Sui Yu's killing method was not like Zhu Lian and Wei Xian, but more like Lu Baixiang. Therefore she was definitely not courting death, but the battle was really fierce and she was in a place where she would definitely die. Zhu Lian still cursed. Of all people to learn from, you learned from your master, who likes to fight without caring about his life. So arrogant, so amazing, a scholar from the lotus flower blessed land, you really think you are the scholarly sage of the world? What happened in the end? I don't care if it ended well or not, but as a direct disciple you don't know? Sui Yu's eyes instantly turned cold, her killing intent rising. Zhu Lian glared. What, did I say something wrong? Or am I right? This prodigal woman still dares to scare me? How many divine coins have you earned in the Jade Gui sect and True Realm sect? You can't even compare to Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian. Although this woman's killing intent was heavy, her killing intent was not deep and she still had some conscience. Otherwise, Zhu Lian was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and beat her back into the painting. A sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. How amazing do you think you are? Outsiders can't tell why you went to the Ascension platform and why you can't break through to the nascent soul realm, but I know it clearly. Others don't know why you Sui Yu want to ascend, but when I was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, I Zhu Lian flipped through all the unofficial histories and secret records of the pugilistic world, and I know why you insisted on ascending with your sword. You're just helping your damn master achieve his wish. Zhu Lian also knew why Sui Yu treated his young master differently. It was that Daoist temple's master, God, who purposely changed Sui Yu's memories, making Qin Pingon and her master look similar. Sui Yu naturally knew about this, but because she could not let go of one and was unwilling to let go of the other, she pretended that this did not happen. Sui Yu was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. When you were alive, even if you made all the heroes in the world bow down to you with your sword, do you dare to say to the world that you like your master? As for the 4 people in the painting, including you, who hasn't been tampered with by that stinky old Daoist. The old Daoist temple master was resourceful and cunning, so the 4 of them could only accept it. Wei Xian treated little Pei Qian as his own daughter. Lu Baixiang was obsessed with chess, so when he came to the vast world he was determined to become the Lord of White Emperor City, who played the iridescent cloud manual with Cui Dong. To become a true giant of the Devil Dao. I Zhu Lian am also pitiful and pitiful. You don't know if I'm real or fake, so you're just going around in circles with me. Sui Yu did not want to argue with Zhu Lian but said, I want to go to Old Dragon City again. Zhu Lian said, How many lives do you have left so you can do whatever you want? When you died in the Blessed Land you could still come to this painting. If you die again, who will help you collect your body? Sui Yu said angrily, who are you to control me? Among the four of us, you're the one who likes to cause trouble the most. Zhou Xian said with a cheeky smile, my young master can't control you. He'll feel bad about Gu Yu's money. I'm warning you, my young master has never made a loss in serious business. Don't make an exception because of you. However, Sui Yu, this silly woman, said something knowledgeable. Sui Yu prepared to fly away on his sword. Zhou Xian said coldly, he'll feel bad about his money and regret it. Sui Yu snorted and walked away, but he did not fly down the mountain. Her residence was on Luopa Mountain. Zhou Xian clicked his tongue. In the small town of Huaihuang County. Today, after the shop in Dragon Rider Alley closed for the day, the longevity Daoist did not return to her residence. Instead, she picked up the few remaining pastries and looked at the substitute shopkeeper, Shi Rou, who was behind the counter doing the accounting. Shi Rou raised her head. These days, this longevity Daoist, who called herself Ling Chun, always looked at her with a smile. Actually, both sides knew each other well. Why did this longevity Daoist sister, who had not been recorded in Luopa Mountain's register, have such a strange look in her eyes? Before this, the longevity Daoist sister had seen her secret collection of rouge and face powder. The longevity Daoist sister even told Shi Rou why she changed her name to Ling Chun. It was because if there was a tree of Ling Chun and a few branches of osmanthus in the Immortal Lord's house on the mountain, it would be a good thing. Compared to the common saying of good people don't live long, Ling Chun sounded better. However, in the future the ancestral hall would still use the name longevity. After all, the common saying was not pleasant to hear. However, what in the world was better than good people live long? Shi Rou glanced outside the door. No one passed by. Finally, she could not help but ask in her heart, what's going on, Daoist sister? There was one good thing about communicating in her heart. Shi Rou could recover her female voice. Wearing a snow-white robe and casting a camouflage spell, in the eyes of the common people and the cultivators of the lower 5 realms, Changming was actually an ordinary-looking woman, who looked like she was 20 years old. Changming picked up a piece of pastry and reached out to cover her mouth. After eating it, she wiped the corner of her mouth with her thumb and asked in her heart with a smile, Shi Rou, you were first refined by that old immortal Luli into a female ghost skeleton wearing colorful clothes. Later you followed the master of the mountain and benefited from the disaster. Moreover, you have been wearing this immortal's remains for too many years, so have you forgotten many habits of the past? I'm talking about some small habits you have since you were young, the kind that is very inconspicuous, such as, for example, when you were young you would bite your fingers when you were nervous. For example, when you were not afraid of the hot summer, you would find it difficult to endure the cold. For example, you would naturally like to play ancient music. These were all found by Changming after she received Old Yang's hint and went to Luopa Mountain to look through the secret records. It was not difficult to find. In the territory of Gushu, the decline of incense had something to do with the third chief of Beko Kekyong building. And these characteristics that Changming thought of happened to be a certain kind of natural Taoist seed. She opened her apertures very early but did not really cultivate Taoism. However, Changming did not ask. She just looked at Shi Rou with a smile. Shi Rou said pitifully, for example what? Daoist sister Changming, please don't scare me. She really did not deliberately hide anything. In fact, at this point there was nothing worth hiding. Besides, with Cui Dongshan here, what did Shi Rou dare to hide? She was really used to the peaceful days in the Riding Dragon Alley. Every night she could shed her skin for a moment and return to her female appearance. After all, the female ghost was also a female. Moreover, she had once again devoted herself to cultivation, accumulating bit by bit, steadily increasing her realm. She was carefree. Anyway, no one would talk about her realm. Shi Rou really did not have any distracting thoughts. Just like this, the peaceful days were similar to those of the previous days, which made Shi Rou exceptionally satisfied. As for the secret orthodoxy that had been exposed by Cui Dongshan, Shi Rou really did not want to say anything more. Why should she talk about this with Daoist sister Changming? Anyway, Cui Dongshan knew about it. Was it not the same as knowing half of Luopa Mountain? Was it not? Could it be that he did not even know about the Hill Master? Back then, because of the ballad in her hometown, Cui Dongshan's brain was filled with many ancient almanacs. He actually knew the root of her orthodoxy at once. He called her the remnant of a country that perished 600 years ago, the ashes of a side branch of Taoism, and said that he knew the unique secret method of the ancestor of resurgence of her lineage. He also said that he wanted to completely erase a little bit of her Taoist aura. To be honest, at that time Xianxia was really scared to death. As for now, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, I'm just a temporary shopkeeper of the New Year shop. Every day I help Luo Pamount and help you Cui Dongshan's husband earn some hard-earned money. Every night I cultivate diligently. What else do you want me to do? If you really annoy me, I'll go and complain to your husband. I don't care if you are Cui Dongshan or some big white goose. Daoist Changming stared at Xianxia. After a moment she smiled and said, I see. This Cui Dongshan is really interesting. Secretly doing good things, without leaving a name? If he isn't the direct disciple of the Mountain Master and is a completely trustworthy person, then it's really worrying. Changming smiled and said, It seems that I've misunderstood you. I won't say anything about Sister Xianxia not taking it to heart. However, you can take it to heart, but it's best that I don't find out that you take it to heart. Otherwise, it'll make things difficult for me. Xianxia's lips trembled. She was afraid and aggrieved. She said timidly, Sister Changming, don't scare me. It wasn't easy to have a close friend. Why did it suddenly become like this? Changming sighed. I'll help you write a letter. First, I'll ask for Immortal Master Cui's opinion. If it's feasible, we'll catch a big fish. If it's not suitable to act rashly and alert the enemy, we'll put it aside for the time being. At this point, Changming stretched out a finger. A golden light suddenly pressed between Xianxia's eyebrows. Changming smiled and asked, Third Chief, what do you think? Xianxia fainted on the spot. Her whole body was surrounded by 7 colors. Outside the door, a head popped out first. After looking around for a while, a young man in white strode over the threshold. He clapped his hands lightly and said with a bright smile, Sister Changming, you have good thoughts, good skills, and good courage. My master is the most virtuous person to meet. Changming frowned and said, Since both sides already know, may I ask Immortal Master Cui why you've been observing Sect Master Lu from afar until now? Cui Dongshan leaned on the counter and craned his neck to look at Xianxia, who was lying behind the counter. With his back facing Xianxia, he snapped his fingers and Xianxia actually jumped up high before falling heavily onto the ground. He smiled and said, Don't worry, there's one good thing about Sect Leader Lu. When it comes to big matters, he's always willing to accept his losses. As for small matters, he really disdains to scheme. At most, when he's bored, he'll occasionally take a look at the scenery of Riding Dragon Alley. Every time he executes the ability of Mountain View and River View, he'll cross 2 worlds. Although he doesn't see much, he expends a lot. This in itself is a kind of gift to Xianxia. Cui Dongshan leaned on the counter with his feet off the ground. He turned his head and smiled. What's more, Sister Changming probably doesn't know. Once Sect Master Lu is bored, I'll have a lot to talk about. On Miss Xianxia, every time I reach a higher level, I'll add a secret restriction that has never been heard of before. Other than some old bastard, unless Lu Chen comes here to observe Xianxia, he won't notice anything. In short, I know everything that Sect Master Lu has seen. Some of the things that he has seen are things that I deliberately want him to know. Maybe I'm saying it like this, but Sister Changming, you must believe in my master's judgment in selecting students. Cui Dongshan turned his body and floated to the ground. He faced Changming and said with a smile, I swear to heaven and earth. Changming shook her head and said, Even if Sect Master Lu is trapped in a scheme, he'll still be able to predict your scheme after a few times. Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously, and then? After all, we're separated by a whole world. Even if his real body came here, he was suppressed to the Ascendant Realm back then. Plus, he's just a master of mountains and rivers, so he should be in the Immortal Realm. If he calculates with me again, can he beat me? Cui Dongshan shook his head vigorously. I really can't. Only then did Changming nod his head lightly. However, he said, I will tell Master about this matter in full detail. Cui Dongshan bowed and said, With teacher's help, half of the burden on my shoulders has been lifted. Changming was a little helpless. Changming suddenly asked, Did you predict that I would test Xianxia today? Cui Dongshan raised his hands. His snow-white sleeves were too big. They covered his face and were blown away. He put down one hand and patted his chest vigorously. I swear to heaven and earth, it's all based on luck. Changming was silent. Cui Dongshan pointed to his head and said with emotion, "It's not all about luck. After all, you're not Li Huai. How can I ignore you in Luopa Mountain? Don't blame Wei Pai for tipping me off. Except for Wei Shanjun, you didn't find all the spies I placed here in the town, so I'm just scheming against you." Speaking of this, the young man in white began to shake his head and said carelessly, "I won't say anything like, Sister Changming, please don't mind me. But you can mind, but you'd better not let me find out that you mind, or you'll make things difficult for me." Changming couldn't help laughing. But she was more relieved. An unpolished jade stage cultivator was actually able to completely conceal himself and stay by his side? No wonder he dared to say that he was scheming against Lu Chen. Cui Dongshan jumped backward and landed behind the counter. He put his feet together and stepped on Shi Rou's face. He shook her a few times and shouted, "Wake up. As a female ghost, I can tolerate it if you sleep during the day and don't earn money. But it's late at night, why don't you come out and scare people?" Changming stretched out her fingers and rubbed her eyebrows. This Cui Dongshan, was he also a scoundrel in front of her master? Cui Dongshan squatted down. Soon there was the sound of a slap. Then it should be the sound of Shi Rou waking up and bumping into the counter in fright. It seemed that Shi Rou, this young man in white, was really scared to the bone. Finally, Cui Dongshan stood on a small stool and wiped the counter with his sleeve. Shi Rou stood not far away. She lowered her eyes and didn't say a word. Cui Dongshan turned sideways and scolded, "Is my husband unwilling to see you so he didn't return home? Not a human, not a ghost, not a man, not a woman, not a man, not a woman. If it was me, I would also lose my appetite. I won't see you if I can." Changming frowned and said, "I advise you not to say this kind of words. I'm sure that if Qin Pingon was here, he wouldn't let you say such words." Calling Qin Pingon's name directly was the first time Changming had done this in Luopa Mountain. It could be seen that she was angry. Changming had already prepared for the worst-case scenario of becoming enemies with Cui Dongshan. Unexpectedly, the young man in white stopped talking inside. He bent his knees slightly and leaned on the table, only revealing his head. "As long as Mr. can be here, let alone being scolded by Mr., I can even be beaten 100 times." Changming smiled and said, "He will be back." Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves on the counter and wailed. Cui Dongshan suddenly stopped and asked, "Left and right, did you leave the mountain?" Changming nodded. Cui Dongshan walked down the small stool and went around the counter. He swaggered and said, "This uncle is too much. You came without saying goodbye and left without saying goodbye. The next time we meet, I'll jump up and punch you in the head." Looking at the young man in white who swaggered out of the shop, Changming frowned more and more. It was normal for a cultivator to be sick in the head, but it was rare for someone to be so sick. Cui Dongshan suddenly poked his head out of the door. "Sister Changming, will you be the patriarch of Luopa Mountain in the future?" Changming smiled and said, "You don't have the final say." Cui Dongshan said, "You don't know, but Sir is the most partial to me. Pei Qian Qinglang and the others added together are not as good as me." Changming smiled and said, "Please go away." Cui Dongshan said, "Then I'll really go away?" Changming stretched out a hand. Cui Dongshan laughed and left. He turned sideways in the dragon riding alley, his big sleeves fluttering, which was very beautiful. He went away as he said. He came to Luopa Mountain because Cui Dongshan didn't go through the gate but climbed up. Therefore Xiaomi, who was eating melon seeds, was shocked. Looking at the head on the cliff, the little girl was stunned for a long time. Zhou Mili ran over, squatted down and looked down. "Big white goose, where's Pei Qian? Why didn't he go home with you? Don't you often play together?" Cui Dongshan climbed up the cliff. Zhou Mili also stood up and handed a handful of melon seeds to the big white goose. Then she laughed and said, "I'm not bragging, but I was just shocked when I saw you just now." Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "Xiaomi, you've grown taller." Zhou Mili stood on her heels and laughed. Cui Dongshan rubbed Xiaomi's head and looked into the distance. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice, "The vast world, listen to me. Today I scared Xiaomi a little. When Sir goes home he must scare the whole world. Damn it, plus the savage world and the green world." 719. After Cui Dongshan finished his speech, he nodded his head lightly. "Very good, very tactful. Since no one objected, I'll take it that the three of you have agreed to this." Zhou Mili hugged the golden carrying pole and mountain walking stick. She took out the signature clap of the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan followed the 6 green stone bricks on the ground and performed a set of tortoise fist technique. He was vigorous and powerful. It was not a fist technique, but his sleeves crackled as he fought with each other. Cui Dongshan landed on the ground and faced the bamboo building with his back facing Xiao Meili. Suddenly he turned around and threw a punch. Seeing that Xiao Meili was confused, he could only remind her, "Take my punch. It's invincible." Xiao Meili quickly spun around on the spot and praised sincerely, "Good punch." Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and said regretfully, "I didn't expect that after learning the ultimate fist technique, I still couldn't defeat the right guardian. Forget it, forget it. We'll fight again next time." Xiao Meili scratched her face. She hadn't even thrown a punch yet. Cui Dongshan swaggered to the side of the stone table. Xiaomi hurriedly placed the 2 treasured magic weapons on the table, pulled out several handfuls of melon seeds from her sleeves, and piled them in front of the big white goose. She had been saving them for a long time and now she finally had a use for them. Cui Dongshan munched on the melon seeds and asked casually, "Xiao Meili, did anyone bully you? Even if you're a mute lake monster, you have to tell your little senior brother if you've been bullied. I don't have any other skills, but I'm good at cursing and blocking the door." Xiao Meili crossed her arms. She wanted her shoulders to be taller than her little head. She sneered, "Big white goose, you've been away from home for too long. You're not smart anymore. I'm the only one who can bully others. That's why I said don't always like to travel. If you're bullied when you're outside, I won't be able to take care of you." Cui Dongshan bent over and munched on the melon seeds. His mouth was not idle as he said, "Xiaomi, in the future there will be more and more people on the mountain. Even if they don't travel far, there will be more and more things to do on the mountain. At that time I may not be able to chat with you as much. Are you sad? Are you angry?" Xiao Meili laughed. "The big white goose is talking nonsense again. When I was a big water monster at Mute Lake, no one talked to me for many years. How could I not be sad?" Cui Dongshan suddenly understood and said, "But those passers-by are not your friends. If your friends ignore you, the feeling will be different." Xiao Meili furrowed her thin and yellowish eyebrows and thought for a long time. She counted the good friends in her mind one by one. Finally, the little girl asked tentatively, "Can you talk to me for a year?" Cui Dongshan stopped munching on the melon seeds and smiled. "Of course." Xiao Meili said in a low voice, "2 sentences are not too much." Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "When are you going to take me to Red Candle Town and Jade Liquid River to play?" Xiao Meili blinked. "Let's wait for the good mountain lord to come home first." As long as she squatted in the good mountain lord's bamboo box, the black-clothed little girl's courage would be as big as 2 grains of rice. As long as she knew that the good mountain lord was on his way home, she would dare to go down the mountain alone and pick him up at Red Candle Town. Cui Dongshan nodded. "That's a problem. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. I'll talk about it later. I can't scare little Meili." Since old chef had already returned to Luopa Mountain to help sort out the situation, Cui Dongshan was more at ease. What he could do was to check and fill in the gaps when he had nothing to do. Other than helping fellow Daoist Chongming with Shi Rou, he also had to give Hongxia Yunzi, the 2 little rascals, a warning. As for Pei Xiong, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom who had just arrived, it was even more so. Old chef had always been affectionate towards beauties. He was still a little soft-hearted. In fact, it was just right. Old chef would be the good guy and Cui Dongshan would be the bad guy. Cui Dongshan had already told Master that even if a mountain did the same thing in the end, it would still need many people's hearts. It was so that some people could see it clearly and remember it firmly. Only then could they really remember it well. Among them, one of the more important things was that he suggested that fellow Daoist Chongming temporarily take up the position of the Patriarch of Luopa Mountain. In fact, according to the etiquette of ordinary immortal mountains, Cui Dongshan had already overstepped his boundaries. It was no longer considered daring. He was challenging the entire ancestral hall alone. Not to mention being punished after the autumn, he could just cut off his legs and throw them out to feed the left guardian of Dragon Riding Alley. Therefore this trip to Luopa Mountain was really not just for Cui Dongshan to stroll around. Chen Wanchu jogged all the way over. He had a bunch of keys on his waist and was chatting softly. The little girl in the pink dress bowed to Cui Dongshan and sat quietly at the stone table. Chen Wanchu would not get involved in any major matters, but he knew all the small matters on Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan told Qin Wanchu about Qin Lingjuan's situation on the river in the North Continent. It was not that he was lazy, but he had encountered a big accident. Qin Lingjun had become familiar with a new friend. He was loyal and was willing to sacrifice himself. In the end, for the sake of his good brother who had seriously chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper, the two brothers really enjoyed blessings and suffered misfortune together. They were both detained by the Thunder God residents of the Baby Mountain, the westernmost mountain of Jifeng. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven in the central part of Jifeng had sent 2 letters to plead for mercy for Qin Lingjun, but they had failed to get the Thunder God residents to release him. They were really angry. The losses to the sect were not great, but they had lost too much face. Who would dig out more than half of the words on the golden plaque at the entrance of the Thunder God residence? Even if you're King crazy, you should know what you're doing, right? Even if you wanted to steal it, you could have just stolen the plaque as well. You could have recovered it in one piece and rehung it on the plaque. But those 2 fellows only took away the 2 golden words, divine residence. In the end, after the culprit was caught, the other party's reason was, I took away all 3 words because I was afraid that you would beat me to death. I just left a few words. Even if I'm in the Jianghu, I should leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. As a result, the 2 secret letters from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven had given the Thunder God residents a lot of face. The Baby Mountain did not release him. However, the great deities on the mountain were usually not too stiff. They respectfully replied to the 2 letters with tactful wording. They only said that the distinguished guest of the Southern Sun Water Hall, a good friend of Marquis Long Ting, only needed to apologize a little, and the Thunder God residents would release him. Not only would they release him, but they would also let him leave the territory respectfully. The crux of the problem was that the guy with a strong backer had been acting like a rascal. You can beat me even if I'm half dead. Don't even think about apologizing or admitting your mistake. Qin Wanchu was worried and asked, did Qin Lingjun throw a tantrum and do something wrong? For the first time, he didn't do anything wrong. In the North Continent, this kid would rather lie on the ground and carefully travel far away, let alone lower his head. No one can see him. Cui Dongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's because the Thunder God residents of the Baby Mountain didn't discipline him properly. He made a mistake first, but it wasn't a big mistake. There was a small grudge in the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain. He mistakenly killed a person and injured a few others, and settled the matter with a sum of immortal money. Then Qin Lingjun happened to bump into him, but he couldn't save him. The friend beside him couldn't hold back and took the initiative to beat him up. Anyway, it was a muddled battle. Qin Lingjuan's new friend was beaten up badly, and the violent cultivator ran away. Qin Lingjun couldn't take it lying down. As for the deities on the Baby Mountain, they were more concerned about their reputation. Moreover, they didn't think that a mistake was a mistake. In addition, Qin Lingjun was a foreigner. According to the usual rules on the mountain, it was a mistake on top of a mistake. Qin Lingjun wasn't stupid enough to barge into the mountain gate. The first time he couldn't reason with them, the second time he was rejected. In the end, he discussed with his friends and came up with such a plan. At this point, Cui Dongshan laughed. As expected of someone from the Luopa mountain. Doing things is satisfying. Qin Wanchu said, it's fine as long as it's a close call. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, the 2 friends who sent the letter are not simple people. We can rest assured. Qin Lingjun is eating and drinking well at the Thunder God residence. He also has friends in prison accompanying him and chatting happily. When he goes down the river, it's just a few righteous gods of the river opening the way and protecting him. Well, our Lord Qin Lingjun even has the great malfeasance Marquis protecting him. After all, the 2 people who sent the letter were now in the North Continent. They had to give face. Xin Lin was from the Southern Sun Water Hall. Now, there was a deity position that would see the light of day again after a few thousand years. The other person's rank was slightly lower. He used to be the great malfeasance water Lord Li Yuan, and was now the Marquis of Malfeasance Long Ting. His official rank was higher, but the waters under his jurisdiction were roughly divided into the east and the west, each in charge of their own affairs. Zhou Mili listened attentively and praised, Qin Lingjun is very generous. He's very popular outside. I can't make friends with such a great malfeasance Marquis. However, she didn't know if Qin Lingjun had mentioned in front of them that he had a good friend in his hometown, who was a big water monster from the Mute Lake. He was very fierce when he roamed the Jianghu. However, Xiaomi scratched her head. She felt that Qin Lingjun shouldn't be too willing to talk about this. It didn't matter if he didn't mention it. What if Qin Lingjun's new friend didn't want to hear about it? Wouldn't Qin Lingjun lose face? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, yes. Xiaomi only knows silly Big Jun Qian and tabletop sword deity. Zhou Mili laughed and said, there's also Xiaomi and sister Hongxia. Qin Wanshu held back his laughter and said, Xiaomi helped Mr. Zhou move a chair to the entrance of Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. Mr. Zhou stood up and wanted to move it back himself. Xiaomi was very fierce. She said, I don't agree, loudly, making things difficult for Mr. Zhou. Xiaomi covered her mouth and laughed. She sat on the chair and shook her head and feet. How was she fierce? He was very loud. Wah. Sister Wanshu, don't talk nonsense. Qin Wanshu felt that it was too interesting and couldn't help but praise Xiaomi again. Mr. Cui, you don't know this, but at that time Xiaomi raised her head. Her silence was louder than words. It was as if she was telling Mr. Zhou that she would move the chair. That was it. No one could say anything. Xiaomi waved her hand vigorously. That's what I meant. Sister Wanshu is just talking nonsense. Cui Dongshan suddenly leaned back and said with a face full of shock, Xiaomi, do you know that tabletop sword deity is very fierce when he meets anyone other than Mr. Zhou? Even your good mountain lord doesn't give him a good look. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where the water monster at Mute Lake is famous, tabletop sword deity would swing his sword at the city wall for no reason. It was like he was chopping vegetables and countless great demons died. Even the native sword deities of the Great Wall of Sword Chi are afraid to reason with him. They all avoid him. Xiaomi, what's wrong with you? Why are you so bold? Xiaomi sat up straight and frowned. After thinking for a long time, she nodded and said, I can agree to it next time. Wanshu was slow in munching on her melon seeds. She gently pushed the melon seeds beside her to the big white goose and Xiaomi. Cui Dongshan chatted with the two young ladies. At the same time, he was distracted by trivial matters. The matters of the world were important. However, as long as the meridians were in his hands, they were trivial matters. As for the great blasphemy of Duke Ling Yuan and Marquis Longting, the Confucian temple in Heartland had yet to say anything. It seemed like they were just silently agreeing. The great blasphemy of Duke Ling Yuan was something that hadn't happened in the past 3,000 years. Ordinary emperors and monarchs of ordinary continents had no right to interfere in this matter. Of course, only the Confucian temple in Heartland had the right to do so. However, the three factions that divided the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, the Daoist dynasty's Chongxian Bureau, the floating Duckweed Sword Lake and the Water Dragon sect, all did their best to facilitate this. They all contributed money, manpower and even built the two majestic temples. Obviously, Duke Lingyuan and Marquis Longting could be considered half of their family. Even if they were not close in the past, the water fate couldn't be faked. Not only could they gather the water fate of an entire continent, but they could also absorb the water fate from the sea. Especially the latter, which was a fortune that even the cultivators on the mountain couldn't obtain. Who wouldn't want to take the opportunity to benefit from the two ancestral temples of the Duke and Marquis? The headmaster of the academy in the North Continent was thoughtful. Not only did he not reject this, he even wrote 2 letters to the Great Wall of Heartland. One letter was sent to the Confucian temple and the other was sent to his teacher. He probably wanted to convince the Confucian temple to accept this matter. He wanted the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple or the Grand Chancellor of the academy to confer the title. Even a saint of the Confucian temple wasn't enough. However, Cui Dongshan wasn't the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple or the Grand Chancellor. He couldn't see what was written in the letters. He could only make a rough guess based on Zhou Mi's temperament and the situation of the continent. In fact, it was the Aquarius Temple that forced the Confucian Temple in Heartland to agree to the connection between the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent. So what if they didn't admit it? The Aquarius Continent's Qi crossing was handled by the old man from the Book Lake. The old monk in chicken soup and Mr. Fan of the Shang clan watched the ceremony from the side. Li Lu, who had secretly returned to the Aquarius Continent, and Wan Xiu, who looked at Li Lu across the water, were also present. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong of the Yang family's medicine shop asked Wan Xiu to bring a plaque and Li Lu a couplet as a gift for the Great Wall of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple. Temple of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple. Like a spring breeze, A gentleman inherits the past and opens up a way for the future. Being calm and proud, a sage saves the world and helps the people. Literature brings peace to the world. The plaque and couplet were made of words, as if they were written by Qi Duogong himself. There was a blank plaque in the Great Wall of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple, as if it was waiting for someone to write. It might write spring in the world. It might write, my heart is bright. Who knew? Cui Dongshan lay on the melon seed shells on the table feeling bored. Why isn't Sword Immortal me here to catch up with him? We're good friends. I'm very busy. I have to cherish my time. So what if you are a Sword Immortal in the unpolished Jade realm? Do you think you can look down on a useless friend who is only one realm higher than you? Miyu, who was dressed in a green robe, walked to the edge of the cliff. His smile seemed unnatural. Miyu was really afraid of Great Sword Immortal Zhou. To be precise, he was in awe of him. As for the white-robed young man in front of him, who was handsome when he didn't speak, but had a screw loose when he spoke, Miyu was really annoyed. Back then, on the city walls of his hometown, he was leisurely lying in a drunken stupor. He didn't provoke anyone, did he? In the end, this guy passed by and set a trap for him. This caused Zhou to attack a native sword cultivator for the first time. Miyu got half the jackpot. After all, Zhou didn't really attack him. He looked down on the unpolished Jade Realm's embroidered pillow. What else could he do? Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing had good luck, and got the remaining half. Therefore, when Miyu first discovered that Cui Dongshan had come up the mountain, he went to the empty old mountain shrine. He didn't expect Cui Dongshan to be so good at chatting. It wasn't appropriate to hide all the time. Besides, when Luopa Mountain opens the catoptric deflection, Miyu wanted to bring this guy along to earn money from the fairy sisters. Besides, no discord, no concord. They were now a family. However, Miyu felt that he had to take it easy. Lin Junbai was such a smart person, but she had been tricked so badly by Cui Dongshan after a few rounds of chess. Miyu was a bad chess player, so it was best to be careful. Qin Wanshu tugged at Zhou Mili's sleeve. Zhou Mili suddenly had an idea. She bade farewell and accompanied Sister Wanshu to clean the bamboo building. If there was a speck of dust on the desk, it would be considered that she and Sister Wanshu were slacking off together. Cui Dongshan gestured for Great Sword Immortal Me to take a seat. He smiled and said, Great Sword Immortal Me, I've heard a lot about you. Miyu helplessly sat down and faced the white-robed young man. It was better for them to be far apart. Cui Dongshan said in all seriousness, I'm Dongshan. Miyu said unhappily, it's not like we don't know each other. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some temper. Even if he wasn't a sword immortal, he was still a sword cultivator. Which sword cultivator in the world didn't have a temper? Then let's get to know each other? Cui Dongshan smiled in his heart and said, my natal flying sword filled the sky. Before ascending to the upper 5 realms, in the lower 5 realms, he secretly went out of the city to fight 6 times. In the middle 5 realms, especially when he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, he was the most ruthless. Among sword cultivators in the same realm, his battle achievements were ranked second. He was the most willing to risk his life because this place was hostile to the demon race. His realm wasn't too high. Even if he was in a desperate situation, his brother Miyu could save him. After ascending to the unpolished Jade realm, Miyu's fighting style suddenly changed. He became timid and cowardly, becoming a joke in his hometown. The truth was that once Miyu was in a desperate situation, he would only cause his brother to die first. Even if Miyu died later than his brother, he would most likely die in the next battle. Or he would learn from sword immortals like Tao Wen and Zhou Qing. He would suffer for the rest of his life and live a life worse than death. Miyu clenched his fists under the table. His face was ashen. Cui Dongshan rested his chin on one hand and fiddled with the melon seeds with the other. He said, my master didn't tell me that. Miyu sneered and said, Master Hidden Official definitely wouldn't be so bored. Cui Dongshan's head shook. He switched to his other hand and rested his chin on it. That's right. I'm rather bored. That's why I poured wine on the wound in someone's heart. Miyu said, if you don't like me, just say it. Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, it's the exact opposite. I don't dare to say that in my heart, Miyu is a hero who has been wronged by others. But I dare to say that the sword cultivator Miyu is truly a living person. Miyu was very mischievous. But on some matters he was very serious. So even though Cui Dongshan had explained it this way, Miyu was still furious. He He could not beat him. What's more, he might not be able to beat him. He could not scold him either. In addition, their statuses were very different from before. This made me even more sullen. Cui Dongshan smiled. The rather awkward thing is that Miyu's aptitude is too good. Compared to his brother started practicing the sword earlier and his realm is higher. So when will Miyu be able to truly display his skills and use his sword to kill a great demon? Cui Dongshan shook his head. There's no chance. His realm is still low. After all, the bottleneck of the unpolished jade realm is not that easy to break. As the only remaining incense, he can't die. Otherwise, how can he earn enough with his senior brother's share before dying? It's really sullen. If I were me Sword Immortal, I might be even more sullen. Back at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Cui Wei had once said to Cui Dongshan, "Why should I die here?" Cui Dongshan agreed. As for Miyu, Cui Dongshan actually agreed more. As for the conflict at the city wall, it was Miyu's own fault. Cui Dongshan had only fanned the flames on small matters and pushed the boat with the current on big matters. Moreover, what was wrong with a person saying a few words out of anger? A real man clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Yu Qing, who had died on the battlefield, was like that. Miyu, who had survived, was also like that. Miyu flew into a rage for the first time. He stared at the youth who spoke without thinking. His eyes were red as he said in a low voice, "Cui Dongshan, you better stop before you go too far." Cui Dongshan raised both of his hands. All right, your own family said some nasty words and you can't take it? In the future, when the Aquarius continent becomes peaceful, if outsiders were to laugh at you, Miyu, and laugh at the entire Luopa mountain for collecting trash, Great Sword Immortal me, wouldn't you have to do the same thing every day? Sneak out and go down the mountain to stomp on people, stomp until their heads are piled up like a mountain, and your sword blade becomes a scroll? Miyu's sharp sword Qi instantly shattered a large portion of the clouds outside the cliff. Miyu also forgot what he was thinking. Cui Dongshan squinted his eyes. He raised a finger to his mouth. "Don't scare Nuan Shu and little Mili. If not, I will beat you half to death." Cui Dongshan only blocked half of Miyu's sword Qi. The clouds outside the cliff were shattered, and the sword Qi at the bamboo building was gone. Miyu took a deep breath and immediately retracted his sword Qi. He was actually suppressing his anger, but his face was still gloomy. But he quickly turned his head and saw the two young ladies leaning on the railing on the second floor. Miyu squeezed out a smile and waved his hand. He laughed hoarsely. Play, go and do what you need to do." Cui Dongshan said, "When there is a big injustice in the human heart, there will be a big knot in the heart that is difficult to untie. I can completely understand that you, Miyu, only have such a knot in your heart. If you are just ordinary friends, I will not mention half a word. Every time we meet, we will laugh and laugh. You eat melon seeds and I drink. But..." Cui Dongshan laughed. "But I am never afraid of what if. I can kill what if every time. For example, if you, Miyu, have a knot in your heart that is bigger than Luopa Mountain, I will kill this matter in advance." A beautiful sentence. As long as it is nagged by someone thousands of times in the ear, it will become vulgar and disgusting. Then it is the same principle. A big knot in the heart that is difficult to settle. As long as someone says it a few times by the side, it will inevitably be a little more relaxed. Cui Dongshan said 3 sentences in a row. In fact, Miyu already knew Cui Dongshan's original intention after listening to the first sentence, so he didn't feel so upset anymore. He even felt that the second sentence was quite reasonable. As a result, the third sentence made Miyu furious again. He couldn't help but scold in a low voice, "See off, you bastard. I'm not as narrow-minded as you think." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Really?" Miyu sighed, "I will pay attention to this in case." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "The child can be taught." Miyu glanced at the white-clothed youth. "Have you always been so good at disgusting people?" After asking this question, Miyu immediately answered his own question. He said, as expected of the hidden official student, "You don't learn good things, only bad things." Cui Dongshan corrected, "Not an ordinary student but my master's proud disciple." Taking advantage of the fact that the big senior sister who loved to keep records was temporarily not at home, the little senior brother had to do his best to make up for it today. Miyu wanted to say something but hesitated. Cui Dongshan used his sleeve to wipe the table, sweeping the melon seed shells out of the cliff. As if he could predict the future, he said, "You don't have to deliberately be friends with me. There's no need for polite greetings. In a family, even blood brothers can't see eye to eye with each other, let alone you and me. If you are willing to believe in your hidden official, I will help my master solve his problems. The general direction is the same, so there is no need to expect more. A forcefully twisted melon, dipped in honey sugar water. In the end, it will still be bitter. Sweetness first and then bitterness is the most troublesome. Miyu nodded. That's a good principle. Maybe he could copy it and use it again so that he could tell the fairy heroine about it. Cui Dongshan leaned on the stone table and looked out of the cliff, smiling. In the future, when Luopa Mountain opens the mirror flower water moon, Mi Jianxian can tell the woman this principle. I will only cheer loudly and clap my hands. This is the first time I have heard such a wise saying. Miyu sighed. Annoying. Cui Dongshan said indifferently, how can the fire not stop burning? The pages of the book be described as annoying? Miyu raised his hands and said with a sad face, Cui Dongshan Cui Xianxian Grandpa Cui, I'm afraid of you. In the future, as long as you come to Luopa Mountain, I will definitely stay far away from you. I will not bother you. Cui Dongshan raised his hand. His wrist did not move but his palm gently shook. He smiled and said, Mi Jianxian, don't be like this. I only have one good grandson, Kai Jingshan. I will be annoyed if I have more. On the second floor of the bamboo building, Qin Wanshu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the two had reconciled. Xiaomi also finally relaxed her tightly knitted brows. Good. Yumi did not fight with the big white goose. If that happened, it would be difficult to stop them. Xiaomi landed on the ground and asked softly, Big Sister Wanshu, why did they fight? Qin Wanshu rubbed Xiaomi's head and said gently, Mr. Cui and Mr. Yu are both adults. They both have their own worries. It's better to talk about it than not. You can't always keep it in your heart. Xiaomi nodded vigorously. Then her eyes lit up. She coughed and asked, Big Sister Wanshu, let me ask you an extremely difficult riddle. It was not taught to me by the good mountain chieftain. I thought of it myself. Qin Wanshu was curious and nodded, ask away. Xiaomi held her stomach and laughed. Oh my, it was too funny. The black-clothed girl had to squat on the ground to stop her stomach from hurting. It seemed that the riddle made her very happy. Wanshu squatted down and waited for Xiaomi to stop laughing before asking what the riddle was. Zhou Mili sat on the ground. Just as she was about to speak, she could not help but hold her stomach again. Wanshu said helplessly, then I'll get busy first. Zhou Mili made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian. Then she quickly said, what's good to keep it in and bad to not keep it in? Then the girl started rolling on the ground. Wanshu rubbed her head. She knew the answer, but she said she had to think about it first. A few years ago, when Pei Qian was practicing his martial arts, it was rare that he could rest for 2 days and did not need to go to the second floor. This was the only time Zhou Mili did not go early in the morning to be Pei Qian's door guard. Pei Qian felt it was too strange, so he went to check on the slacking right guardian of Luopa Mountain. In the end, when Wanshu opened the door, the two of them saw that on Xiaomi's bed, the blanket was propped up by Zhou Mili's head and hands. It was like a small mountain that was rolled up and tightly covered. When Pei Qian asked the right guardian what she was doing, Zhou Mili said in a muffled voice, open the door first. Pei Qian lifted the blanket, but in the end he and Wanshu were fuming and quickly ran out of the room. Xiaomi, who had covered her nose early on, was left rolling on the bed laughing. At the stone table by the cliff, the two of them were silent. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, if you choose to act on impulse and destroy the Jade Liquid River Temple, there won't be any Xiaomi left on Luopa Mountain today. Miyu shook his head. I'm not an idiot. Master Hidden Official has always said that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I know what's important and what's important. Cui Dongshan turned his head. Miyu said, fine, I'm an idiot. Cui Dongshan stood up and walked around half of the stone table. He lightly patted Miyu's shoulder. Miyu, thanks. Miyu asked, what are you thanking me for? Cui Dongshan did not give an answer. The white-clothed youth held his hands in his sleeves. His entire person was like a white cloud, looking out at the drifting white clouds. The white-clothed youth of the past, the young Cui Dong of the past, had once followed the old scholar to Paper by Blessed Land. After the Blessed Land was occupied by the family, it continued to expand. Paper by Blessed Land could be said to be the strangest first-class blessed land in the world. There was no limit to how big the world was. Every family cultivator could pick up a brush and write about things. As long as it was not deleted in the end, It could help the blessed land continue to expand. Cui Dongshan had seen a few big books in the blessed land. There were stories about the immortals on the mountain and also about the Jianghu sections. He did not approve of them. He said that the immortals on the mountain and the Jianghu sects were somewhat lacking. The people's hearts did not change much. It was as if they had gone up the mountain or joined the Jianghu sections. As time passed, they did not really come back to life. Some people's hearts changed. Even if there was a slight change, it was still too stiff. The growth of those little heavenly characters could be considered rich, but the people around them were good. When they got along with others, they were always a group of people. If they were smart, they would always be smart. If they were pedantic, they would be pedantic. This kind of mountain sect, this kind of Jianghu sect, the people's hearts could not stand up to scrutiny. No matter how big it was just an empty shell. Out of paper by blessed land, the wind would blow it away. I won't talk about the whole of paper by blessed land, only the general situation. To explain the principles of the world clearly, we have to talk about the size of the ratio. That person's friends, those chivalrous people, will they not make mistakes? The immortals on the mountain, will they not accidentally kill the wrong person? Each one of them is more perfect than the moral saints of the world. That person's friends, just because they are friends of friends, they become lifelong friends? Why are those who are enemies of that person all evil people? Why are there so few people who live wonderful lives? Why can't they win the respect of others elsewhere? The immortals on the mountain, why are they only companions with the forest springs, white clouds and green pine trees? When they go down the mountain, the common people do not recognize the immortal money in their pockets and ask the shopkeeper for a pot of inferior wine. Are they not immortals? Could it be that the paper blanche blessed land, which is famous throughout the world, exists just for those hundreds of little heavens? What a great Tao! At that time, the founding ancestor of that family only stroked his beard and laughed. On the other hand, the young patriarch and a few geniuses who were publicly recognized as brilliant writing and full of talent were exposed by an outsider. Their faces did not look too good. They were just short of saying, "If you have the ability, write it yourself." Otherwise, according to Cui Dong's temperament, he would have really done it himself. He wanted to teach them what was meant by the wisdom of the ordinary people is something that I, Cui Dong, casually said, naturally knew forever. Fortunately, the old scholar hurriedly smoothed things over and scolded his own disciple. What do you know about the superficial knowledge on paper? This kind of huge work is so voluminous, easily tens of thousands of words. It is not as simple as a few lines of poetry that you usually spout. Then he helped those young geniuses to brag about it and gave them a few pointers. They were all small flaws. The flaws could not cover up the beauty of the jade. The personal praise of the literary sage and the repair of the flaws, of course, could not compare to the casual nonsense of a young disciple. Those experts did not argue with Cui Dong anymore. Other than the title of the first disciple of the literary sage, he was just a nameless junior. What did he know? But Cui Dong did not stop while he was ahead. At that time, the young man who had not yet revealed his outstanding talent said something even more disgraceful and ruthless that slapped people's faces. I have always felt that language itself is always a cage. The words of the world are the life and death of the family. Because the boundaries of language constructed by words are the invisible boundaries of our thoughts. If one does not transcend this, it is difficult to prove the great Tao. At that time, only the old patriarch nodded lightly and looked at the young Cui Dong with a gaze of admiration. The old scholar grinned until his mouth was as big as half a dustpan, but he could be considered honest and did not say anything. The old patriarch looked at him from the corner of his eyes and did not nod his head. After that, Cui Dong's reputation rose and he did not disappoint the title of the first disciple of the literary sage. After that, Cui Dong's name shook the world and his brilliant performance was only one of the 3 splendid matters. Finally, his reputation fell into disarray. Everyone in the world knew about this, but most of them forgot about one thing. In the past, Cui Dong was in the literary sage's lineage and frequently taught on behalf of his master. Cui Dongshan had always been looking towards the south at the center of the Aquarius continent. That talent was always Cui Dong. Regardless of whether or not he was considered the first disciple of the literary sage, he would always be the embroidered tiger Cui Dong of the 3 splendid matters, the Dali imperial tutor who was not willing to add flowers to the splendor of the world. I am not. Cui Dongshan laughed and muttered. I am just Cui Dongshan, the innocent and pure young man Dongshan. Tomorrow will always belong to the young man. Note 2. There will be young men every year and I will always be one of them. In truth, Cui Dongshan had thought of not being one of them, but Cui Dong did not agree in the past, and even gave Cui Dongshan a reason that he could not reject. Cui Dong was like that. When he seriously calculated, he would always include himself. Miyu did not seek trouble for himself and only sat at the side, and did not take the initiative to speak to the white-clothed young man. Cui Dongshan gently exhaled and gently pushed the white clouds away. When immortals boast, clouds gather and disperse. Then he turned and shouted to the black-clothed young lady on the second floor. Xiaomili, I will go down the mountain first, get the old chef to cook a table full of delicious food. Xiaomili immediately asked, How delicious? Cui Dongshan imitated Xiaomili and wrapped his arms around his chest and frowned. Xiaomili waved her hand. Master, you are too childish. Go go go, remember to come back early. If you are late, remember to walk to the mountain gate. I will wait for you there. Cui Dongshan nodded his head and walked backwards. He leaned back and fell into the cliff. After his figure disappeared, he suddenly rose up, his entire body spinning in circles, like an immortal flying in the wind. Xiaomili sighed. The big white goose was truly childish. Miyu squinted his eyes and looked over. Good fellow, seems like he is heading straight for the Jade Liquid River Deity Temple. Then Miyu sighed heavily and was extremely angry. You should have brought me along. Cui Dongshan had indeed gone to the Jade Liquid River, but not to the Water Deity Temple. Instead, he used a camouflage technique to hide his figure, and when he was above the Jade Liquid River, he fell headfirst into the river, and then paddled all the way to the entrance of the water mansion. Finally, the youth bent his finger and gently knocked on the door, shouting at the top of his voice, Water Deity, open the door, I am Dongshan. The two demons guarding the entrance of the water mansion looked at each other, not to mention who this guy was. How could he silently pass through the mountain and water restriction outside that even an earth immortal could not break? And the door of the water mansion in front of them was not closed. Then what was this Dongshan knocking on? In the straw shop of the dragon riding alley, the blind old Daoist had been smiling a lot in recent years. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could occasionally wake up from his dreams with a smile. Even Jia Cheng's two disciples did not scold him as much. Beating was a sign of affection, scolding was a sign of love. If he did not beat or scold, he would not be a master. Jia Cheng felt that his luck had really turned. Now he was finally living the immortal life that an immortal should have. However, the old man also secretly warned himself that no matter how immortal life was, he had to remember the principle of living under someone else's roof. Some of the rules that were very useful on his side had to be pushed back. For example, when he was in a bad mood, it was fine to kick Zhao Dengao, that little bastard of an improper background, a few times. However, there was no need to be as heavy-handed as in the past. As for Tianju, he could not even scold her. After all, she was the first disciple of the young mountain lord. Every time she came to the dragon riding alley, she would have to call her sister Jua. Today's weather was good, and the business of the straw shop was still very ordinary. After all, on the shop's side, other than the earliest items left on the mountain, the rest were leftovers from the Oxhorn Mountains Baozhai. Otherwise, it was a girl named Ma Duyi who put it here for sale. Even if the old Daoist was blind, he had traversed mountains and rivers to eliminate demons and defend the Dao for many years in his life. He immediately knew her ghostly identity and pretended to be blind. Forget it, he was really blind and pretended not to know. The old Daoist put his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door with a smile. It was a pity that fellow Daoist Ling Chun was not there for the time being. As an old immortal of the Dragon Gate realm, the old Daoist could still roughly see the appearance of fellow Daoist Ling Chun as soon as he activated his supreme magical power, the third eye. Shi Rou stood behind the counter and did not even bother to glance at Jia Cheng. What else could this old Daoist do? Before he went to Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate and did not break through the realm by sheer luck, he came here and had nothing to do. He would talk nonsense all day long and flaunt his ancestry. When the Dragon Gate realm fell from the sky, well, he immediately began to change his tricks. Even Shopkeeper Shi was not willing to call him Shopkeeper Shi anymore. He no longer said that the two of them should take care of each other. He kept calling Shi Rou Brother Shi, and showing off all kinds of unspeakable mysteries of his Dragon Gate realm. Why don't you just shut up? If it were not for Shi Rou feeling that Jiu Er and Dengao were really pitiful and she did not want to make things difficult for them, she would have slapped the abacus and scolded the old Daoist when he dared to come. Then she would have used a broom to chase him away. The old Daoist leaned against the door of the shop and held a jade bamboo folding fan in his hand. He said with a smile, "Brother Shi, why is Miss Ling Chun not in the shop today?" Shi Ro turned a deaf ear. The old Daoist opened the folding fan and fanned it. After a moment of silence, the fan made a rustling sound and he suddenly said, "Brother Shi, look, I accidentally made a joke. I have been in the Jianghu under the mountain for a long time and only cared about subduing demons and devils. I almost forgot that I actually don't know the weather of the world now." Shi Ro just laughed. The old Daoist looked relieved and closed the folding fan again. It was no wonder that Brother Shi would be so uncomfortable. After all, both sides were the nominal consecrators of Luopa Mountain, but there was a great disparity between their realms. Jiaqing walked slowly and commented on the fragrance of the various pastries. He picked up one of them and knew that Brother Shi was going to speak. Oh, Brother Shi could only guard the identity of the shopkeeper now. Sure enough, Shi Ro said, "I will keep the account first and settle the bill together at the end of the month." Jiaqing said with a smile, "Brother Shi, it's okay to calculate according to double the price. After all, things like pastries, even if you sell dozens of caddies or hundreds of caddies, it may not be equal to selling one in my shop." Shi Ro lowered her head and opened the account book. "No need." Jiaqing smiled in his heart. Brother Shi is too thin-skinned. You are still treating me as an outsider. Even if I become an old immortal in the Dragon Gate realm, am I not Brother Jia next door to your shop? Jiaqing stayed in the shop for an hour. When he didn't see Miss Ling Chun, he inserted the folding fan at the back of his collar, put his hands behind his back and slowly walked back to his shop. As a result, he saw a young man in white sitting on the counter. Jiaqing didn't hesitate at all. The old Daoist reached out and put the folding fan on his waist. At the same time he quickly stepped forward, bowed and shouted in surprise, "Immortal Master Cui." Cui Dongshan didn't pay attention to him. He just let Tianjue, who was looking after the shop, go to the shop next door to eat some pastries. The bill was on shopkeeper Shi's head, so there was no need to be polite. Otherwise, Cui Dongshan would be angry with shopkeeper Shi. As for Tianjue's senior brother Zhao Dengao, he went to the Dragon Spring Sword sect to find the eldest disciple of Wan Tong, Donggu. Both sides hit it off, and Zhao Dengao often asked the latter for advice on cultivation. Master Jiaqing, who had always been difficult to talk to, seemed to be more enthusiastic than his disciple on this matter. It was as if he was the one who really cultivated. In private he kept persuading Zhao Dengao, saying that he shouldn't be shy and should visit there often. Immortal Dong was an earth immortal. No matter how stupid he was, he could still come back with some immortal aura. As for the business of the shop, his junior sister could take care of it alone. As soon as Tianjue left the shop, Cui Dongshan sat on the counter and looked at the skinny old man who was wearing a very loose Daoist robe. He said, "What an old immortal in the Dragon Gate realm. His body weighs 90 pounds and half of his weight is probably due to the immortal robe on his body. Old Immortal Jia is not wearing a Daoist robe but wearing a lot of immortal money. Yo, this Daoist robe is so big that the sleeves are about to touch the ground. Why did you go to the dragon riding alley to sweep the floor?" Jia Cheng's forehead was full of sweat. He laughed dryly and said, "Immortal Master Cui, you must be joking." The old Daoist was not stupid. Over the years he had been in the shop in the small town in Prefecture City or in the mountains. As long as he heard a rumor, regardless of whether it was groundless or not, the old Daoist would turn it over and over again and think about it. He thought about the good things in a small way and the bad things in a big way. He was careful and thought about it again and again. This was the foundation of the old Daoist's ability to survive in the pugilistic world. As for Mr. Cui's sarcastic remarks, it was very good. The cool summer breeze felt even cooler. Jiaqing did not feel embarrassed at all. If his face fell to the ground, he would not even care to pick it up from the ground. It was not difficult to bend his back. Spending a little money and casually eating a few pieces of pastries from the shop next door would be enough to make up for it. Unexpectedly, Miss Ling Chun did not appear earlier or later. At this moment she was standing in front of the door of her Chaotu shop. One of her shoulders was leaning against the door, and her hands were hidden behind her sleeves as she smiled. It was so bitter. When this Jiaqing was really just the old Daoist Jiaqing, Cui Dongshan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He tapped the counter with his finger and went straight to the point. "Do you know how hard it is to get a registered consecrator of Luopa Mountain?" Of course the old Daoist knew. When the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain was built, even Lord Wei Shan came to observe the ceremony. Besides, so what if the old Daoist was blind about the matter between the young mountain lord and Lady Yuan? I was not blinded by lard. I knew it clearly. Cui Dongshan, who had just made a trip to the Jade Liquid River God residence, said slowly, "You have taken in a good disciple. It is not very generous of you to cherish your own things. You are not a consecrator of Luopa Mountain." Cui Dongshan suddenly slapped the counter, scaring the old Daoist so much that he immediately shrank his neck and bowed his head even more. Cui Dongshan jumped off the counter and circled around the old Daoist, who was silent like a cicada in winter. He scolded, recklessly wasting natural resources and being too selfish. "You are not a kind person. Are you tired of living after becoming an old immortal of Dragon Gate? Do you want to eat arsenic? How many caddies do you want to eat? Give me a definite answer. If I lose one tail of yours, I will be as ungenerous as you." Jiaqing raised his head slightly, feeling uneasy in his heart. His old face was full of grievances, and he said in a trembling voice, "Immortal Master Cui, I understand what you mean. It's just that I can't speak of the bitterness in my heart. Today I met Immortal Master Cui. Even if I don't want to lose face, I have to boldly tell you about the difficulties of us three, master and disciple." Speaking of his sadness, the old man rubbed the corner of his eyes, but he didn't delay his words. "My Zhou heir's physique is indeed in line with the natural order. It's not that I can't bear to part with this natural treasure. As a registered consecrator, I am not a person who goes against my conscience. I am grateful to Luopa Mountain and Mountain Master. I only hate that I don't have a memorial tablet at home and offer incense every day. It's not because of our Mountain Master's good fortune. I have reached the Dragon Gate realm in Yellow Lake Mountain, so I should do something good for Luopa Mountain. It's just that I wandered around in my early years, killing demons and subduing demons. My heart is still hard. It's just that my cultivation is insignificant and my ability is not good enough. I have become a joke to Immortal Master Cui. How can I not know the benefits of my disciple Zhou heir's blood? I'm just afraid that this move will hurt others. If the Mountain Master Cui finds out, I would have let Zhou heir do this long ago. Even if she is unwilling in her heart, her eyes are shallow, and she doesn't know how to be grateful to Luopa Mountain. As her teacher, not only do I want her to give me a few caddies of Talisman Spring, but I also want to teach her the principles of how to conduct herself. No matter how much I love my two disciples, I am willing to give birth to a filial son under the rod." Of course, Jiaqing was talking nonsense. It was pure nonsense. Not only did he flatter himself, but he also wanted to splash dirty water on his disciple Tianjiu heir. The Dragon Gate realm's old immortal, Jiaqing, was actually speaking the truth. He was afraid that Luopa Mountain's Mountain Master Qin Pingon would feel that this move was hurtful. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jiaqing's eyes were blind, but his heart was not. He knew that Luopa Mountain's bottom line was to have a conscience and be a human. The rest of the tricks would not make him lose this immortal rice bowl of Luopa Mountain's honorary consecrator. In fact, until now, the shrewd old Taoists still did not understand why the young mountain master would choose them and let them, who were used to living in the open, have the honor of eating rice bowls in Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan pulled the old Taoist's sleeve and took away the jade bamboo folding fan that was given to the old Taoist. He gently opened it and walked in a circle while fanning the breeze. Immortal Master Cui did not speak. The old Taoist used all his strength to finish his words from the bottom of his heart. He really did not have the courage and brain to speak more. Cui Dongshan said, "From today onwards, let Zhou heir accumulate the Talisman Spring regularly. It will be of great use in the future. Just remember not to hurt Zhou heir's Dao." The old Taoist pecked at the rice and cupped his fists. "I will follow Immortal Master Cui's decree. Not only will I help Mr. Cui accumulate the Talisman Spring, but I will also miss Zhou heir. How can I bear to part with her? After all, she is my own daughter." This Jiaqing's cultivation was vague, but his words were not vague. In fact, it was because Jiaqing was too shrewd that Luopa Mountain noticed some of the old Taoists' unwise choices. Those two disciples were really miserable to have a master like him. He often beat and scolded them. He could say all kinds of unpleasant words. When he beat his disciples, he did not lose to killing demons for money. However, there were some things that Jiaqing did not do as an immortal master on the mountain. For example, he took in a disciple who was born as a demon by his side and had to help hide his identity. For example, he did not sell Tianjiu heir to the Talisman Mountain's Fuji master. The old Taoist disciple Tianjiu heir was talented. Her blood was naturally suitable for cultivators to draw talismans with. In the past, whether it was Jiaqing earning money or pretending to be a Daoist master to steal the money of the rich, the talisman spring would come in handy when he drew the unorthodox thunder talisman in his palm. However, the gold and silver money that he obtained with his true ability and appearance were worlds apart from selling Tianjiu heir at a high price. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "That's it then. Junior will not disturb old Immortal's cultivation." Cui Dongshan threw the folding fan back to the old Taoist. Jiaqing hurriedly caught it with both hands as if he had received a treasure. Cui Dongshan walked towards the longevity Daoist at the door and suddenly turned his head. "A caddy of talismans spring is a small sum of money. I personally bought it for Miss Jiu heir. It has nothing to do with Luopa Mountain." Jiaqing immediately said, "You can't buy so much. 2 caddies of talismans spring for half a small sum of money from Immortal Master Cui is already making money against our conscience." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Oh? How is it against your conscience?" Jiaqing immediately straightened his back. The heavens took pity on him. He actually had the demeanor of an old immortal. He said, "All the immortal money belongs to Jiu heir. As her master, I have not taught Jiu heir much. I already feel guilty. If Jiu heir can rely on this immortal money to leave her master's support and let her take a few steps on her own, it would be the greatest kindness." Cui Dongshan reached out and pointed at the old Taoist. "Damn it. In the future, the new young people of Luopa Mountain will have to come here to learn to speak with you first." Cui Dongshan flicked his finger several times. Each time a grain rain coin would ring. In the end, a few grains of grain rain coins slowly floated to the old Taoist. "It's your reward. Don't worry and accept it. You became our Luopa Mountain's honorary consecrator. As a result, you wander around in rags all day." Jiaqing immediately understood. He could change his robe and wander outside less in the future. Cui Dongshan and the longevity Daoist smiled and said, "Sister Lingchun, let's go for a walk?" Changming smiled and nodded. She really had a few small questions in her heart. It wasn't appropriate to ask before. Now that Cui Dongshan came to her door, she didn't have to be too polite. The two walked up the stairs along the dragon riding alley. They passed by a few big houses during the process. They were now the longevity Daoist's family property. They had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Otherwise, Changming would want to change her appearance and identity. She would secretly buy a few mountains in the west as a courtyard. Cui Dongshan walked to the edge of a grain-sunning field. He lowered his head and said with a smile, "Changming, I'll answer all your questions." The longevity Daoist didn't take the patriarch discipline too seriously. He asked, "You're wearing this uncommon skin bag so that one day you'll have a chance to eat that GQ from Mud Bottle Alley?" "Wangzhu." Cui Dongshan grunted. However, that was the worst outcome. Now it was the best outcome. Cui Dongshan was born to deal with flood dragons. Now, in the Cloud Forest's Deer Academy, the Huangting country's old flood dragon who was the deputy mountain leader had already experienced it. However, Cui Dongshan really wanted to win. From the beginning, it was the last true dragon in the world of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, Lizhu. If he couldn't help her, she wouldn't become a talent. Then let me, Cui Dongshan, do it personally. If the situation wasn't right, Cui Dongshan would be ruthless. Not only that, Wang Zhu, the other 5 little things, the Huangting country's old flood dragon, his 2 useless children, and Li Jin in Red Candle Town under the Yellow Lake, plus some leftover opportunities and remnants in Gushu's territory, I'll eat them all. Changming said, "Now it's a burden. It'll be difficult to reach the Ascendant Realm. Old Mr. Yang definitely won't open the Ascension platform just for you." Cui Dongshan shook his head. "The world's scheme is taboo." Changming nodded. "I'm overthinking." Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and moved again. He took the longevity Daoist, who was already a fallen patriarch in his heart, for a stroll. Changming thought of the straw shop in Fuquan. He smiled and said, "It's not a good habit to reap without sowing. After a long time it'll be easy." Cui Dongshan said, "If you don't pay, you won't cherish. The more you pay, the more you care. It has nothing to do with good people or bad people. The same pot of wine, regardless of the reason, the taste and the speed at which one drinks it, will be different regardless of whether the price is raised or lowered." Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, Daoist Changming, tell me the story of how you met my master? Pick up the things that can be said. Changming told him tirelessly. In fact, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Other than the old master, the penal official who didn't mention anything else, and the hidden official's sewing process, Changming didn't hide the rest. For example, the existence of the sewing man, the old deaf's disciple, and the demons imprisoned in the prison. What were their origins? How did they get along and fight with the hidden official? In a sense, the shed skin on Cui Dongshan's body was actually the sewing man's first favorite. As for the skin of some cultivators, it had nothing to do with the level of their realm. It was naturally suitable to be used as talisman paper. The sewing man was best at this. The talisman beauty refined from fox skin by the Fox Nation of Qingfeng City was barely related to this. The sewing man selected cultivators, killed them, skinned them, and stored talisman paper. He would either use it to draw talismans or sell it to Devil Dao cultivators at a high price. Therefore, the sewing man, the Southern Sea Lone Rider, and the flower thief were regarded as one of the 10 great evil Dao cultivators. Of course, there was no reason for everyone to kill them. After Cui Dongshan finished listening, he said slowly, the sewing man and the executioner have similar great Daos. The Southern Sea Lone Rider who stole the world's water transportation. The passerby who caused the Yin soldiers to pass through. The beautiful corpse who cultivated the color refining technique and created a romantic tent. The flower thief whose corpse was put on a bounty by the 100 Flowers blessed land. The god of plagues who was destined to suffer misfortune in his life. The ghost of debt collector who was born in the school of Yinyang but was hated by the school of Yinyang cultivators. The master Du who helped people through life's difficulties but had to pay the price of the other person's 3 lives. Other than the glutton Immortal whom I haven't interacted with for the time being, I've seen all of them in my life. Even the rarest of the 10 candidates who sold mirrors, and the most famous one at that, I've seen him in the graceful grotto heaven. I even chatted with him a little. Cui Dongshan's expression was indifferent. He also told Changming some old stories. I once rode the Southern Sea with the Southern Sea Lone Rider. I once stood on the back of a horse beside a passerby. I once lay drunk in a romantic tent and talked with the beautiful corpse about the sage's principles until dawn. I once gave poems to the flower thief. I once heard the sad whimper of a young god of plagues. I once haggled with the ghost of debt collector. I once asked the master Du what to do if the guest didn't have a next life. I once asked the mirror seller if he could really refine the glowing moon into a mirror. Who would I be able to see when I raise my head? Speaking up to hear, Cui Dongshan suddenly laughed. His eyes brightened a little. He raised his head and said, I once stole the hair of the green immortal mountains madam in the bamboo sea grotto heaven with Alliance. Alliance swore to me that it was the most suitable hair in the world to refine into the sword of love and the sword of wisdom. Later on, when our whereabouts were exposed, that King Alliance ran away without saying anything. However, he cast the body-fixing technique on me and I had to face the murderous green immortal mountains madam alone. I also traveled to the graceful grotto heaven with junior martial brother. Previously, I went to the barbarian barrier blessed land and Xianxia grotto heaven. Finally, I took a long detour to the graceful grotto heaven. Because of my one-track mind, I was the least interested in this place. Therefore, I have never been to the 100 Flowers blessed land. The graceful grotto heaven is the place that cultivators on the mountain who are about to become immortal couples yearn for the most. At that time, the fairy beside us was so anxious that she was about to cry. Why couldn't we trick Zhou Xian to go there? Because there is a Western capital inside. It is said that there are lovers in the world. Even those who suffer from unrequited love can come here to burn incense and make a wish. Not only can they hope to be together, but they can also grow old together. I remember that the temple attendant was a very beautiful woman. She held a peach blossom fan with a bright moon and bamboo words written on it. Her name was Xianxia. Her waist was slender and her figure was graceful. It is said that when Bai Yi was still a poet immortal and not a sword immortal, he traveled to the graceful grotto heaven with his good friend Zhou Xian. He couldn't refuse their kindness and personally wrote the fan. In fact, at that time, Bai Yi and his friend Lu Shilu didn't have money on them and couldn't enter the graceful grotto heaven. Bai Yi could only write poems and sell them in exchange for passage money. Therefore, in the future, at the entrance of the graceful grotto heaven, there was a cliff carving of 10,000 hearts united in one moon. That was the work of my junior martial brother Zhou Xian. Who can guess it now? In the end, when they left the graceful grotto heaven, the fairy secretly asked Wuxia, that temple attendant wasn't that good-looking, right? He was quite good-looking. At the entrance of the grotto heaven behind her, there was a girl smiling beautifully like a crescent moon. Beside her there was a girl who wasn't so happy. After a while she said, "What does good-looking have to do with me?" The two girls' moods were flipped again. After the fairy left, I jokingly scolded Junior Martial Brother for being a fool and begged you to open your mind. Junior Martial Brother smiled and answered Senior Martial Brother, "Do you really think I'm stupid?" I don't know if the fairy who liked Senior Martial Brother was beating around the bush. She saw that the temple attendant was good-looking and was worried that Senior Martial Brother would change his mind, so she felt uncomfortable. Junior Martial Brother still understands such shallow thoughts of a girl. At that time I gave him 2 thumbs up. At that time, Junior Martial Brother's smile was very bright. Changming found it very interesting to chat with Cui Dongshan. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. A person who had experienced more and accumulated more stories was the most ruthless. The two of them walked through Mud Bottle Alley. When they walked past the old school, Changming stopped and asked, "So what?" Cui Dongshan didn't stop. Instead he quickened his pace. However, his sleeves were still hanging down. "I can't say, there's nothing to say." Changming followed the white-clothed youth's footsteps and changed the topic. "What did you do when you visited the Jade Liquid River's water god's residence?" Cui Dongshan said, "I didn't do anything. I just pulled the water god's hair and casually spun it around a few times." Changming teased, "Can't you be human?" However, Cui Dongshan said, "It's very difficult. Trust me." Changming sighed. "It's very difficult not to trust Mr. Cui." Cui Dongshan laughed. "I won't be the villain of Zhuang Dynasty's master and servant, as well as Yunzi of Green Mud Slope. Traveling isn't tiring, but chatting with others is. Therefore I'll have to trouble you to help me be the villain. Anyway, you said it yourself. It's not a good habit to reap without sowing. However, take note of one thing. Don't add fuel to the fire with the pseudonym Xianxia. The entire Luopa mountain will pretend that she doesn't exist. That's the best way to get along with her. In private you have to protect her more. Anyway, you can control your own temperament. Otherwise, when Mr. blames you, he will reason with you. At most he will scold you a little. When it comes to me, I reckon Mr. won't care about being reasonable and will directly beat you up." Changming nodded. "All right." Yunzi of Mount Huaming's Green Mud Slope was temporarily in the Dragon Gate realm. His true identity was the Black Snake of Chess Dun Mountain. However, he wasn't a mountain spirit in the true sense. Instead, he was transformed from one of the black chess pieces used by the 2 immortals. There were golden lines on his abdomen, and he already had the embryonic form of dragon scales. Compared to the water dragon Hong because of the chess game back then, the black chess piece placed on the chessboard. His killing intent was extremely heavy. This caused the Yunzi later on to be more brutal and unruly than the mountain snakes and pythons. Cui Dongshan finally brought Changming to the shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Lu Xianyang stood up and laughed with his hands on his hips. "Brother Dongshan." Cui Dongshan swaggered. "Brother Xianyang." Lu Xianyang raised his palm high. Cui Dongshan jumped up and slapped him. He held Lu Xianyang's hand and then asked with his eyes, "The sister Ling Chun?" Cui Dongshan replied with his eyes. "If this doesn't work, change to another girl." Lu Xianyang sighed and cupped his fists towards Changming. "Greetings, Miss Ling Chun." Changming smiled and nodded. She felt that it was better to be polite with this person. Hence she cupped her fists and returned the greeting. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." She had already made up her mind that she would come less often to the shop in the future. She would definitely not come if there was nothing. Therefore, Changming took her leave and went to Mount Huaming's Green Mud Slope to do business. Lu Xianyang and Cui Dongshan sat on a small bamboo chair. Lu Xianyang reminded him softly, "Brother, take it easy. That chair under your butt was once sat on by our Dolly's Empress Dowager. It's precious. If you fall down, can you afford to compensate for it?" Cui Dongshan raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Xianyang's bamboo chair. He smiled but didn't say anything. Lu Xianyang laughed. "Brother, what are you thinking? Isn't it vulgar and romantic? That chair has long been hidden by my master." Cui Dongshan took a deep breath. Impressive. As expected of Brother Xianyang. If that old-fashioned Wan Tian heard this, he would really beat Lu Xianyang to death, wouldn't he? Cui Dongshan chatted with Lu Xianyang. Anyway, it was similar to what Chen Lingjun said when he was drunk. Finally, Cui Dongshan said, Xianyang is a good name. Heart like flowers and trees blooming towards the sun. Lu Xianyang smiled. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought about it. I only remember that old Yao said that Yangxian clay is a good clay for making porcelain. It's just that it's not easy to find. Back then, Qin Pingon followed old Yao into the mountains to look for clay and suffered a lot. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled. Bai Yi and Junqian are good friends. They're both fated to be with you. Then what about Xianyang and Zhiyue? Lu Xianyang laughed. I'm the one who's climbing the social ladder. Judging from her posture and tone, she was already close to being one of the 10 young girls, Miss Yu. Lu Xianyang suddenly asked, how does Miss Zhiyue look like? Cui Dongshan didn't answer the question. This lady is very strange. She comes from the wilderness but doesn't kill people in Tongye continent. She only looks for people. Lu Xianyang slapped his knee and said, good lady, she's really a good lady. Isn't her brother Xianyang sitting here? What's there to look for? He quickly turned around and handed over a handful of melon seeds. Brother Cui, have some melon seeds. Cui Dongshan took the melon seeds and grabbed some for Lu Xianyang. At least leave some for brother Xianyang. Cui Dongshan ate the melon seeds and bent over to look into the distance. He casually asked, do you believe in marriage? Are you afraid of red strings? Lu Xianyang also ate the melon seeds and smiled. I only look at whether the lady is good or not. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, did you miss out a word? Lu Xianyang nodded and said, one word is 2 words. Save some energy. Only look at whether the lady is good or not. Cui Dongshan slapped his knee. Brother Xianyang, I'm not praising you. You're terrifyingly quick-witted. Lu Xianyang said shyly, if it's cute, it's more cute. Only by getting a good omen can you find a good wife. Cui Dongshan finished eating the melon seeds and said that he was going home to eat. Lu Xianyang waved his hand, indicating that he wouldn't be following him to eat and drink. Cui Dongshan stood up and walked a few steps. Lu Xianyang suddenly asked, is the person who Jiyue is looking for sword cultivator Lu Kai? Cui Dongshan slowly turned his head. Yes and no. It's hard to say. Lu Xianyang asked again, how far is he from me? Mr. Cui, can you let me see Lu Kai from afar? Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, don't get involved. Lu Xianyang asked again, is it because I can't get involved at the moment, or is it because I have to pay a higher price? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, it's both. The former is the majority, so don't think too much. Lu Xianyang acknowledged and didn't say anything else. Cui Dongshan didn't return to Luopa Mountain with the wind. Instead, he walked and finally sat on the stone arch bridge. The old sword was no longer hanging under the bridge. Cui Dongshan frowned and covered his sleeves with his hands. The person who Jiyue was looking for was indeed Lu Kai. A person who was already far away from Mr., but seemed to be right in front of him. A person who Cui Dongshan had been wary of in his early years, just in case. It wasn't that he felt that person was strange at that time, but that person's preacher was too strange. So whenever he had the chance, Cui Dongshan would secretly ask about the past of Tongyi continent. In addition, Mr. was more willing to chat with his good friend whom he met by chance on the road, so Cui Dongshan naturally knew more. Then Cui Dongshan roughly knew that Mr. had already met the future Lu Kai before he entered Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Not only did they meet, but he was right in front of them, close at hand. Moreover, both sides were sincere best friends. That person even sincerely hoped that Mr. could become a mainstay in the chaotic world. Cui Dongshan just thought about it, even as an outsider, and after so many years, even if he was half Cui Dong, he felt a chill down his spine and was terrified. Back then, Mr. roughly said, you have to leave something behind, you can't have everything. That person laughed and said, Qin Pingon, you're actually hiding from that one. I'll let you hide for a while first. Become that one. Wait until you become one, then come and kill that one. Mr. Qin Pingon and that Lu Kai who had helped Lu Qiangwei in the past were actually talking about this matter face to face. This was the real calculation. Wasn't the stick of candied haws in Pearl Grotto heaven not enough for you? Was there an end to this? Cui Dongshan slapped the stone arch bridge, but suddenly he retracted his strength, and his palm and sleeve gently brushed the bridge together. Cui Dongshan said telepathically, Sagely, come and pay your debt. Most of the first chi is on you. Since Mr. didn't accept your peach talisman, you should. Actually, Cui Dongshan was prepared to make a scene and act shamelessly. Logic couldn't be said this way, but he had to. When that old bastard Cui Shi found out about this, he made even more divinations and deduced even further. That old bastard insisted on killing Lu Kai if he felt like it. Just let that Lu Kai try. Cui Dongshan wasn't willing to do this. Many things were not difficult at all if it was just a fight. The problem was that Zhou Zi had set up such a meticulous trap, and the implications would only be greater. This wasn't some calligraphy lake interrogation trap. Sagely appeared with a smile and sat beside Cui Dongshan. Then he nodded gently. I have no problem with discussing the Tao with Zhou Zi, but it won't be for Qin Pingon. But do you look down on Qin Pingon that much? It's not very appropriate for a student to not trust Mr. Cui Dongshan said sickly, I'm in the middle of this. Of course I'm not as calm as you. Sagely Na placed his hands gently on his knees and looked into the distance. Then do you think that Qin Pingon has already guessed who Lu Kai is? Of course that's just a guess. Cui Dongshan shook his head. Mr. Li Na's brain isn't sick. He had a little calculation in his heart. He planned to ask the Luyin Saint for his blessings. In the past, embroidered tiger Cui Dong was just teaching on behalf of his master. As for the former leader of the Beko Keikyung building, he was teaching on behalf of his master. However, Sagely Na didn't let Cui Dongshan succeed. He only smiled and said, whether or not you have the heart, you'll get one. That one, was it that easy to dodge? Was it that easy to kill? Even my master doesn't think it'll succeed. So I think you and I should just watch from the sidelines. Something really happens, we'll talk. Sagely Na waved his hand and threw the golden carp and the golden crab into the water. However, just as they were about to fall into the water, they suddenly appeared in the distance. Sagely Na smiled and said, transform into a flood dragon. Cui Dongshan looked pitifully into the water. Sagely Na said indifferently, return of the snowy night. Cui Dongshan turned a deaf ear and remained indifferent. When Sagely Na's figure disappeared, he went to great blasphemy. Cui Dongshan stood up expressionlessly and returned to Luopa Mountain with the wind. When he saw Xiaomi waiting at the gate, Cui Dongshan flung his sleeves. No matter how many years he had to wait, there would be a return of the snowy night. To hell with Zhou Zi and whatever, I'm Cui Dongshan. I'm Dongshan.